Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody is doing well. As for me, I'm doing good, brother and sisters. I'm here with my cousin Jesse. I want to send a shout out to those that tune in here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on YouTube, those who tune in on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters group on Facebook, and those who tune in on my TikTok short reels under APCS895, where people say there's no evidence of this beings DDN spiritual beings. Well, the evidence is there on the short reel TikToks on APCS895 or the short reels here on YouTube. How's everybody doing this evening? How you doing, cousin Jesse?
And greetings and salutations. Hey, Prima Ivy, how you doing? Welcome to the members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, and let's get it going. Yeah.
Let me get me something from up here. There we go. Give me a little smoky to hold in my hand for this a smoky quartz.
We are doing great. Oh, that's nice, man.
I'm thinking it's a smoky. Let's see. Let's move closer to the camera.
Dun dun.
Got me this smoky in the hand here. Who do we got here? We got Sister Ivy Ramirez. How you doing, Sister Ivy? Sister Ivy, tonight's mission, since your moderator, is anybody coming in here with fake profiles, serial killers, clowns, or whatever, we're booting them out. We don't need them in here. Earlier, I did a little test drive on YouTube just to see who will surface up, because I haven't done a video there in a long time, and I guess all the trolls showed up. The only thing I got to say to those trolls is all in due time. That's all I can say. That's all I can say for those trolls.
Hello, Sailor Nemesis.
I don't know.
How you doing?
I've never seen the Sailor Nemesis in here before. In saying that, Sailor Nemesis is gone.
Bye bye, Sailor Moon.
So I'll be doing a lot of booting out of here tonight as the trolls are going to come. I guess somebody, when I did a live earlier on YouTube, they decided to make have somebody's name with my face in there, of which they're saying that it wasn't a certain individual from Oklahoma, but I already know who this individual is. He's from Harlingen, Texas. And all in due time, because this person doesn't know that I have family down in the valley and I have family in Harlingen, Texas, that are
Pregunta
ex-military
putiza.
veterans,
Meter una putiza.
ex-Marines, and ex-Army. They're only a phone call away. And that's one thing that us CS don't like is when you put our name in vain, or you're trying to discredit or accomplishments in life. There's always a price to pay for that. Sir Puffington, I'm talking directly to you. Sir Puffington, all in due time, buddy.
Se van a pelar las nalgas, güey.
All in due time, Sir Puffington. I done had enough out of your punk R's.
So, how was your day, Prima Ivy? Was it a good day?
The title's supposed to be "Been There, Done That," spiritually and physically. Like I said before, I tried to make a live on my regular YouTube channel, and I got bombarded by trolls. One of the main trolls that was there is Sir Puffington. You came at me in a negative way. I done heard enough from your mouth, and all in due time. All in due time. That's all I got to tell you.
That's
Take it
awesome,
however you
Prima.
want to take it. You want to take it as whatever. That's okay. All in due time.
And
Meanwhile,
we,
I'm going to continue to do my physical workouts, continue to do more cardio, and all in due time, buddy.
And we don't make threats, we make promises. So we said anything, it's not a threat, it's a promise. And we always make our promises come true. Yeah. What's up, Spooky? How you doing, man? Ma'am? I don't know. Can't tell by the picture. I can't see it. Soldier of Christ reporting for duty.
I don't know what happened with the report. It must have beamed them out or something.
Oh well, no more spooky.
I seen all the names that popped up of all the trolls that were popping up earlier, and like I said, Covington, all in due time, all in due time, Covington. So if there's anybody here that's tuning in, that's here representing the Covington and the farting gang, all in due time. That's all I gotta say for Covington. Covington, you are from Texas. You are from Harlingen, Texas. It wouldn't be that hard to find you, buddy.
Just down the street and around the corner. Real MMA, welcome.
Yeah, I told you to keep my name out of your mouth, man. You didn't want to listen. You came at me disrespectfully on YouTube earlier. Uh, that's okay.
¿Qué pasa, Squeeze, Real
We're
MMA?
gonna see
¿Cómo
how
estás,
bad you are
loco?
from the Valle. We're gonna find out how real bad you are from the Valle. Real. I think real man. Were you there earlier? Who was there earlier in the YouTube when they bombarded me all this with fake accounts? But brother, what should I say? He's not even a brother. Comforton. I told you, you kept on. You kept on. You live in Harlingen, Texas. I'll get you on the download, brother. When you're not truck driving.
Real MMA said he was there when that happened.
Yeah. I told you, man. Not to leave me alone. You didn't want to listen. Said I got family where in your hometown, man. Primos, veterans. That's one thing they like is when you're disrespecting the veterans, but even that when you're just disrespecting the last name, because we done served our country proudly. So you you're asking for something, you're gonna get it, bro. That's all I gotta tell you. Tell you leave it alone, leave me alone. Go mess with somebody else. Go mess with your own family. Go mess with no. You want to continue to play the games. So see what happens in a matter of time. We're gonna see what's up with you. We're gonna see what kind of man you really are, because you will get tested to the limit.
Didn't you say he was a truck driver?
He's gonna get tested to the limit. That's all I'm gonna say. He's gonna get tested hard, man.
So if he's a truck
I
driver,
just, I
does
just, I just want you to know this, uh,
Cuffington?
Puffington. Doesn't matter how many times you fall. It's what matters is how many times you get up. So it doesn't matter how many times you fall down to the ground, man. So long you can get up, that's all that matters.
So
You will get
cousin,
tested to the fullest.
if he's a truck driver, does that mean he backs
Badass.
up for a load?
I told you, man. I warned you. That's okay. I'm more sure if I tell my cousins what your last name is, that they know exactly where you live. That's their hometown, bro. You wouldn't be that hard to track down. You came in the afternoon and YouTube channel was playing games, creating all this fake. It's funny, right? Okay, we're gonna find out what kind of man you really are. We're gonna we're gonna see you're the man that's gonna stand up, fight mano a mano, or we're gonna see if you're the coward man that's gonna try to use a weapon. We're gonna find out. But in saying, brothers, sisters, the saying here tonight is been there, done that, spiritually and physically. The reason I'm talking about this guy, Fat Chris from Harlingen, Texas, because he gave himself away this afternoon, uh, and he talked bad about me that
Welcome,
he was gonna
Morgan.
do this and that, and he's been hiding all this time. The only thing I can tell you is that I know exactly where you're from, bro. We're from the valley, man. You're not that hard to find. I tell you to leave it alone. You want to continue to make fun of my time in service. You want to disrespect of where I've been in combat. So you want to get to know Sarncias. You'll get to know Sarncias. It's not gonna be brother Abe. You're gonna meet the warrior, man. That's who you want to meet. You will meet the warrior.
He gonna whoop your face with the Love Foundation.
How you doing, Morgan?
Hmm. Hey, Morgan, have you seen her? Tell me, have you seen her? You know who I'm talking about, Morgan.
Today is called "Been There, Done That," spiritually and physically. I guess I try to warn people. When people trying to interrupt in my love foundation, where I've been and what I've done in the military. The reason I chose a love foundation is because that's the only way. That's the only way to be saved spiritually and physically is through Jesus Christ. Uh,
Hello,
but,
Deborah. How you doing?
but where I've been and done, even though I might have had a love foundation, in order when you place yourself in a situation, especially being in the military for 10 years, as a tanker, I was in the Battle of Medina Ridge, which was the biggest tank battle in history, or should I say, the biggest tank battle out there in Operation Desert Storm. I fought the front lines, right? And you get these people that have never served the military and they want to come disrespect a veteran. I tell you what, if you would be out there in the front lines with me and you would be saying the things that you say here online to me in person or in front of the brotherhood, you'll be out there with the enemy. Just put it that way. Uh,
Get Brett.
you wouldn't be here. You would have been taken care right there and then with the enemy. I'm just being honest with you. So when you want to disrespect a veteran, disrespect my time in service in which I serve my country proudly, you want to meet the warrior, well, you're going to meet the warrior. And I'm not going to be talking to you. I'm not going to be talking about a love foundation or anything like that. I'm just going to give you what you want because I tell you to keep my name out of your mouth. You want to continue to respect, I'm going to give you what you want.
Boots in the
And by then
ass.
it's going to be too late. All
Deborah.
that all that trolling ain't going to help you. The people that you're affiliated ain't going to help you. Uh, your false prayers are not going to help you because you want to be wicked. You want to be a badass. We're gonna find out what kind of badass you are. If you have to have eyes behind your freaking back, go ahead, have eyes behind your back because don't be surprised if one day if you're not looking behind you, the CS is going to be right there behind you. That's all I'm going to tell you, Puffington.
In- instant rectal exam.
And that goes
Ah,
for anybody. That goes for anybody that's affiliated with his fools from affiliated with Fat Chris Cuffington and the people he's affiliated with. That goes for any of y'all.
welcome, exuberance. Hey, Smurfy, welcome to the show.
Yeah, he thought he was some kind of hero because he was making videos of women that were being victims from people that had victimized them and stuff, and he thought he was a knight in shining armor. Well, guess what? I am a real freaking knight. I was in Iron Knights because of the armor, Iron Knights. I was in the Black Knights in real armor. I was actually, uh, what do you call it when they go with a sword like this on your shoulders? Knighted. I
You
was
were
knighted,
you were knighted.
knighted as an Iron Knight. So if there is really a hero here, it's me, not fat Chris Cuffington that thought he was making videos with women that were being victims and he thought he was a hero. No, you're not a hero, bro. You're just a fat zero.
Trying to hit on them anyway.
Sorry, I'm going a little bit of what I normally talk about here, brother and sisters. It's just I'm fed up. You know, especially when
Welcome, Bounty Bear.
somebody comes at me in a negative way. Uh, enough is enough.
Oh,
They're not no knights. They're just freaking computer nerds.
hey Devorah, have you seen her? Tell me, have you seen her? You know who?
Those guys are not no knights. They ain't, it's more like they're freaking they're not even men, man. Cobardes, cowards.
So are you saying they're beta males, man, not alphas?
They're not out. They're not no alpha males, man. None of those fools are alpha males.
Rah! And I'm hoping I'm not gonna have to go to the doctor about this foot. Bounty Bear, welcome to the show.
See, this color of the design of this color was original BDUs, like the cat. The original color of the BDUs, OD green. I mean the when I was in the military, this was the original color that a tank was also. The tank had this color on it.
Yes, Murph.
Before we got after we got deployed to Operation Desert Storm, they painted the color on the tanks sand color, but the original color was this color on the tanks. It had a pattern.
I be it's like a burning sensation. It's not at this foot, but it feels like my foot's on fire. But damn, I just love Coke so much I can't stop drinking it. I just
That's
had
probably
me a glass.
that's what you hurting, bro. So you hurting, cousin. Got to take care of yourself, man.
No, I've been putting lotion on it, man, but it just I know what I need to do.
Well,
I need to get
the sugar that's in the system is trying to come out of your body, man. It's got to come out
and
somewhere.
I need to get some Vaporu and put some on there and put a sock on. Yeah, I got the hell do you call that? I forgot what you call it. Yeah, I know Deborah, but it's either that kind of Coke or the powdered Coke, and I'd rather do this Coke than the powdered Coke.
You can do Coke Zero, cousin. It's got
I'm
zero
trying,
sugar.
cousin.
Zero sugar.
Well, I'm gonna go like that, man. I'll probably take the Dr. Pepper Zero. It tastes more like Dr. Pepper.
Well, there you go. I'm just saying, man. If you keep the sugars out of your system, you feel a lot different. Yeah, I know it's harder said than done because man, I used to candies and all that. You know, it's everybody's weakness, but diabetes is no joke either. You know, they can literally take you out, man.
I got a pimp cane, Smurfy, because I got a pimp walk, brother. Like I told you yesterday, pimping ain't easy. Got to keep the pit pan strong.
Yeah, cousin. I've been doing my best, man. I mean, a treat once in a while is not bad, but when it comes down to diabetes, man, you really have to be careful of the intakes of
Welcome,
sugar.
Bernard Fox.
Bread has sugars. I mean, just about everything has sugars. Noodles has sugars. Arroz has sugars. So I've been doing my best to stay away from tortillas, flour
Yeah,
tortillas especially.
that's blasphemy in my household, man. You gotta have tortillas.
I'm just telling you, cuz. I mean, you can eat wheat tortillas
Those are
or
lies.
spinach tortillas.
Those are lies. That's like buying a product that says, like when you buy chorizo and it says soy chorizo, you don't want to eat a food that's telling you what it is.
French fries, potatoes, starch, that has sugar. Potatoes
Well,
have sugar.
hello, Stephen Michael McGee. You say that stay away from those tortas.
There you go. There's the person with that's my account. That's the person that was trolling me.
I see your
Uh,
face.
Wait up, Cuffington. I'm gonna go visit the valley, and I will go to where you reside, buddy. Be ready. Yeah, that's that guy I was telling you about.
I had menudo this morning, Smurfy. Had a big bowl of menudo, man. I came out of there looking like a little baby that just got off the baby seat. Todo manchado.
I'm gonna do a recon on his ass, man. Recon one recon on his ass. He ain't gonna know what hit him.
Ugh. I wonder when he snuck in here, Prima Ivy didn't even get a chance to see him before I
Oh,
saw him.
I see him. That's where he's out. I'm gonna do that fool dirty, man. He ain't gonna know what hit him.
Hey man, in Fort Worth, man, if you want the best menudo in town that I think is the best menudo in town in Fort Worth, it's at a place called La Abuela Regina. It's on 25th Street and Gould.
Oh yeah, is it hot
Best,
menu
best.
though? What kind?
It's
Has
hot,
got
man. It's hot, and then they give you an extra bowl of
how many?
onions and jalapenos that you throw in there, man. And then they give you some hot sauce to throw in there, man. So yeah, you can make it as hot as you want. Dude, every time I eat there, I come out having lost 10 pounds.
How
So
how, how big is the bowl, cousin?
it's a good sized bowl, man. And the menudo is delicious, man. And they don't
How
got
about the
the
barbacoa?
for barbacoa. There's
Is
a
it
lot
per
of places
pound?
that sell that, huh?
Is it per pound?
Yeah, there's places that sell it for pound, man.
And it's real barbacoa.
Yeah, yeah. It's cow's head, man.
I'm gonna have to make a road trip over there one day.
There's some places that sell it pretty good, man. That doesn't have that much grease.
There he is again. He took this picture of me wearing this hat and it created a Cuffington. Count your number. You better count your days, buddy. That's all I gotta tell you. Count your fucking days.
He wants to know what your problem is, man.
Yeah, and he had my profile. He took a screenshot of me. That's all right. All those pictures he's taken. When he sees me, the other side of me, he won't be freaking scared.
How does he keep getting in here, man?
Because he's got a lot of fake profiles. He's probably
Yeah,
another
Morgan.
fake profile in here somewhere.
Yes, Morgan. So what fake profile could it be? Every profile that's in here, they're regulars, man.
I know.
It had for a couple of days, Bash. For about a week or so, it had blocked all them trolls, man. They didn't start coming in here until yesterday.
Yeah. How you doing,
Welcome,
Vash?
Bash. Yes, that when you go to Cattleman Smurfer, you get a big old steak, man. You get the big thick cut. So, I wish I could eat a steak, man, but I'd have to put it in the blender first.
Dang, cuz.
I got no teeth, cousin. You remember when I used to bite the cans in half and bite on two by fours just to say that so that I could say I was crazy? Well, now I'm crazy without teeth.
Smurfy said I used to order the 32 porterhouse and Saturdays us until I ate every bit.
Mm-hmm. That's a good steak. I know Primo Abe likes himself a good steak every now and then.
Yeah, the taste of blood. Turn into a
Count see us?
medium rare. Rare. Medium rare.
That's
I
the
like
only way I
the
eat a
steak
steak.
medium rare.
That's the only way I'll eat a steak, man. It's gotta be medium rare.
Well done's too hard.
Yeah. Instead of the blood, I would rather eat their heart. It's the old warrior way. You ate a 64-ounce one in Montana? Oh, well, you have to finish it so it would be free. It might have been like 40 or 50 bucks a steak if you hadn't eaten it.
I'll be right back, cuz.
Okay, cousin? Yeah, man, I can't eat steak no more, man. I ain't got the teeth for it. I don't have the equipment. Ain't nobody mamando Texas tester. You can test these. Never mind, man. Prima Ivy, can you get this son of a motherless goat? I can't get him out. Can somebody get him out, please? The Texas tester.
La panocha de Jalinchon.
He says, "No mames, you're not tough."
Okay, we're gonna find out, fat ass. When I go to your home, talk to your mama.
Taste tester.
We're gonna find out.
Get him out, cousin. Did you get taste tester out of there?
We're gonna find out, fat ass. I'll get him out.
Taste tester. That motherfucker right there.
Yeah, I moved him out of there. Quítale eso. ¿Cómo lo quitas?
Hold on, no. I figured. Ah, I picked the.
He's talking about let's talk it in here, talk about it like man, nah, that's beyond that, bro. I'm gonna go to Harlingen, Texas. You're married, ain't you? Ain't you married, Puffington?
Sorry about that, cousin.
That's all right, cousin.
There you go.
He came in here with another profile talking about let's talk it like man. That's no more talking.
I
There's
still see. I
nothing
still
you
see
can tell
the.
me. I'm not interested in talking anymore. I'm just
I,
interested in whooping that ass.
I still see
That's all I'm
the.
interested
I still see the profile up there. It says Covington CS ass beater.
in. No, cousin, it's just not there.
I see it right here. Remember, let me scroll down anyway.
No, it's erased.
Okay.
We're gonna find out. Anda llorando como vieja.
No sabe
No,
con qué se está metiendo,
una pinche
primo.
putiza al puto. Al pinche joto, panzón. Una putiza, la manda un chingar, chingar por su pinche madre, vato.
Whew, calm down, breathe, and let's get back to the show.
And
Been
I
there, done
believe
that.
I'm looking at the comments. I just got rid of this hunting bear. I think that's another profile of one of them. Talking about a 5-year-old told him a joke about a pedal. So anybody that see is not cool or affiliated, they're out, man. I don't care. Yep.
Hey, man, it's his show. You, he wants you gone, you gone.
Watch now that I got booted that individual out. I bet you that the person's not going to be able to pop in here now because that was on the main profile that they were using. I'm just keeping an eye on all the comments here.
There he is again.
So we're fixing to find out what you're about in Harlingen, Texas.
He says he's on the East Coast, not
Nah,
Texas.
nah, we're going to find out what he's about. He might be in the East Coast as a truck driver. We're gonna find out how much he value the people that he loves.
Well, you got rid of Bounty Bear, but he came right back, man, so it wasn't Bounty Bear.
Mm-hmm.
You can always put her back in.
Well, you didn't see the joke, did you? About what do you call a pedophile on a bicycle?
Yeah, yeah,
Pedal. And then it said in the bottom,
yeah, I heard, I saw
a
it.
5-year-old told me this.
Hi, Benny Fralix, how you doing? Yeah, hopefully that keeps him out.
Tonight I'm not having it, man. I'm just booting out motherfuckers.
We good, Benny, we good. It's not a good night for that kind of humor. Cousin ain't trying to hear it.
Especially when it's directed at kids, man. Yeah, especially when they said a 5-year-old told him that joke. A 5-year-old doesn't have that kind of sense of humor, man. That's making fun of kids. That's why I booted out that individuals here tonight.
Yeah, he whoever that was that came in, they came in and and just upset everybody in the show. So let us resume with the show, cousin. Get back on topic.
Well, that's what the topic is about tonight, man. Not taking shit from anybody. So
All
I
right.
call it been there, done that, spiritually and physically. You know, these people that come
So
in here, I'm done of being a nice guy with these people. You know, so I still got my Tim Love Foundation, but enough is enough.
I hear you, man. I hear you.
I mean, I don't think anybody would take anybody's crap if they continue and continue and continue. Eventually you're gonna have to do something about it.
Hi, Liz. Welcome to the show.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, man.
I hear you.
No, and me, I like doing like stuff projects on myself, right? So earlier I was gonna do a project on YouTube just to talk about what I have planned to do with spiritual encrypted encounters, and then I just got bombarded right off the bat by this guy with all these fake profiles, which I already know who it is. Uh, and this is enough is enough. There's only one way to get handle that individual. You might have to be typing with his feet, with his toe net, with his toes. I'm not talking about breaking the fingers.
No, no, I know, I know. But that would be more painful though, finger by finger. And then the wrist, and then the elbow, and then the.
For that, why make them suffer like that, man? You must handle them de una vez, y se acabó el pedo.
How was your day, Liz?
He's gonna be typing with his tongue, man. Or take that away too.
Hi, Madeline. How you doing? Welcome to the show. Here he is again, Cajun Crawler, Sergeant Sumo, no mames.
Yeah, we're gonna find out, puto. When I go to your home, I know you're married. You got a mother. We're gonna find out what you're about, man.
Here's another one, Covington Sears.
We're gonna find out. There you go. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out when certain people that you love get placed in danger. We're gonna find out.
Te van a poner a dormir, Covington. Síguele. Eating goodies. What goodies did you eat, Liz?
This Covington guy, he calls his mom the B word, man.
Oh, wow.
Cuando esté pidiendo por su vida, va a estar llorando por su mamá.
Tell him, man, he's gonna be put to sleep. Keep fucking up.
Anda llorando por su mamá.
Was it the spicy or the extra soggy, Smurfy? Yeah, I know the feeling, Liz. I was drinking Coke earlier.
Yep, that's what he calls her, the B word. His own mother, the B word, man. He has no respect for women. That fat ass calls his mom the B word. He told me that he hates his mother and called her the B word.
How are you gonna hate your mom, man? That's the one that brought you in this world.
Sister Madeline will tell you. She was good friends with him for a while there, with Cuffington.
Mine too, Liz.
He was stalking Madeline.
He was stalking Madeline?
Yeah, in his mind, he thought he had a relationship with Madeline. That's why he's mad, because she's a moderator here.
I think she's more mad because she said no.
She calls him Yolanda Cuffington. Yeah, Yolanda. Madeline. Yolanda Cuffington is coming in here with fake profiles. So
right back.
when you see him He's taking screenshots of my face and making fake profiles. So just boot him out. Yeah, he told me this at the conference that he hated his mother guts because she was a bee. But then you see him here trolling me, acting like a bee. So I don't believe a word that he says about his mother, that his mother was a bee. I think it's him with the problem. He's never been his mother. He called her the B word. And I don't think it's his mother that's the B word. I think it's him. Sister Amanda knows this guy's full of shit because he done played her and tried to give her a bad reputation, pretending he was her friend and gave her a bad rep or tried to give her a bad rep. But Sister Madeline wasn't having it. There you go, Fat Comforton. Go ask your wife Laura to give you your balls back. I wish his mom would have knocked the shit out of him when he was a kid with a escoba and all kinds of stuff. Set his ass straight. Now here we go, Fat Comforton again here. Get out of here, Fat Comforton. You done gave your position away. Wait till I find you, Fat Comforton.
Who's this saying stolen valor?
Is a Fat Comforton guy. He done gave his position away. Yeah, I'm gonna go visit your wife Laura. I'm gonna say, Miss Laura, can you give Covington his little balls back so he
Could
can
you
man
please
up?
take them out? Could you please take them out of your purse?
Yeah.
Look,
Gee wee wees.
Prima I was speaking French. She said, "Oui, oui."
Okay, Fat Covington, which profile you're gonna come on this time? You done gave your position away already. Where you were earlier. That's what did the live feed. What's your wife Laura gonna think about all the activities you've been doing? Especially
She,
thinking you were in a relationship with Sister Madeline. Cluffy's mad. Everyone knows he said his mentally disabled sister. Oh man.
oh wow. Did he tell her? Let's go see your clothes. Ooh.
So Cluffy's mad. Everyone knows he said his mentally disabled sister. Oh wow. Dang. So how does a Carlos Mencia say? Do? Do-do-do.
You can do that better. Whose laugh is contagious, Morgan?
He said
Oh, really?
he said he told a bunch of people that he got arrested for that. Fat Cuffin that doesn't have a single man bone in his body, man. He's that boy got some problems. If somebody visited what was it, the name of the bar, the Iron Bar, it was Cuffington.
There was a place like where people, guys that dance with guys, man. There was a place here in Fort Worth. There was a pink building. It was called the other place.
How you doing?
Oh,
Hi,
okay.
Melanie.
¿Qué pasó, Jaime? ¿Qué hubo, vato loco?
Fat Puffington. Yeah, he gave his position away. Now I know it's been him all along that's been trolling me for a very long time. He's a, you're gonna get dealt with, Fat Puffington.
Telling, sharing tortillas and pictures of underage minors, man.
I'm
Arlington,
just
I'm getting food in Arlington, Texas. New York Avenue. Oh, he's telling you to pull up, cuz.
he said to stop banning him, crying like a little bitch. He's whining like he always does. He was crying when Madeline rejected him.
Yeah, but Madeline, I don't know, man. He probably thought that she felt some kind of way toward him. He didn't know it was just hate.
Cluffy is taking pointers from his new buddy Court in the Cobb. Both sick perverts. You're right, Sister Madeline.
Yeah, he better choke on his food because if cousin ain't gonna catches him anywhere, he's not gonna be choking on food. Va a ser puro zapato. Los cinco.
No, his question is it says which only it's only question which one will go first. It's more like butter or no butter.
No Vaseline.
I noticed something weird about this fool when we were at that when me and my wife went over there to see the Turners, and he was sitting there on the table, acting all suspicious and shit. There he goes. You see, I know it's you, Puffington. I knew you have you look kind of how should
No,
I say
man, don't you dare call her that, man. Don't you dare disrespect Sister Madeline, you fucking fairy wearing motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here and go stick something in your culo.
what are you doing, primo? Just getting rid of this troll, man. Sister,
Hey,
what
primo. Hey, mi
Sister
carnal, ¿qué
Madeline?
pasó?
What is his real name so people can know his real name? Chris something.
Roach butter.
Hey, Sister
Crema
Madeline, what
café.
is his real name? You know his real name, Christopher. What?
How was your day, little brother? How was your day, man?
I don't think that's his real last name, Clough. When you ever heard a Hispanic with the name Clough?
His last name is Panochudo. Yeah,
He
man,
said,
carnal, he's working on cruising for a bruising. You know my brother, Benny?
uh, Sister Madeline says his dad was white, I guess. Yeah, he was. He's called the Pillsbury Doughboy. That was his dad, the Pillsbury Doughboy, or the
No,
what's the one from the Ghostbusters?
Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
The Stay Puft guy.
No, man, his dad is a Muffin Man.
He's probably the Michelin Man, man.
He's back again. I lied to that. Oh, she don't know. Man, don't be disrespecting females, you dumbass. You're gonna get corporal discipline, man, and I'm really gonna look for you.
You tell you he looks like that dude that was with Burt Reynolds, Louise or something like that. That's what he looks like.
Dom DeLuise.
He looks like Dom DeLuise. Let me see the picture of how this fool looks, man. I'm gonna show you how he looks.
He he's a Wendigo.
I'm gonna show you how this fool looks, man. He got no manly part in his body, man.
He's a computer warrior, Madeline. Because if he was standing in front of me, he wouldn't talk like that because I'd knock his teeth out. You don't even
You
know
don't
what's
you
up
don't
with
get it,
me.
man. He's an idiot. Both of them, are idiots.
Yes, Carnal, that's probably what he's doing right now. He's with one hand, he's getting grabbing his wee wees y con el otro se está rascando el fundillo.
She's saying that's either club for or brother heck. Both of them are freaking pendejos. There he is. I mean the MS.
They say, I don't care if you're in MS. We work here, we work ass here in Texas too, puto. Come to Fort Worth a ver qué te pasa, güey. No sabes qué león te estás
Fucking
echando encima,
panocha.
baboso.
Get out of here, panocha.
They probably deep throat each other at the same time.
Oh man.
Thinks he's gonna scare somebody because he says he's in an MS-13. I don't care, man. These hands are ready to eat for everyone.
You stupid man.
Yes, Murphy. That's why his brother is getting the right hand, the left hand, and he's calling it that he got strange.
You know what happens when you misidentify yourself when you say you're a prison son that if
Welcome,
you're
Al
not
Gore.
affiliated, they'll come for you, bro. So keep on.
Hi, Nabi Angel.
How you doing, Evans Angel?
Well, what's the subject right now? We're getting on this troll's ass because he won't leave. But it's been there, done that. Welcome to the Troll Show. We're ripping them a new asshole.
Coming in here trying to lie about he's representing this and that. What a fool, man. What a pendejo. No wonder his mom would get on his ass. You probably tell him one of these days, the way you are, you won't get in trouble. You're going to run into the wrong person.
Yeah,
They want to
apparently
put
he
that
just
out.
did, bro. He just did because he just ran into me. He don't even know nothing about me. I'm the wrong one. I'll come out of retirement for his ass.
That's what he wants.
Come and see the show. Come and see the show. We're ripping up trolls assholes. We're waiting on God's way.
That's why I named the show like this tonight because I already knew that he was going to come and troll. So I put been there, done that spiritually and physically. Yeah, I made a quick live earlier on YouTube, and he came at me with so many different fake profiles, man. So I'm gonna catch his ass.
We are talking about Cluffington, man. Al Gore. We're all about peace, man, but don't stir the hornet's nest. Baba Yaga, carnal, Baba Yaga. There he is.
There he is again.
Oh, no te apures, no te voy a hacer daño. Nomás te voy a reventar las digas del culo, güey. I'm not the one, vato.
I'm gonna see if I can find a picture. You got a picture of that fool, Sister Madeline, that you can send so I can put it on here so I can show how this fool looks.
No, it's not corn on the cob, man. It's somebody else.
It's not corn in the cob.
Le voy a romper las ligas del fundido, Al Gore, a ese puto. No sabe con quién se está metiendo.
Oh dang! She said, "Do you?"
You go, Madeline. You go.
Does Laura know you obsess this much over other men? Have you told her you prefer chorizo to panocha? Damn. That's crazy. So when he goes to the meat market, he goes straight for the chorizo.
And he gets the one that tells him what it is. Dice, soy chorizo.
Let me see. I got a picture of this fool, man. Let me see. I don't know.
¿Le gusta la pura carne?
He loves like a mote. Soricho, un chalchicha. Damn, Cuffington, what's up with that, bro? Are you trying to meet up to a veteran? God dang.
Yeah, man, you ain't got to be worried about boots on the ground. You just got to be worried about boots in your ass.
With white boys. So it's be getting some ¿Le gusta el camote? Damn.
Yeah, Jaime, he does the tube snake boogie. There, ZZ Top song. I said it.
Oh, here you go.
Damn, I never thought. Hey, man, if Panocha was a picture, that would be it.
There you go. Le gusta el
Big
camote.
deal, man. That's what all maricones say. No me hagas daño. Pues empínate, güey. Traigo unas botas de cuero de riatas. Meterte unas pataditas.
That's when he was supposedly madly in love with Sister Madeline. That he thought that she was in love with him or something, and he's married. That's how Panocha looks. That's how a coward looks, man. Never served in the military.
And tell him, man, he ain't got to be worried about boots on the ground. He's got to be worried with boots up his ass.
So the guy that's coming here with all the fake profiles right now, this is that fool right here.
And he's wearing glasses so you won't hit him in the face.
Not even glasses, man. He's wearing he's using one of those apps to make him look different in the face, beautify his face. What do you call those apps that the female use so they can look younger?
I have no idea, cousin.
There
Yeah,
he is.
male prostitutes.
Where is he at?
Imagine.
I'm gonna keep his picture on standby here. So every time he comes in, I'm gonna show his faggot ass. So here's a guy, guys, that likes chorizo.
That's why he's got that beard, vato. Así que cuando you jizz on his face, ahí le queda.
Yeah. No, I'm just sharing his face, man. Le gustan las tres leches.
En el fufis. No, Bash. The show was about that, Bash. That's why we're just keep talking about it because this show was especially for him because cousin knew he was going to be in here today.
That's why I named the show "Been There, Done That" spiritually and physically. I try to do a live to say what I plan to do in the past week to come on for spiritual and cryptic encounters, and he just attacked me over there on the regular YouTube channel. So that's why I named the show "Been There, Done That" spiritually and physically. It's supposed to be done that.
We're doing it spiritually now, but soon we'll do it physically when we can get a hold of his puto ass. Hey, Cuffington, I got something that's gonna give you a flashback. You remember when your jefita used to do this? Ándale, puto, ven pa' acá. Pinche chanclazo, guajolotero, güey.
Damn, he took off, and we showed the picture, and he disappeared like Houdini.
No, he'll be back. He went to smoke some more meth.
She said Cluffy's a fangirl at this point. Yep. Are you done? ¿Ya se te pasó las ansias, panzón, Covington? Are you done? Are you done trolling? Now that you got freaking blasted here of spiritual
No,
encrypting.
there he says he's asking you to please forgive him.
Yeah, we're gonna forgive you, all right.
Yeah, but we're gonna whoop your ass with the Love Foundation, pendejo.
His girlfriend to fight for him.
Hey, I don't believe in hitting women, but if she puts herself in a man's place, she's gonna be looking at the ceiling. Cause I don't have to hit her. I know how to judo flip.
I think this Wall Renee is Fat Comforton. There we go. See what he says?
Yep.
Vámonos, panocha.
Don't matter if you're skinny or fat, short or tall. We ain't gonna carry you. We're gonna whoop that ass. Yeah, weight doesn't make a difference with me. Yeah, hi Liz. I'm always saying hi Liz.
Sister Madeline, she really despises Fat Cuffington
Yeah, she hates him, and I can tell. That's why she keeps
because
calling him a
he
pussy.
tried to give her a bad he tried to give her a bad rep.
There he
Fat,
is again, Walt Renee cousin. Ain't nobody mad at you, man. We don't need to be mad at you. You whoop your ass. It's just
there we go.
Walt Renee's still there. Hi, Liz.
Jaime Alani said, "I'll print that pic. Have you seen this culero's shit?"
Last hanging out in the woman's bathroom.
Well, he is a truck driver, so I wonder what happens if the truck stops.
Well, I don't know, man. If he's a truck driver, he must back up for a load. Liz, you missed the other day when I redid that scene from La Bamba. I was like, no, Lizzie!
There he's again. Sorry, Cuffington. All in due time, buddy. We're gonna see. We're gonna see what how bad you really are. Pinche vato panzón, panochudo, panochudo.
Oh, see, I'm just scoring and racking up all them points, huh, Liz? Hey, man, why'd you ban Madeline Chapa, man?
Oh shit, wrong person.
Yeah, you banned Madeline and left this asshole on here.
No,
You can bring her back, man. You have the power to do that. What's up, Kyle?
oops. How do
Well,
you do
he's
it?
just tired of all the bull, man. Kyle, he's just tired. He went on YouTube and did a test run, and this guy came at him with a bunch of negative comments and on a lot of different profiles, man. So he's just venting.
Yeah, I'm just venting, brother. That's all. I wake up and I say, okay, I'm gonna do a live before I do the show with cousin Jesse. Talk for about 30 minutes just to see, what I'm gonna do and stuff like that. And he just freaking trolled me right off the bat. As soon as I start going live, he just started coming at me, man.
Dude, you said you were sorry, but if you were sorry, you wouldn't have done it to begin with. Arlington 3. And we have mercy, just not at the moment right now. If you keep coming in here and talking smack, Kyle, it's because they do it all the time, Kyle. You got to understand, man, these people have been trolling him for 3 years without stop. We are all human, man. Sorry if we busted the bubble you had about us, man, but we're only human and we can only take so much.
I'm trying to back this up here.
Well, Vash, I'm sorry you feel that way, man, but good night.
Maybe Vesh is him too with another fake
No,
profile.
no, Vash has been in here for a while, man. He's a regular, but he's just upset that you banned Bounty Bear.
I mean, I can abandon. I just don't know how to do it.
We will do that, Vash. Good night. We're not riled up, Kyle. We're just having fun with it, man. Ain't nobody talking nothing serious, man. We're just having fun with it, man. It's not like we could get to him right now. We don't even know where he's at. We're just having fun with it, Kyle.
Where any moderators in here that can unban Sister Madeline?
Ask Ivy. She's right here.
Ivy, can you unblock Sister Madeline and maybe unblock
Bounty Bear.
Bonnie Bear? Just I don't know how to do it to unblock people
Well,
here.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Kyle. Like I said, we're not doing anything to nobody. We're just going with the flow, man. Like I said, we are human. No one is perfect, and we're works in progress, my brother. Uh, cousin blocked her on accident, but he blocked Sister Madeline too on accident. He was trying to get rid of a troll.
Yeah, I don't know how to use. Let me go through my phone to try to unblock her from the phone because I don't know how to use it through the laptop. It won't give me an option to unblock people.
Yeah, you're right, Kyle. You're right. But when we started the show, we started with the intent of him coming in here, and he did. We're just having fun with it, Al. We're
I
just having
think
fun with it.
runner wasn't hidden by runner. Is runner here?
He hasn't come in yet, not that I've seen.
There he is. Did you runner? Can you unhide Sister Madeline and unhide her and unhide wasn't Bear? What's her name?
Well, you're holding us accountable, Kyle.
Bear, hunting bear.
Yeah, we're just trolling, roasting the troll, Kyle. We're just roasting the troll. I see what you're saying, and we're just roasting the troll. Yes, Madeline, we can see your message.
Okay, now I can.
Now you need to get Bounty Bear back.
Is she still? She's not a moderator.
No, Bounty Bear is not a moderator.
No, Madeline.
She says to check. Madeline says to check your messenger.
Okay.
Abe always looked pretty pissed, man. That's his happy face, Kyle. And Madeline said to make her a mod again, Abe.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do all that.
You unblock Madeline? Can you Runner? Can you unblock Bounty Bear? That's why he's no longer here, Kyle.
I'm trying to figure out how
He's,
to make Sister
he's
Madeline
trying
a
to
mod.
figure it out, Madeline. He might have to go to YouTube again and make you a mod there. Thank you, Runner.
Because all it says here: delete comment, put user and timer, or ban user in their comments. It's, um, see,
Mario.
I'm gonna have to figure that one, Matt. How to make you a mod? Shit.
You're the only one that can do it, cousin.
Yeah, but it's not giving me an option here. Let me see. I can do it through
He's,
YouTube.
he's probably gonna have to do it through YouTube, Rich Runner. Exactly, Liz.
Okay, think I got her. Got you.
You can't find Bounty Bear?
I think
Uh,
Sister Madeline. I put you back as a moderator.
it doesn't look like it on here. Madeline said to unhide someone, go to the last message in the chat and click on their names to unhide. So you're gonna have to scroll up, cousin, or somebody is.
Shit. Wait up.
Uh-oh. Madeline, I'm sorry, but you are beautiful. Uh-oh.
Madden. Okay. Yeah, I think I had taken you off and I put it back on. So here you go. I fixed it. So let me go to Bunny and Honey Bear so I can correct that. See if I can correct that. Can Sister Madeline can you bring Hunting Bear unblock her or bring her back in? I know it was a
Welcome
joke that she
back
was.
to the mods,
I knew
Madeline.
it was a joke that she said, but it was kind of like creepy joke because he said, "What do you call a pedal on a bicycle?" It was pedal cycle, and then it said that a 5-year-old told her that joke. So that was kind of like we don't even have that kind of crazy talk like that in here. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I get it, Kyle.
Is Bonnie a Honey Bear? Did you get her, Sister Madeline?
So you don't see any messages from Bounty Bear? You gotta go all the way back to when she was black. It was a while ago that she was black.
Let me see if I can find her.
You can fly us together and we can have an MMA fight? Who's having an MMA fight? Kyle? You get some trolls in as well. Yes, Bounty Bear, that we apologize for that. They can't find any comments from her cousin.
Yeah, when we can get that fixed.
You could probably go back to YouTube tomorrow and look for her.
They just yeah. Normally, what I do when I make the video, all the comments that get erased.
Eyelids.
Like whatever we're saying here gets erased. Is not
How you
added to the.
doing?
Is not added to when it's live.
How you doing, sweetie? Nice smiley face.
I don't know how to be able to add her back.
No, wow, no, I hadn't heard about that, Jaime. I don't keep up with the motorcycle scene, bro.
Hell's Angels. They do a lot of smuggling, drug smuggling. Hell's Angels and both, anything dealing with drugs. Most of those big gangs, black gangs, that's what they be doing.
Ooh.
I don't know how to.
So Madeline saying that it wouldn't let her scroll back that far towards when we blocked her, but
Hmm.
she said she'll be right back.
I'm
She was
scroll.
blocked. accidentally, Nivea.
Yeah, uh, I know on my screen, I'll be blocking people accidentally, thinking I'm blocking the trolls.
The banditos are Texas. Yes, Jaime, they are. That's right. You're from Califas, right, Liz? Hey, we have big fingers, man. I'm
I'm
so
trying to
I'm
go.
so I'm so bad. I blocked myself 3 times earlier today.
I'm trying to go back here, see I can find her. Go ahead, cuz you can talk up anything you want to, man.
Yeah, well, I was just reading what Jaime had to say about the motorcycle clubs, man. Awesome, Liz. Awesome. You know, if Liz is here, man, I'm gonna talk to Liz because that's my lady.
I'm looking here. I don't even see her in here, man.
We're not trying to be trolls, Kyle. We were just roasting a troll, is what we were doing.
Yeah, I scroll all the way back and I don't see her in here.
Yeah, no, Mario, I haven't seen that movie yet.
Primo,
I don't see her either, Primo.
I scroll all the way back and there is no hunting bear. I wonder
Like you back, Liz.
if that was a troll, dude.
No, I think maybe she just since she was kicked out, she just deleted her account.
I don't know what happened.
You see that, Primo? You see that? She likes me. She likes me, Primo.
Yeah, that's weird that she's nowhere in here, man.
Yeah, like I said, maybe she just when you blocked her, she just took her account and went away.
What movie are we talking about that they watched?
The Deliverance.
The Deliverance.
Yeah.
The old movie?
Mario said, yeah, The Deliverance on Netflix.
Oh no, I haven't seen it. I have to check it out. Is this the one, the Deliverance, like the old movie from back in the day?
I don't know. I don't watch horror movies, cousin.
Oh yeah, the one with they're talking about the one with the kid that's possessed. That's what they're talking about. The African it's like I think there was a movie that they made that is dealing with a house. The one that they made, Hell House. I think is dealing with that home because when they showed the picture of it, it looks like the home where the basement is dealing with that with Hell House.
Yeah, I got big fingers, man, because I used
You
to
know the
train.
house that the dude with the bifocal glasses said he kept a part of the house because the house was haunted and all this stuff. I think that's what they're talking about.
That's what we thought too, Liz.
Yeah, I seen it where the kids were possessed and all that. They said that I think at the end of the movie it talks about how at the end that even that the house is destroyed, that they still feel activity there in that area where the house was built on. Yeah, it was pretty creepy movie, but it's dealing with the house that the guy with the bifocals had bought, because that he at the end of the movie of Hell House that he locked us locked himself in there, and the demon showed itself to him. Then the summer passes by, he comes back in with some bifocals saying that he lost his sight and all this stuff.
I'll be back. I gotta
Yeah.
release some hounds.
Yes, I seen that, cousin. It was pretty good. We just I know that things happened to that family where all the kids were being demonized, that they were being possessed. Uh, if you look at the videos of when he was in the Hell House, how the kids were acting, you could tell there was something there. So basically, the dude from the cryptic community was trying to take the fame out of that, right? When he created his own movie, Hell House, but it wasn't the Hell House movie he made wasn't even scary. The way they made the movie, now that was scary because this is talking in perspective of the family that got attacked, spiritually attacked. Yeah, I seen it on matter of fact, I think Friday I seen that movie. It was crazy. And I just want to apologize here to the viewers of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Uh, that's why I named this here, been there, done that spiritually and physically, is because I already knew that the dude that came here trolling was going to come in and try to interfere in my live feed. So if I started talking about any topic, this dude was going to keep on coming in and interfering in my live feed. So I already knew that was going to happen. That's why I named it like this. Been there, done that physically and spiritually, or spiritually and physically. Yeah, I believe things like that because I had an uncle, my brother Jaime Alanis, that he got demonized, he got possessed, and I seen him climb a wall. Literally climbed the wall like he was like a lizard or some sort. Not backwards, like literally climbed the wall. And we were all praying for him. It was like two families praying for him. We're all in prayer, trying to help him. And the demon that had manifested in him um, made him climb the wall. Then he jumped off the wall, landed on the bed, and he was pretending to be a rooster. But he was being demonized, and we kept on praying and praying and praying and with faith. I was a kid, and I just seen the unclean spirit or the dark spirit leave out of his body and went out the window. It ripped. It took when it went out the window, the whole screen window got ripped, and my uncle became better. He went to take the brown MS to the Super Bowl. So this happened to my uncle, uh, and he was dealing with the my grandmother, which I found out that she was a dark witch. But the only way I found out is through my older cousins. They were like 30 years older than me. I didn't know, but I remember when he sent. I call him the hoof man because he looked like a man, but the leg was sent to be of a goat or a more of a goat, like a goat leg, but bigger than a goat leg. So it would be like maybe a deer leg or donkey leg. I almost heard like a maybe a deer leg, maybe. Uh, but that's what had come from my grandmother. You know, I've shared this story numerous times here. I don't know if everybody's heard the story, but all I know is I could share the story. But yeah, I believe things like that happen to that family. And the only way you can get rid of an unclean spirit like that, the only thing I didn't like about the movie is that they gave too much power to the dark spirit. So something had to happen in that family in order for those kids to get attacked. And I'm going to tell you why. I believe that those kids were being attacked because possibly, just listen to what I have to say about this, that the mother might have been dabbling in something. That she might have been dabbling in some voodoo or something in that nature, and the unclean spirits attacked the children. If the mom was being bonded through witchcraft and necromancy, right, through voodoo, then it attacked the children, and I believe that's why those kids got spiritually attacked the way they did. Yes, I just don't know nobody from the paranormal witness. I would share my story with them.
No, Tennessee Ridge Runner. I had to take my pups out, man. I had them put up, and they were making all kinds of noise, so I had to send them out.
Yeah, that's the generational curse, Sister Morgan. That's how the demon was traveling. You know, and if the dad was being bonded by something, only God knows where that came from. But the demon, you know, if somebody within that family, right? That's what it's called, generational curse. The grandmother, great great grandmother, or grandfathers were dabbling in something. It jumped from generation. That's how it got to her generation, which becomes a generational curse. The paranormal, the show. I think I've seen some episodes of it. Uh, I wouldn't mind, you know, sharing some of the stuff that I've been through. Somebody got me the right direction. I can even play some of the pictures. Shit, we can go live from the area so they can witness what's in that area. It's kind of like me. I know that's why the things that are around me surface up because of generational curses. When people were dabbling in something, you know, they promised the demon something, right? That's why I battle the things that I battle spiritually. But I fight through Jesus Christ. You know, like I said, I'm more calm down right now than what I was before. I want to apologize to the viewers, and if anybody speaks to a hunting bear, tell her I'm sorry. You know, it's just they really targeted me pretty harsh on YouTube, regular YouTube. That I was just upset, you know, and I want to handle this individuals because I'm tired of the how they target me.
Oh, Nevia, you posted your picture. It's not the picture of a cat anymore. Hi. I don't like paranormal witness either because it's fake.
It says I do like that show, Paranormal Witness. Somebody says that.
Yeah, I said I don't like it because it's fake. It was
Which
Morgan.
which one is Paranormal Witness?
Yeah, I had to sell the horse. This I needed some bologna and some glue.
Some glue.
Yeah.
Hi, Melanie said all the stories are true. It's people that experience things in that show. They've been through something spiritually.
Okay, I stand corrected,
Have
Jaime
you
and Morgan.
have you seen Paranormal Witness, Primo?
No, I thought it was the other one with the white
Oh,
boys.
he thought he was the other one with a with a guy with the bifocal glasses. What's the name of that
Yeah,
show? I can't remember the
some
name of that show.
something
Where the guys are
paranormal.
screaming all the time.
Yeah. Sí, ya lo miré, Nevia.
I'll be right back, cousin.
Okay. Yeah, Ghost Adventures, Morgan. That one's fake. I'm sorry, I got confused. Yeah, I can understand, Smurfy. You might get hit on by all the guys. Yeah, most of all those paranormal things are on the Travel Channel. Ooh, man. Red Runner. You walked into that one, Smurfy.
Okay, here we go.
It's snack time.
Crackers with no salt. Not trying to be racist or anything.
Jaime says you qualify, Abe. The haunted, excellent. What happened to you that was scary, Morgan?
Today, brother Kyle, I was just addressing the trolls. I found out who it was. They gave their position away today because what I noticed they've been using corn the cob, trying to pretend it's him, but he gave himself away today. I found out that today the troll is Cuffington, but he is also affiliated with corn the cob.
You bought some black tourmaline and some selenite and carnelian.
Cornelian,
And the last corner of my dad's room, I set it down. I heard a deep growl in my right ear. Uh
keep it on you,
oh,
Sister
Morgan.
Madeline. Sister Morgan, to protect you.
That's what we usually do, Kyle. That's what we usually do, brother. But as you can see, we calm down. We settle down. We're no longer talking on that issue. We've moved on.
The guy didn't like the idea that I showed his face, how he looks.
Yeah,
I
those two
showed,
that
I
Ed
showed, I
has
showed
on.
his true face instead of the fake profiles that he was using.
You saw a really scary thing at work Friday. This lady was trying to check out, and I was watching for people stealing, and I thought she was stealing melons until I put on my glasses. She wasn't.
What the hell?
Always with a joke, running. Always with a joke. Smurf.
God dang.
That's crazy, man.
The thing that I liked about the movie that they were talking about earlier was when she was fighting spiritually. I believe that's why the activity is still there. She did something that I believe is not of the Bible when she was supposedly speaking in tongues. When she was saying that, that's not a language. So when she said that she got rid of the unclean spirit out of the home, it really didn't go nowhere. I mean, yeah, she was calling upon Jesus Christ, but when she was supposedly talking in tongues, that's why the spirit remained there, and that's why there's still activity in that empty lot because the spirit is not going to do something if it's not understand what is being said. So that's why there's activity in that lot, even though the houses are there no more or anything. That's why the there's activity because she was supposedly talking in tongues. Talking in tongues in is a language that people could understand. What was the name of the movie they were talking about? Deliverance. If you look at the end of the movie, when she's fighting the demon, she starts saying something, the cha la 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 balu la la la. Well, the demon ain't gonna leave with that. I'm just being
Crackers with
honest.
peanut butter are the bomb, Livia.
They're not gonna leave, and that's what the lady supposedly did in the movie that she was talking in tongues. It's not a language. It's not the demon doesn't understand what you're saying to it, so he's not gonna leave. Exactly, and that's what the woman did, right? When she was fighting the demon. So basically, what I'm saying is, the demon never really left. So there should be another part to the movie because that right there threw me off big time in the movie. I was watching the movie, and towards the end, when she's fighting the demon, she starts saying something else. In certain religions, it's called talking in tongues. But tongues is it really means language. There's a verse in the Bible when the one of the apostles is talking, and there's a lot of people that are translators, and they're talking in the different languages of the people that of the apostle. So the other people that talk different language could understand. So if you're coming from a distance and you hear these different languages, uh, it sounds like a blur or it sounds like a muffled sound, but it's different languages being spoken at the same time. That's where talking in tongues comes from, but it's a language. Uh,
Thank you, Livia. I don't watch horror movies either, Madeline, because I dream them.
I'm just saying, Sister Liz Delgado,
Thank you, Madeline.
that if God, Jesus Christ, or the Holy Spirit speaks to you, they're going to talk to you in a language that you understand. That's all I'm saying. So it's a misconception of what talking in tongues is. what the lady was saying. You understand what she was saying.
Thank you,
I'm just being
Roadrunner.
honest. Tongues means languages. Tongues means languages, which will mean a language that you'll be able to understand. Jesus is not going to talk to you in Chinese. He's not going to talk to you in a different language that you don't understand. He's going to talk to you in a language that you understand. And if you're an interpreter, right? If you're an interpreter, then you'll be able to understand what they're saying.
Really? You got to work tomorrow, Runner? Wow. Yes, Kyle, wanted to interview.
That's what the talking in tongues is not is when the Holy Spirit enters you or you get a message for somebody, you're gonna tell them to a language that you understand. If somebody comes at you saying chuka boom chakalaka boom or chala bala bala chishala,
Yes, Kyle.
and you don't understand what they're saying, then how are you gonna translate something that you cannot understand? And if you ask the person that's saying this, I said, what did you just say? And they can translate what they're saying to you, then it's just that. It's just mumbo jumbo. It's not really that they're speaking in tongues. Somebody who's going to give you a spiritual message is going to give it so you can understand it.
Yes, Navia, the spiritual discernment. If you can translate it, the message, then yeah.
I'm just being honest. Imagine being in a church and people supposedly talking in tongues and you can understand what the hell they're saying. And you got church members that are running around jumping the bleachers over people and stuff, running around in circles all throughout the church, like they
Doing
supposedly
backflips.
have the Holy Spirit in them. That's all for show. I'm just being truthful about this. I've been to these churches where they supposedly say they're talking in tongues and they're saying something around me that I don't understand. So I go into what I do. I say the Our Father. I say the deliverance prayer because that's something that I do understand. So when somebody's just blabbing and saying something that you don't understand, then how are they gonna say they're praying for you, but you understand what the prayer is? That's why you say the deliverance prayer, just in case somebody's trying to do some witchcraft or necromancy on you.
Oh wow. That's trippy, Morgan.
Okay, so Kyle says, so if there are demons hearing spiritual tongues with the Holy Spirit, they definitely will know where it's from since they are a demon from the devil. A demon from the devil knows all languages. So if you're Hispanic and I'm praying against fighting spiritually against them in Spanish, they're going to understand what I'm saying because they know all languages. You don't have to talk a made up language or made up the no, they're not gonna. They're how's that going to do anything against them? You're supposed to go into prayer, right? When we go into prayer as brothers and sisters, what do? We pray, right? We pray for somebody that might be sick, somebody that so they can understand the prayer what we're saying, right? That's how you pray for people.
It's Murphy. You crazy, man. Fuck it's Murphy. So, what are you trying to say, Smurfy? That you're going make a lick a high, make a honey hole?
As y'all see, I put warrior on my thing today because they triggered Sarncias. The Sarcias wanted to handle some business with this Puffington guy. He's done disrespecting me too many times, man. Especially it's like ventriloquism. Yeah, it would be clear. It would be so you could understand. When I was spoken to, he spoke to me in English. He told me what he wanted me to do. He gave me the instructions. He told me, I want you to tell all your brothers and sisters how do they expect me to help them if they got their doors and windows closed. They need to let me in order for them, for me to go and heal them and bless them. Basically saying for them to have a relationship with them. So he spoke to me in English, something I could understand. And that was a message I had for everybody. How do you expect that was given to me for the Heavenly Father to come into your life, heal you, bless you if you're not opening up your heart, your windows, which are your spiritual senses to Him? I'm just saying that I've seen a lot of
Yes, Kyle.
people that when I ask them, "What did you just say to me?" when they supposedly go talk in tongues, they can tell me what they're saying. So imagine if somebody's supposedly talking in tongues and you understand a lick of nothing that they're saying. What if they're cursing you? Are you going to say amen to the curse? Wouldn't you want somebody to talk to you in a way that you understand what they're saying? I mean, honestly, wouldn't you it will be something that you'll be able to understand what the some wisdom and knowledge or guidance that they're giving you that you're going to be able to understand.
Well, I speak Spanish, Liz, enough for both of us. I wouldn't go to that church if they handle venomous snakes. Yeah, but he got bit.
So if you don't speak Spanish, you must be speak English.
I can speak Spanish, I can speak English, and then me and cousin, we both speak Spanglish. The national tongue of the valley.
Which, like I said, a tongue means language. If you look it up, that's what it means. Is a language.
Amen, Rich Runner.
What's happening in Aurora, Colorado?
I don't watch TV, cousin. I don't know. I don't watch Channel 4, Channel 5, nothing like that.
Madeline says I speak English, Spanish, Spanglish.
Yeah,
I don't know.
just like us.
Sometimes when I speak Spanglish is more bad words than anything.
Yeah, I know.
Especially if somebody come up against me in a negative way. I have nothing nice to say.
Then that's not a church, that's a cult. Sorry, Morgan. Yeah, you do, Ridge Runner.
Oh, that's right. I seen they got all those gangs there, those illegal immigrants.
Those points are adding up, Liz. If I'm not watching a movie on Netflix or something on YouTube, I don't watch TV. It's all fake. I don't want to hear no fake news or nothing like that. You speak Italian and French? Nice, Nevea.
Oui, oui, monsieur. Parlez-vous français? I know I talk a little bit of German. Guten Morgen. Ansel's Weissen, bitte. Scheißehof.
Yes, Nevea. We. That's what I do when I go to the
Oui,
bathroom. I call it
monsieur.
number one.
They're like, wee, chee, wee, wees.
See, wee wees.
Chee, wee, wees, monsieur.
Oh, my fucking patas hurt.
What's up, Rebel?
Rebel's there.
Yeah,
That's a
Rebel's
good
here.
dog, Rebel. That's a good dog, Rebel. Who's a good dog? Who's a good dog? I'm just trying to butter you up, Rebel, for when I visit you won't bite me. I'm laying the ground where who's a good dog? Who's a good dog?
It's coming on. It's the only tweet I got, Rebel.
Snoopy. I don't know. I wasn't much of a Snoopy fan. My favorite beagle was Joe Cool because he wore a fedora.
It's Sister Madeline. A boy is gonna go crazy and he's gonna try to make some bad videos of us now for going off on him.
He is a good dog. Okay, okay. Like I said, I wasn't much of a Snoopy fan. I was more Joe Cool fan because he had a mustache and a fedora. Runner. Oh man.
We've been going live for an hour and 59 minutes, and we're at 1:31 right now.
Yes, sir. I was looking at that myself. I think tomorrow I'll do the live in my bedroom in my inner sanctum. You don't remember which one, Liz? Lawrence Morgan, hi. How you doing? He wore a fedora, Liz. He was Snoopy's Mexican cousin, I guess. Name was Joe Cool. Sorry to hear
Here-
that, Lord.
Here's a troll again.
Yeehaw!
El ojete. Here's el ojete. Here's a troll that's been trolling.
you gonna print that picture out, cousin? Put it right there in the window. Not on the window, but on your mirror. That way, when you train, like Rocky, man, every time you train, you look at his picture.
It's sad to say that he's from the Rio Grande Valley, man. He's a shame to all
All the people from the
Hispanics
valley. Hey,
from the
primo.
Rio Grande Valley.
As far as I'm concerned, man, there was only three great things that ever came out of the valley. You, me, and Freddie Fender. We're being nice, Liz. We're being nice. As nice as we can be.
Madeline said, I can fail.
Hmm.
Christian Booker. He was infiltrating for Paranormal Roundtable at the time. He was infiltrating them for somebody else that is even wearing the hat of Paranormal Roundtable.
You want to start your own podcast and call it the Mysteries Machine? Hi, man.
Mysteries Machine. There you go. You don't even know how to talk Spanish, man.
That's a shame. How you gonna be from the valley and not talk Spanish? That's what we do. Hey cousin, I was actually born in Raymondville, man, when they had a hospital there.
He was in the hospital. Well, they have a hospital. I was born in a clinic, in a blue clinic.
Yeah, the building used to be right next
Nuns
door
used
to
to run
the
it.
right next door to
Monjita.
the courthouse. Both me and my sister were born there. That's funny, man. I was born in Raymondville and I claim Fort Worth, and Joe was born in Fort Worth and claims Raymondville. No, I can read it, write it, and translate it, Nevia. Been doing this since I was chavalón. I had no choice. Mi padre no hablaba inglés. You started a fire? Potato. Ooh, you're making camping potatoes. Awesome. Ribeyes, man, you're making me hungry, man.
I wonder where Kyle Whitehead lives at.
He's in the middle of nowhere on his land, ready to fight some demons. What, you gonna offer him some steaks, man? Navia, it always written the way it sounds.
He's the one that looked like the Nosferatu that I caught at nighttime.
Oh, that looks awesome, cousin. Look at that face.
The one that's the Nosferatu. Oh,
Kyle lives in northern Indiana, primo.
Possible shapeshifter skinwalker right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll tell him to meet me at Elms Grove. The things there or tear up the trolls up, man. I don't even have to worry about nothing. They're just very territorial. They said they
Your
don't know who they're
farm,
dealing with.
your farm sits on the Indian burial ground, Kyle. Wow. It wouldn't be much of a confrontation, Liz. If he actually got physical with Abe, it would be over in a matter of seconds. We wouldn't even be worried that Abe getting pissed off. You're only gonna hit him once, and that's it. Gonna keep that anger. That's why I don't fight anymore either. Runner. Yeah, I know you're the dude with the cow. The cow's cow. Ooh.
I'm just looking at some of the pictures that I got.
Oh wow, cousin.
Do you see her?
Yeah. How can you not?
She's actually on top of a tree.
Wow. Yeah, Lawrence Morgan says, "What the hell is that?"
Bruja
She's a witch, Lawrence.
on a tree. You know, when people talk about Fae and all this stuff,
Mm-hmm.
that's on the path of Elm. That's on the by the tree that's on the path of Elms Grove. Let me move this up to the side so it won't get the glare off of this. Well, it's a glare off the screen. Uh, see, I can
It's a
lower down.
she's a witch.
Oh shit!
No, no, you moved the picture. Wow, I see Oliver.
That day, I heard somebody saying something to me, and you know, my senses told me where it was coming from. So I snapped a picture from the area that I heard something saying to me, and that's the image that I got.
He posted it, Navia. You gotta look it up.
Yeah, I probably got it on the short reels of it, or I can create a short reel of it. I'm just sharing some pictures. There was other things beside her too. They were with the familiars and everything.
Well, she's a
Let me.
lady, Liz.
I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see if I got any short reels of her on spiritual encrypted encounters here. I'm checking right now. to see even I have a short reel over.
Yeah, she's high class, Liz. She knows how to sit with her dress on.
I'm looking. Nope, I don't got a short reel over. I'll create one right now, and I'm going to place her on there for the members that are here viewing. I'll create it real fast. You want to share any stories, cousin?
No, cousin,
Brujas?
I'm just chilling, looking at the comments, making sure that that food don't come back.
I'm gonna create a short reel of her and place her on TikTok and on YouTube.
Okay, well then I can ask anybody got questions, comments that we might be able to answer. What does what mean, Liz? You got one, Jaime? What do you got? What does that witch lady mean?
Bruja, lechuza.
Uh, no, she just put what does that mean? And then she says the witch lady. No, Morgan. Never heard of Goody's barbecue. Okay, Madeline. I don't understand the question, Liz. Well, Lawrence, according to Mr. Al, only three because he cheated. Teaser. I've never heard of it, Morgan. I usually go to Risky's or there's one that's like train tracks or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. I don't know, Liz. I don't know what a teaser looks like. I know a food teaser when I see one. She'll be teasing with food, but I don't blind to a teaser. Man, you young man. If you were 3 and 86, I think I was 18 when in 86. Could have been familiars, Navia.
I'm gonna create a show reel right now. I was just putting different filters on it so you can see her, try to see her a little bit better. I'm thinking about doing a black and white one, but no, I just rather leave it with a color.
I think
So
they're very confused, Kyle, because you can put anything on a pizza except pineapple, man. That's not right.
what's wrong with pineapple?
I don't like pineapples on my pizza, man.
Oh yeah, but you like the other stuff that's like a little crab or something. Show
No, I don't. No, I don't like anchovies either, man.
that's not for a pizza either.
No, I like my pizza, man. I'll get a meat lovers, but yeah, man, pineapple and all that other stuff. I mean, I think the only thing that goes good on a pizza would probably be jalapenos, man. But that's just speaking from a Mexican point of view.
Okay, I'm creating the short reel right now, and I'm fixing to post it in certain
There could be
locations.
there could be sprites, Ridge Runner. Way to quote Police album, Smurfy. I'm sorry, Liz. I don't agree with veggies on the pizza. If you want to eat veggies, just count me out. I don't eat veggies. If you see my body shape, I don't eat a lot of veggies.
Wow, I'm surprised I don't even got her on TikTok, dude. And I've been having that picture with me for the longest time.
I'm not a mushroom man, Kyle. Because the last time I tried some mushrooms, I wound up under my bed, screaming that the snakes were trying to get me. My mom was pulling me by a leg, telling me "Salte de ahí, cabrón," and she had a hard time getting me out from under the bed, man. So yeah, I don't mess with mushrooms anymore. I had a bad experience.
I got to put a little song to it, no?
Yeah, Canadian bacon's good. Navia, I'll eat some Canadian bacon. Yes, runner, I agree. Yes, Morgan, that's a classic pizza for me. Yeah, nice song, Lawrence.
What should I name the title for their tree spirit?
Yeah, I'm down with that, Liz. Down with anything you say. Yes, I had a bad trip, Navia.
Tree spirit or tree sprite?
Tree Sprite. No, I don't mess with mushrooms. Exuberance. I don't. I didn't mind the not being able to sit for a week. It was the fact that I was awake for a day. Yes, Liz, we can do half and half. Lechuza, na. Yep,
Tree sprite, bruja. That's what I put on there.
yep, yep, Kyle. Yep, yep. Yes, I was seeing snakes everywhere, Navia, and I was hiding under my bed, screaming like a fool. And my mom was like really, really pissed off because I was screaming real loud. She was dragging me by my foot, and I was holding on to under the bed, trying not to come out. But Jesse went to the field after the rain and got some mushrooms that were in a field of brown cows. I experimented a lot, Liz, when I was in my teens. I experimented a lot. Cousin Abe will tell you I was always trying something or another. No, I haven't looked. Every time I see mushrooms, I get scared. Yeah, pretty sure you love clams. Yeah, those black birds are usually the ones that collect the souls, Morgan. That's what I believe. Because when my little sister died, there was a black bird trying to get in through the window.
Sorry about that, y'all. I was working on that. I'm surprised I don't got her on there, man. Maybe she's been hiding all this time. I don't got her as a show reel or anything, and that's one of the oldest pictures that I got
Sure, Liz.
of the path of Elm's Grove. I'll
Oh,
let
I
you know.
can top that. I could top that Smurfy. One time I tried some what was it called? Some
Oh,
popcorn.
look at Liz. She said we can talk all about it whenever I travel to Texas.
I tried some popcorn Smurfy, and I told my nephew it was bunk. He told me if it's bunk, why are your pajamas backward?
How you doing, brother Josh Turner?
Hi, Josh Turner. Wow, that wants some of that, Lawrence.
Okay, y'all. If y'all want to check it out, it's on the show reel right now. Check out the show reel. I got it on right now on for YouTube.
Jaime wants to know if you print them, Abe.
What's that?
If you print the pictures.
I can print them if I wanted to.
No, I never woke up hogtied, Lawrence. A lot of bad things can happen to you when you're hogtied.
She's Laura's more woke up. She woke up hog tied. What the hell?
He did some shrooms, man, and woke up hogtied.
Oh man, I
Liz, if
was
you come
coming
to
back
Texas,
to
we're going
that's
to dinner if
uh,
you're near Dallas.
we're going to dinner if you're near Dallas. LOL. Uh oh. Uh, calamari. Yeah, I've eaten calamari before,
I don't eat
but not
seafood.
but not live.
I don't eat seafood.
I eat shrimp. I eat seafood. Yeah, brother. Josh Turner. We had an intruder today. They used to represent Paranormal Roundtable back in the day. I tried to make a live earlier on the YouTube channel, and he came bombarding me, pretending to be Corn the Cob. But then he gave himself away through some screenshots, and it was Cuffington or Puffington.
I don't eat
He,
live cows either, Navia.
yeah, he's Puffington. There was a trolling me on YouTube, and then came in here on StreamYard and was trolling me here. So we put him on blast, and we exposed him. We showed his picture when he used to when he was infiltrating for against you in Paranormal on Table. He's wearing your merchandise there on his head. We put his picture up there on blast, and he freaking left right after that. No, cause
Yeah,
he took off. He said, "I te watcho."
yeah.
He
He
was
was
an apolog-
He was on
He
his
was.
hands and knees. He was.
He's not apologizing, man. He ain't apologizing for nothing. He's pretending to apologize. That's all right. He got something coming his way. He done gave his identity away. All I know, he's from Harlingen, Texas, and I'm from the Valley, so I know the Valley real good.
You should go. You should go contract some brujas, man, to turn into lechuzas and follow his ass around.
Nuevas Angels son una bola de pendejos. Yes,
Yeah, that's the guy.
that's the guy.
Lawrence. He got a full beard because he thinks he's a wolf man.
Yeah, he's been pretending to be Corn on the Cob all this time. Even though Corn on the Cob has come in, but he might have been him all along, pretending to be Corn on the Cob all this
I
time.
don't know, Jaime. Somebody called what's his name? Clam mouth or clam lips? I don't remember what they call
Oyster
it.
mouth
Oyster mouth.
or clamp, yeah. But they're all affiliated together.
Would you eat some deep fried oysters, Abe?
Three deep fried oysters. Oysters. I've eaten raw oysters before. Raw. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, runner. Yeah, that's funny as hell.
I got some screenshots that it was him from earlier. I made a live post and he gave himself away that it was him.
Yeah, you are,
Something that
Jaime.
he gave himself away. Uh, it was him. I believe his other boy, the people he's affiliated with, but it was him. He gave himself away, especially when he started talking about Maddie in here.
Yeah, he made me mad when he started talking about Madeline, man. You don't disrespect the lady like that, man.
No, I got screenshots when I went live. Somebody was taking all the screenshots, and they sent me where he was saying that it was him. There you go, Sister Morgan. She
Who's
said it was talking about
86?
Club's video, and then he said I can make a video about anything I want. There we go.
Hey, Smurfy, you know 86? You do know him. Cool. Yeah, he did, Morgan.
That's all
Exactly,
right.
Richard.
You got something for his ass now.
All right, Smurfy. If you vouch for him, we good.
I don't see nobody that says 86 in here.
Yeah, it's a 80 and then it says 6.
Oh,
80 and then it's spelled SIX 6.
uh, I never heard of this dude.
Whoa.
And the
Yeah,
picture
but
that he's got on there, uh, is that the guy that? I don't know. We'll give him a
Smurfy,
chance.
Smurfy knows him. Ridge Runner knows him too.
Okay. Just see, I wanted to go to a PRT convention, wear a Wolfman mask.
Now be careful, man. You might be mistaken for a saber-tooth tiger. You have that poor man's dog, the bounty hunter, with a sword chasing you around.
No, he's more like Tale of the Crypt. Was the skinny Tale from the Crypt with the skeleton with the long hair? Yeah,
We good, we good,
the creature.
Smurfy. The creeper. 86 says he's on PRT, and this is
Okay,
the first time in your chat.
is that I seen the picture before, man? And that picture right there, I seen it, but I just it looks similar to the other picture that I seen that's trolling the Turners.
Well, welcome, 86.
But
Welcome to the show.
if you're cool, you're cool. If you're cool, then we cool.
Runner says saw him on PRT. Who is the guy at PRT? That would be Josh Turner, wouldn't it be, Primo?
Brother Josh Turner, yes. Oh, he's talking about the guy that I seen. Well, I knew somebody that had that symbol right there of the main symbol that they were supposedly trolling the Turners, talking bad. They were in cahoots. That they have a different name than 86.
Well,
But I
Smurfy,
recognize that. I recognize that symbol right there.
now that you mention it, Smurfy, now I gotta ask about Australia. Yeah,
Wait one.
I can understand that, Al Gore. That's probably why he recognized it. 86. So how's everybody doing? Anybody got any questions I might be able to answer? Hmm. Wow. I used to watch that show, Al Gore.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I haven't been able to put my picture on my profile
Yes,
either,
I
Lawrence.
seen that show Supernatural. There was I had gone to the movie theater one time. There was this girl that worked at the theater, and she was like freaked out, just looking at me weird, and I'm trying to figure out what was going on. And she told me that I looked like Bobby. That's what she told me, that I resembled Bobby from the show Supernatural. And she was just like geeked out. She said I looked like the guy, which is Bobby's like older guy from the show, right? The one that was a hunter also. I think he passed away. And I said, well, shoot, give him a call since he said I look like him. I can be like Bobby on the show. Dog cat.
That's messed
You
up,
know
Smurfy. Don't bring that up, man. Don't bring up. I still
what?
haven't lived that down, brother. Don't bring that up, man.
It's all fine and dandy when you're messing with people, but when the problem comes to your house and you've done stepped your boundary and it's too late and it's a time when you got to man up. Well, that's going to happen to a certain individual that lives in
Cojones, Ted.
Harlingen, Texas. You want to jump in? All right, here we go. Let me send him an invite.
If you want, man, I can go to the chat, primo.
Hmm?
If you want, I can go to the chat.
No, I can make a three screen here
Oh, okay.
so he can jump in.
Well, I'll just see you.
I'll be right back.
You still there? Yep.
I'm here.
Because you
I'm
don't
just
blink, man.
all right. Okay, I'm going back. Here I am.
You never left, man. You've been sitting there the whole time.
Yeah, well, I was on Messenger to send the link to Brother Josh Turner. Said he wants to join in.
Madeline says, whoop, it'll be awesome to see the wolf on here.
Sister Morgan was there when they were coming at me hard, man. That's why I was pissed off. Fucking computer wussies, man. There's a truck stop nearby where I live, man. I said, just come on over and say, hey, I'm here, and we'll take care of it. Take his medicine like a man.
No, he ain't going to do that. We both know that. That ain't going to happen.
Oh, they've been attacking me for a long time. Sister Madeline, they've been attacking me even when Brother Josh Turner had peace with certain individuals. You know, they've been going at me all this time. Let me see if I send it to the right. I think he's got his profile is a picture of him and Nelly, right, Sister Nelly? Yeah, I sent it to the right one. Yeah, they've been trolling me for a long time. They've been coming at me for about 3 years, corn the cob especially. That's why I have problem with that guy. Operation Tipalote. Yeah. Yeah, they've been targeting me even when they supposedly had peace treaties with Paranormal Roundtable and everything. They still kept on coming at me. Yeah, they ain't tough at all, man. No, if they had a problem, I'm the type of guy. If somebody got a problem, we can talk about it, or we can handle it a different way. It doesn't matter to me. You know, at least let me defend myself as an individual. But they're not that type of people. I believe so. Somebody is in charge of them. Did they keep on trolling me? That's okay when they start getting fucking their ass beat one by one. Then they were gonna see how bad they really are. You take out the pawns and you go for the head of the snake, or you can go straight to the head of the snake and just take the head of the snake. Then all the pawns are gonna away because they're gonna run away because their leader is down. He doesn't exist no more. That's what I know what to do. I don't mess around with this trolls. I'll go straight for the person in charge of this guys. That's what eliminate.
Operation Deep Pelote.
I don't know 86, but they've been trolling me for about 3 years now, man. Uh, just because I bring the spiritual aspect of things into the spiritual encrypted community, they target me. I even have pictures. I create short reels of things that I capture, you know, and I bring the spiritual aspect out of it. Maybe because I'm not going to what people are saying. Like, for example, when they say that Bigfoot is just a flesh being, I don't believe it's a flesh being. I believe it's demonic in nature, or anything that's within the cryptic community. To me, is demonic in nature because of what I witnessed or what I experienced in Elms Grove, which, if you really think about it, nobody's really found a body of any cryptid. Nobody's really found a live body of a cryptid or a dead body of a cryptid. To me, of what I know is I believe that they're demonic in nature, especially when you type binary book in Jesus Christ name, they disappear. They disappear in a puff of white smoke and it smells like sulfur, or there's pestilence smell and there's a black residue that's left behind.
Oh, that's awesome, Ridge Runner. Wolf came on PRT to let people know he's coming on your show.
Yeah, well, Sister Morgan, she's seen what happened earlier, where they attacked me on pretty bad. They came at me pretty harsh. I had told cousin Jesse that I was going to do. I think I sent you a message. I was going to do a quick live there. I
Yeah.
never remember that. I just want to talk for about 30 minutes, just do a quick live of what I plan to do and stuff. And they just bombarded me right off the bat. It's kind of like they were waiting for me to surface up. And the reason I did it that way is because I didn't want to go try to do a live over there, uh, like a show, and they're just gonna target me and target me and target me. So that's why I've been doing it on StreamYard.
That's
But
the way Dave made it. Murphy, he put me in a little screen to make room for Josh. Hello, Elastic Machinery. How are you?
yes, brother Lawrence, that's why I capture all these crazy pictures that I have because they surface up when I go and do my investigations. They know of that I'm spiritually blessed with a spiritual good discernment, so they surface up. So that's how I'm able to capture images and at times disembodied voices where they're there. I know if y'all seen the video. I created one of a short reel where they say something to me, and I all I do is get the evidence and submit it here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I create short reels of it.
What's going on, man? How you doing this morning?
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some water for the dog.
All right then. Welcome everybody. Yeah, man. They put me in a duende picture frame.
All right, we are. There's thing, brother George Turner. Here we go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother George Turner.
Okay, because I'm not showing up there.
I don't see him.
Uh,
I see Jesse is the duende.
Yeah, I'm a duende.
He made him a little poquito dude, little bitty dude.
Soy un duende maya.
there we go.
There you are.
Let me see if we can.
Oh, that's even better. We got three platforms there.
Uh,
How you doing, brother George Turner?
well, good as
Long time
Juice
no see.
expected, I guess.
Kateri, welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome. Yeah, man. Earlier did a live and Sir
Welcome back,
Cuffington
Spivity.
decided to attack me. I was just going to do a quick little live on regular YouTube, and he just came at me, and we figured out it was him.
Hello, hacking.
So I just, I was going to do just a quick live to talk about what I was going to do, and he just came and bombarded me there. Oh, we lost him. I don't know what happened.
I'm right here.
So yeah, so that's why I named the show "Been There, Done That," spiritually and physically, because and then he came in here trying to disrespect me, Sister Madeline, and or anything. I mean, that's one of the.
So, how do you know who it was? How do you know it was Clough? I mean, because
It was him, man, through the screenshots. Because I call out the whoever camp it was, and I said about the video. I seen a video that they made about me. Somebody tagged me on it, where he was talking smack about me, and I started telling him to keep my name out of his mouth and stuff. And then he popped up and he said he can make a video about whoever he wants to. So I was
well,
talking directly to him. And then he came in here and started messing with Madeline also, like he normally does.
yeah. Well, he's welcome to make a video about whoever the hell he wants to make a video about. But the bottom line is, I mean, um, all of this stuff is just going to keep going until, he's, until they're done. I mean, completely done. Here's something that I got today, which was really disheartening. I mean, it was like, I mean, it's not like it ruined my day or anything, but it's just this is the kind of stuff that I'm going through, I'm dealing with. I'm not going to say the name of the person.
Mm-hmm.
I did take the screenshots, but on Friday, I got a message from somebody who says, "Hey, Josh, I'm a huge fan of your show, PRT. Absolutely love you guys. And I just wanted to say that although I'm sad to see that you will no longer be doing PRT, I completely understand why you decided not to continue, and I support you. I'm a Christian and have been praying for you. God bless you."
Welcome, Nelly.
And then on tonight, earlier tonight, I got another message from this person and says, "Never mind, you're a piece of shit or for what you did to the dude of abnormal investigations in Oklahoma and all the abuse you send your wife Nellie's way and what you all did to Barton Nunley. The truth always prevails. I'd say repent, Josh, because you were on a pathway to destruction, hell." So that's the same person.
Yeah, I noticed
Well,
that.
Lawrence, if you don't like it, you can find your way out, man. The door that you came in, you can go through.
That's
No, he's not,
unbelievable.
Thank
he's
you.
talking about other people, the people that are saying that said that to Josh.
Oh, okay, because he's, yeah,
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. Yeah,
my bad.
they're becoming they were popping up over there on YouTube trying to make fun of you, talking about where's your buddy
Welcome,
Wolf
Wendy.
and PRT, trying to make fun of PRT, or they were pop with fake profile names with your name on there, or they would call themselves Wolf, and I knew it was those people, the same people. It's that camp the Cuffington is with,
Yeah.
which is freaking sweet and low Roger and Farton and Larry Harry, same people, man.
Yeah. I call them the Sinister Six because The last one left from the Filthy Five was Mike, but he's created a whole new army of idiots that believe his bullshit. And so you got Mike, and then you got Phil Stern, who I believe plays a lot bigger role than people realize, and then Clough, who was the one that sparked it all.
Yes.
You know, this last round. Anyway, Mike, you know, it's been a year since the conference.
Tane.
Been an entire year since the conference, and so now we, you know, have still been at war for a year. And after the first war was done, and there were two separate wars. I mean, the first one was done. It was only Mike left, and then he just kept it going and going and going because he got in trouble for something that had nothing to do with the war at all. It was because of him and the accusations that were leveled against him by his own children. And so then you had Larry Fisher, you know, who was just instrumental in undermining and trying to take out people who were a part of the show. And Clough, I think he used Clough to trigger that. And I think Clough was more than happy to do that because he had a thing for Madeline. I mean, let's be honest, that was I don't care what he says. He can say he didn't. He can lie. He can lie to his wife. He can lie to everybody, but he can't lie to us because we all saw it. So he had a thing for her. And of course, they went after Anthony because Anthony.
I think we lost you in the screen, brother. We can hear you. You can keep on going.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my camera. It just went out.
Yeah, that's fine.
But anyways, so you know, he had a thing with Anthony and Madeline. So he started that whole mess. And now, so you have Phil, who's been like in the middle of all this with Clough, and then Mike, who never stopped, and Larry. And Larry's job, I think, was to cause as much chaos and havoc as possible. I still think he's a shill. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah.
And he's not a Christian, because if a real Christian, him and Mike, if they were real Christians, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing. Now, I know that one of Clough's close people has admitted that Clough told her that Mike and Larry are buddy, like they are really tight. So this whole thing has come out just like you said it did, Abe. You said that they were all in it together, and they are. There's 6 of them. And Roger from the LBL, he was the last piece. He had done and said a whole bunch of crazy nonsense about Nelly. He said a bunch of crazy nonsense about all of us, and it just got to the point where you spend more time defending these people and their believers and their followers than you do doing the show. And it wasn't healthy. I couldn't continue on to bring the information and bring the encounters, and there's a lot of information that needs to be brought out. There's a lot of things that need to be said and done. And instead we're over here facing these idiots and fighting these morons. And it's just like it's a never-ending disco with these people. And so eventually you just say to hell with it. You know, if people are going to believe them, they're going to believe them, and then you're not going to get a fair shake in the community. One of their goals was to not only besmirch me in my reputation, which they did to some people, as you can see. This person that messaged me earlier. You know, I don't know if it's a he or a she. The name could be either one, but it's sad because they've convinced people like that I am the bad guy, that I did all this, and I didn't do this. I did not create this situation. And
what if they're all part of a cult, Brother Josh Turner? Because there is females involved in there with them. You got Dana Ortega, the Greeley chick. You got Janice Blake.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got the Mike's mother, sister, whatever the hell she is. What if it's a cult? Like
he's got his mother and his sister in there. His mother and his sister, and his other sister is actually pretty cool. She, you know, and at one point she had tried to defend her mother, when I had said something about Mike's situation with his mother, which was bizarre, and that was because he attacked mine. He said something about mine, and I'm like, "Oh, really? You're going to attack my mother?" When he was just making stuff up, and I'm like, "Well, I can tell you right now, there's a lot of things that can be said." What's messed up about these people is they live in glass houses and they throw boulders, and then when you throw them back, they're butthurt and they're upset and they get mad. Well, the bottom line is this: if you don't want to get your feelings hurt and you don't want your bad things coming out about yourself, well, then maybe you should shut up. They couldn't find anything or dig up dirt on me, nothing that I hadn't already talked about before, because I'm very transparent. So they got sick and tired of trying to dig and finding nothing, because I go through a federal, state, and local background check once a year. And so I have no criminal record. And so these people have tried everything to find something, some kind of dirt on me. So they had to start making stuff up. Well, when you start making stuff up, well, of course, that's the road to perdition. I mean, obviously, if you're making up crap about people, bearing false witness, everybody knows that's evil, that's wrong, that's a sin.
Yeah.
You're not gonna win that way. And so, I just felt like it was best for us. We had a talk, us at PRT. Not everybody agreed, but all but a couple people said, "Hey, let's just pack it in." And since we've quit doing the show, it was just one less headache that we have to deal with.
Yeah.
Their lies about how we needed the money and all this stuff. If that's the case, why quit? I mean, a month's worth of money on there, and we're just like, whatever. I mean, it allowed me to focus more on getting the things done in my life and being able to move on and grow my business and work and just keep doing what I'm doing. I make money. What I do a lot, I do a lot of investment. I had kicked the idea around about writing a book, and once I get situated, because I got about my 1 foot in this house and another foot in another house, so I'm kind of in between houses, and it's okay. I know that God's going to see us through this. We're going to be moving to a temporary location, and we're going to be staying there temporarily and then going to our permanent location, all because these people won't stop. Now, what happened 3 nights ago, get this, we go outside and all of our vehicles, the fuel had been taken from all of our vehicles.
Oh wow.
So yeah, in the midst
Wow.
of us moving, so we had our vehicles parked out on the street, and so we had the U-Haul truck, and we come out and they had siphoned all the gas from our vehicles. So that was uh, pretty messed up.
Uh,
We couldn't figure out why. I mean, you have several vehicles, all of our vehicles, and they were all on E.
this is the old location or the new
Yeah,
location?
old location, yeah, because that's why we're doing this weird kind of like we're going from here to there, because we don't want them to know where we're at, and we have had to step up our security at our studio office. We've had our people there at night see some weird stuff. Somebody did the same thing to our patrol vehicles at the office. They siphoned the gas out of them, and then one of the windows got messed up. But before that, they had actually vandalized one of them. And so when they came, I guess, to vandalize them, there were 3 usually that were there. There was only 1, so I guess they just took the aggression out on that one. But they have stalked us physically and in cyberspace. And I'm not saying who it was, because I don't know. I'm not going to sit up here and say, oh, it was this person. I can say, in my opinion, I think it was this person, but I can't say, hey, it was this person, because first of all, that would be bearing false witness, and I don't play their game. I don't do that, because if they do something and I know they did it, I call them out on it and I say, hey, they did it. But the fact that one of our vehicles got messed up there, and then another situation happened here. One of our vehicles that was parked out in the street, And then we ended up getting two of the back tires of one of our vehicle flattened over at the studio. And so we know that, I mean, you're not going to walk outside from your studio and two tires are flat, right? I mean, that's just not both back tires. I mean, it was like, come on, dude, this is crazy. So we had to take it over to the tire place and get them replaced. And they showed us like where they had nails shoved into them on both vehicles, exact same nail, exact same whatever. So that was messed up. And so you have this whole thing going on. Earlier tonight, we had somebody that was in our yard. Our dogs went crazy. Nellie went out there, and somebody had gone through the fence. And so it was just, it's like one thing after another with these people. And so I can't say like 100% like, oh, it's this person or it's that person. There's a cabal of them, dude.
It's like
And,
they're paying somebody to do that dirty work for them.
or they're getting somebody to do it.
Just
I mean,
give them a 20 here or there, so they can get their high, you know, and they go do the dirty work.
Yeah. But these people that profess to be these Christians, these pious Christians, they're not above doing some of the worst things that you can imagine and saying the most awful things because they know damn well that I am not guilty of the things that they've been accusing me of and they've been saying about me. And I know since I've been gone, there's been more crap, more rumors, more everything. Our friends in the community that are really close to me, that have been loyal to me, you know, and have told me, you know, like, look, you know, this is what happens when you're over the target. Like you're telling people what's going on and you're explaining to people what's happening. And people weren't talking about the things that we were talking about. One of the things we were talking about were people that were possessed or perfectly possessed, people who are actually not even humans, people who were reptilians. We were talking about people who weren't even reptilians, they were robots. I mean, these were things that people were not talking about. And then all of a sudden, you know, it's everywhere. It's all over TikTok, it's all over Facebook, it's all over YouTube. And I'm going to tell you this, man. We were some of the first people to break some of these stories that people were, hey, thanks. And some of the stories that were being told. And then I got in touch with the guy who it was bad timing because he had been talking about vampires and had done a lot of work on that and the vampire cult. And he has a podcast. I did not get to do a collaboration with him. I wanted to. And he said, hey, I'm going to be really busy come September, which is now September. So obviously we're not going to be able to do it. But I just said, look, man, I'm not doing anything. You know, it was just too much. The attacks, you know, and of course he said the same thing everybody else says, you know, like, hey, when you're over the target, you're going to get hit. You know what I mean? Because when he does his show, like he's pretty much incognito. He's the only person I know that wears sunglasses when he does a show other than Barton. And Barton just does it because I don't know why, but that guy's got a reason for it because he's been targeted. And so he does it just on podcast. So he, you know, because he says he, you know, getting attacked because it seems like the more you talk about these things, and I do believe that of the Sinister Six, there's at least two of them in particular. I personally, in my opinion, I think they're shills, and that's Larry and Roger. The other ones I think are just butthurt little B words. But you know, honestly, I do. But I think Larry and Roger are paid shills. I think that they're in this community to wreak havoc and cause problems. They are absolutely not Christian. They have horrible pasts. And, you know, I'm not judging them for that. Everybody's got a past. I can't talk. But when it comes to what they do, like Roger, right down to the fake story, you know, and I know most recently he took a shot at Barton, and I guess they were kind of going back and forth or something. they they eat each other. They're never going to get along, and it doesn't matter how long we're gone. They can blame us all they want for the war. We didn't start it. It started after the conference. Well, actually, you had pointed out, and even Bettina had said too, that it was at the conference or right before the conference.
Yes.
And then, of course, all of the stuff went down, and it was us and Jerry Williams and Ella and Bettina and Helb and Holler that were getting attacked by Mike. What Mike's role in this, I don't know of him. People have asked me if I thought he was a shill. I don't think so. I think what Mike is just a destructive person who wanted to have control in the community because he's a nobody and he needed to be a somebody. And so, but he was willing to play ball with anybody who could help him achieve his aims, which was to destroy us and you and Tina.
Selling his little $20 duckies.
Some of the things I've seen, man, been going on left. I mean, it's so sad. It's laughable. So you got people who will hate you and curse you and say all these things, say I'm abusive and to my wife. And I tell people, the people who were abusive to her, I can tell you right now, were Mike, Barton, and Larry and Clough. Those are the people who were abusive to my wife, and Roger.
Yes.
I can't really say, I don't know that Phil really, he might have said something behind the scenes, but the other ones, they said some horrible things to my wife and about my wife. Called her the B word and everything else. But since I left, this last month that we've been gone, I've been so much more at peace, even though I've been stressed out with the move and with everything going on with the upheaval in this world. And I think that we have more important things to worry about. I mean, like, our country is on the brink of disaster. RFK came out and supported Trump, and that didn't surprise me. But we're not going to have a world left to live in if we allow these socialists / communists like Camel Toe to take this election. Because if that happens, small businesses will be destroyed, will be swept aside, punched aside for the large companies, corporations that play ball with these people. And I think that eventually none of this will matter at all, because there won't be a community left for any of this, because this borderline, this paranormal, cryptid, UFO, whatever, fringe stuff is going to go away, because it leads down the rabbit hole of truth. And when you're headed down that rabbit hole, and I think the powers that be saw that we were heading down that rabbit hole. If you were to look at the numbers, we had triple the numbers from YouTube. We had all together on 16 platforms. We had like 90,000 people that were tuning in. And whenever you pull in those kind of people, and it just keeps growing and growing and growing, over the last 3 years, we've doubled every year. Like, we've doubled. We keep doubling. And so you start to get noticed, and that's where people like Larry and Roger come in. Their job was to sink you, and Larry was nothing short of a termite. Like, he went in and then he made posts bragging about how he had taken all of our donors and gotten them over to Barton. And so Barton, I don't think Barton was a shill. I think Barton is just enjoying the benefits of those guys getting rid of me, or at least they think they got rid of me. I got rid of myself. I just excused myself from the table and said, I'm good. I'm done with this crap. I saw diehard paratroopers who had been with us since the beginning turn their backs on us for these shills and these frauds. And couldn't stomach it. I was like, I'm just, too much, man.
Do you think they could have been infiltrating moles?
Of course. I mean, that's part of it too. There were several people there that had sock accounts that we uncovered, and people pretending to be other people and things like that. And they would even go into comment sections and talk to each other. And then there were a couple other people like Dude from Texas and Brother Heck, those guys who were, like running scams and messing with people and whatever. And I don't know what their role is, if they're just opportunistic or what, but saying and doing horrible things. I believe that it was Heck that had been reaching out to Maddie and saying horrible, mean things and trying to troll us on there. And I actually gave him money. I donated money to him like 3 different times. I think I gave him about $300, to help him because he supposedly had cancer. And now that's between him and God. People have told me, well, you shouldn't give money to people. Like, if you give money to help somebody, to me, it's like it's on them if they choose to not use it for what they're supposed to use it for.
You're just doing it out of the kindness of your heart.
Yeah, you're doing what you're supposed to do. And,
Yeah.
Nelly says, I was shocked to say DJ Tyler over there. Yeah, Tyler was disappointing. I like Tyler, but I had to unfriend him because he's over there moderating for Barton.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Barton is not in my opinion, Barton is not a decent human being. He started the attack in that group. I woke up to him attacking me, which I was not surprised. I mean, you're not shocked by it. You kind of expect it, but when it starts happening, you still kind of hold out hope that he's not going to do it. But he did it. And so I wasn't sitting there wringing my hands going like, oh, this sucks. But, when you try to talk to the guy and you try to tell him over and over again, look, it's not me. I'm not this hammer guy you keep accusing me of. And no matter what you say or do, he's determined to follow that narrative. Well, when somebody's determined to be that way, they're that way. And
yeah. The only one that was pretending to be of a person with a hammer was him. He would pretend to be Thor because the things that he would say is kind of like the things wherever it's comic books. That's what Thor was saying in his comic books. I believe it was him all along pretending to be the hammer, which is he's talking about Thor, the hammer, when he talks about he's going to do this, rain, thunder, and lightning on you. It's basically commenting or phrases out of the comic books of Thor.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, God honest truth. But we know he had different, deeper problems than that. I mean, when you told me, when I heard that you were missing some medication.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was at my studio. And he was talking about there were more things he could say. Well, he could say things into infinity if you make them up. But if we're going by truths, there was nothing else he could say, but there was a whole bunch of stuff that we could say, and there still is. I just decided that, it would just be best to stop and not continue to talk about the things that I know. Because at the end of the day, there are just people who were going to believe you and then people who weren't going to believe you. And it didn't matter how much you defended yourself or talked. There's people that just aren't going to believe you. And the situation with Barton, yeah, it was sad. Dick Richards says the whole situation is just sad. I thought it was interesting that Sherry Griffey, like one of his right-hand people, she said, oh, it's so sad to see what they've done and how they destroyed themselves. Lady, first of all, we didn't destroy ourselves. We're not destroyed. And second of all, it wasn't us destroying ourselves. It was you and your cohorts. They were doing it. And so it's sad to me that they sit there and they can tell lies the way they do. Big pack of mentirosos, as we say in Spanish.
Or when they pop in your lives and they start talking about if you got a weapon, what kind of weapon you got, like they're making weapon threats, like they're gonna use a weapon, And I know who that is. That's Larry.
Yeah,
he's always talking about guns and all this. And like I told him one time, I know it was him with a fake profile, and I said, look, you come over here in a threatful manner. I'm just gonna hold you accountable for your actions. I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm just gotta do what I gotta do. Just handle the situation.
Yeah, and he made it very clear to multiple people that he was going to, quote unquote, defend himself against me, which I had never said I was going to do anything to this guy. He told Barton back when Barton was still, I guess, my friend, or maybe pretending to be my friend, more accurate. And he told him that, he goes, well, you shouldn't have threatened Larry. He said it like that, like it was a foregone conclusion that I had threatened this guy. And I said, dude, Larry, he's a 60-year-old man. I'm not threatening this guy. There's nothing that I'm doing or saying threatening about this guy. I've never made any threats to that guy or towards that guy, other than if they were to come into my house and do something. And I don't know that he's the one who's been doing whatever's been done. I just know that it's a strange coincidence that all these things were happening to us in our physical world, and it stemmed from cyberspace. Well, we thought that if we got away from the show and we just went back to our normal lives and left the community for the most part, you know, that these people would just leave us alone. But no, it didn't. That didn't work. I think that the only way that they will be happy is if PRT is completely taken down from the internet. And that's right at now not going to happen. We do have shorts that are being released, but those are just to bring in new listeners to listen to our old material. We have a lot of material and a lot of projects that got left out on the table that we could have been doing and that we could do. But like I said, right now I have no plans on doing any of that. Hang on one second.
Hey, cousin, Joe Breezy wants to come into the live.
I can only have three on.
Oh, okay. Well,
I
I can go to the chat, man. If you want to bring him on.
Joe Breezy.
Yeah.
If you want to, cousin,
That's
I can invite
fine.
him in. Okay, go ahead, brother Josh. Let me go and invite brother Joe Breezy in here. He said he wants to come in.
If you
Nice to
send
meet
him a
you,
link on
Josh.
Facebook, you can't bring him on.
I don't know. I'm about to get out so he can get in.
I only got for 3 right now. I haven't gotten the other one that have 5 people.
I will sacrifice myself.
We're getting rid
What
of
a
the
guy,
duende.
true hermanos.
All right. No miramos, primo. I'll be in the chat.
All right. Let me invite Joe Breezy in real quick. All right. I know you're still there.
We got to get
So
you.
go ahead, brother Josh. Continue and say what you were saying.
Oh no, we got to get you set up to where you can do more. You know, you can like have it more. You know, like just have it set up.
Yeah,
we did kick around the idea about coming back in some capacity, but it wasn't going to be. It's never going to be like it was if we ever do come back. And right now, like I said, we don't have any plans on coming back. I don't. I'm happy where I'm at, which is just, you know,
taking a break from all the bullshit.
Yeah, the fringes of the drama. I got a lot to do over the next month. I have a lot of work to do with my 2 companies. I have a security company, a construction company, and I have a lot of things going on. I have projects I have to do. I have clients that need attention, and I got a lot of bigger fish to fry than dealing with this. You know, at some point, this would have been a very, I believe, a lucrative and probably, you know, a viable financial option, but it wasn't yet. And it wasn't like these people were talking like, oh, he's doing it for the money. Please, that is not, I did not need the show for the money, you know. And they kept bragging about how nobody was donating anymore and they had all gone to Barton. I didn't give a crap. I was like, don't, you know. To me, when somebody donated, it was just more like, oh, cool. These people care enough to give me a tip because they think I'm doing
It's
a good
like
job.
my niece, she knew about you before even I started doing. She told me that she knew who Paranormal Table was, you know, Round Table was, and who is it? And she said your name and everything. This is when I was gonna go over there to the conference. That she said she knew who you were, you know, which was my niece, because they tune in to your show. So no, I always thought that, you know, you're all doing good. You should have stopped doing what you're doing just because somebody's coming at you in a negative way. Like my mom used to say, uh, if you didn't start it, but she was the old fashioned way. You didn't start it, finish it. Just make sure you finish it. You know, not basically not to let somebody run all over me.
Yeah.
That's what she would teach me. Uh, but at the same time, I know when people that you love are being threatened or whatever, you take precautions because you want nothing happening to your loved ones. But we can be living life in fear, man,
Yeah.
because somebody's coming at you, and we can't be living life. We gotta continue to move on forward. I don't think God would want you to give up because you do have a
Well,
good show. All of y'all, I
it
learned a
wasn't
lot of
about
things
fear for
listening to
me,
doing
Abe. It
shows.
was,
Yeah, I understand, but that's what the enemy thinks.
yeah, well, they could think what they want. It's
Yeah.
just not wanting to deal with their BS anymore.
Yeah. Well, I
Jumping.
understand about that, but this are the games that they play.
Yeah.
All this time they've been coming up against me for a while now. It's like that's why I'm doing StreamYard because I try to do a show on YouTube just off of YouTube and it just come at me with the fake profiles. But
What's up,
yeah,
Joe?
I mean, you were talking about a lot of things, man. You're pulling out. You were like a walking library with all the knowledge you have of things that I didn't even know about, man. That it goes deeper than just when it's called a werewolf or a uh, a vampire. It's way deeper than that. Going to the beginning of time, and you have the wisdom and knowledge, and you bring that to the table, and people get pissed off because you got all the wisdom and knowledge, especially when we're talking about the Russians and all that. How they form from way over there. The mentality, how they think. You're talking about the people in power and stuff like that. It makes sense.
Yeah, it all ties together, and when you're tying it all together, there's going to be people who are there to untie it. One of the things that Anthony pointed out too, on the show one night that I think he was the first one to say it. I know he was the first one to tell me. He goes, "These people are doing what they do," and I think a lot of them. This is Anthony talking. I'm quoting him. He goes, "They don't even know why they're doing it. It's like they're pre-programmed to do something." And they're doing it and they don't even themselves don't know why the hell they're doing it. They're just being tools. They're being used. And if you ask them, they would say every one of them had a different reason. Well, it's because of this. Well, it's because of that. And he doesn't believe in God the way we believe in God. And it's his shoes untied wrong. They had all these different reasons, but really and truly there was no other reason than I believe demonically that I needed to be silenced, and that was it. And I know that everybody's telling me, well, you shouldn't let them silence you. You need to keep going, whatever. But it takes its toll on those around you. And I had to not be selfish. It wasn't just about me. It was about those that I care about being attacked. And also for you guys too, because Joe and Monica have a show, you have a show, Blondes and Booze has a show. And I just didn't want it to negatively affect everybody that I care about and that I work with. And I was worried that they were going to go after, which they were starting to, some of my author friends and some of my podcast YouTube friends. And I got friends that are doing a lot of big things. And I don't want their association with me to become an attack. Now, somebody comes on and goes on the show with me, they get a message from Larry or Barton basically saying, hey, you need to be on our team or F you. And then their trolls start attacking them. And that's just not something I wanted. I didn't want to become a pariah to the point where, if you work with Josh, you're going to have to deal with the bullshit, which is just something that was becoming, whatever. And it didn't happen to everybody, but it did happen to a few people. And they were reaching out to people who were really decent people who had nothing to do with it. They didn't want to fight. They didn't want to be involved. But they were being told that they needed to choose sides, in this war. And it was very unfortunate because those people had nothing to do with this at all. And I was just like, I didn't think that it was fair to continue to try to, do what I'm doing, but it's the collateral damage. People are getting hit by the shrapnel that is being lobbed at me. And so that was important for me also to just step back and not have to, you know, because there were people who were wanting to come back on the show and work with me, and some big name people. And I was embarrassed to the point where I know that these people are going to reach out to them, and they're going to mess with them, give them ultimatums, and attack them. And they're going to be like, who the hell are these people? You know, and it was one of the things that me and Chris Garitano had talked about, that he goes, you don't want newcomers or people, you know, other, podcasts, YouTubers, authors coming into this and going like, what in the hell is going on here? You know? And Truth had reached out to me one day from Impromptu, and that's James Watson. And he was just like, dude, there's just this huge army that they've put together. You know, he goes, and of course, you know, Larry was bragging about it. He called it the Fantastic 40. And so he had 40, according to him, over 40 people that he had gotten to commit to war with me and absolute destruction of me and PRT. If you sat down and talked to any one of these people, they're burning with anger and hatred, and they can't even tell you why. All they know is that Larry told them blah, 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 blah. And so they believe it. They believe it. And some of the things that they would spout out about me and my wife and about Nellie, and about me and Nellie, you know, and Anthony and Tony and to other people that we were affiliated with or associated with, the things that they were saying about Maddie, the things that they were saying about you. It was just getting too much. I was just like, dude, this is crazy, man. Like, you know, and so I just thought, you know what, it's best if I just leave the community, because these people are going to follow me wherever I go with their hatred and their anger, and they're going to spew lies. They're very vocal about it. You know, they're very vocal. And like I said,
that's what brujas and brujos do, man. Mm-hmm. They know each other. They're from city to city. And I still run into them till this day, man. Every time I go out, I always run into somebody from the cult, you know, and they'll come up to me trying to touch me. So if they touch me, I touch them right back. Like whatever wrong they're trying to do to me, I do it back to them. And that's kind of like the mentality that they're trying to do, but they're using all this troll accounts and stuff like that to come, you know, they were coming up against you. They're coming up against me. I just want you to know something, Brother Josh. I've never run away from my enemies, you know, whether it be spiritual or physical. And I just want you to know, when I told you that we squashed it, it's squashed. You know, you're my brother. You know, I got your back, regardless of who's coming up. I got your back, and it's not just me that got your back. It's those people that are affiliated with me, which is my brother in arms, that got your back too. So we don't worry about those kind of people, because those people are like this. When it comes down to the nitty gritty, you know, we know how to handle those kind of situations because where I've been at, you know. So I'm just here to, if anybody is here as a troll, just want you to let you know, be careful what you seek for, because there's always people watching here that are affiliated with me, and I have people in higher places that can easily track you down. And it's not going to stop me from what, you know, what got them upset. It's when I deleted them off my friends list. You know, it's kind of messed up the plan that they were trying to do. I deleted them off my friends list, and then that's when Bart Farton came and attacked me on my Facebook account, because he was defending at that time they were called what, the Brotherhood, or the Brotherhood of the Wolf.
Yeah.
So he was defending Larry and them. I know this. You know, sometimes I say things intentionally just to see who surfaces up, or I'll make like the video I made earlier on YouTube. I just wanted to see what was going to happen, and Fat Confidence surfaced up, you know. So I already know. And to me, it's like this. I might not see you right now, but maybe there's going to be a time when we do cross paths. The only thing I want to know is, when we do cross paths, what are you going to do? What is going to be your reaction when we cross paths? Because I'm adding everything up. You know, I'm saving the receipts. You know, I'm saving the receipts. So what are you going to do when we do cross paths? And that's to anybody that's coming against Paranormal Roundtable or me or anybody that's you'll come out negative. What are you going to do when we cross paths? That's all I want to know. What are you going to do at that time? Because at that time you're not gonna have brothers see us there. I'm just saying, be careful what you wish for. That's all I'm saying.
So I don't know what happened to Joe. Joe either jumped off or got kicked off or something. I don't know what's going
No,
on.
he was here. I seen that he put something on there, but maybe he'll come back on.
Yeah.
He wasn't really saying nothing,
Yeah.
but if not, I'll give him because let me see if cousin Jesse can come back on. See, you can come back, cousin Jesse. If not, Joe Breezy was here for a little bit and he got kicked off. Yeah, but yeah, brother Judge Turner, I know. I mean, I've been in those situations when the enemy surfaced up. When my mother got murdered, man, when I was 15 years old, the enemy surfaced up, bro. And I'm talking about not just the spiritual enemy, brujas and brujos. I'm talking about crooked ass people, crooked policemen, people that was affiliated in drugs. They try to come for us for not for all my brothers and sisters for because of an insurance fraud, right? In which if we all got taken out, everybody that had the piece of insurance would gain something from it. So where came that? And that's a matter of life or death. You know, I was young, man. I was only 15, 16 years old when this happened. You know, my cousin Jesse was there. You can come on, Primo, if you want to.
No, Joe just said my PC is acting a fool and had to restart. And Jesse says no can do, Primo. So I don't know.
Okay.
I guess
But-
Jesse's got business to conduct, and Joe's trying to fight his computers.
Okay.
I'll tell you this: if you guys they're tuned in, you know, some people are tuned in. We got about 100 people here. I mean, it's a decent chat. I got a couple weird things to talk
Go
about.
ahead, brother.
Want to talk about it, but go ahead and finish what you got to say.
Yeah, basically and I didn't find this out, man, till I was in the military. I found out through my company commander because something happened in the Rio Grande Valley after Operation Desert Storm, where I got surrounded by 6 police officers in my hometown, and they told me to leave. I didn't leave; that something bad was going to happen. So they hired some people to come after me. You know, I wasn't afraid. You know, if I had to do what I had to do, I would do it. But luckily, nothing happened. But when I got back to Fort Hood, they called me into the office and said they needed to talk to me about something because they did an internal investigation of what happened, and they found out about an insurance fraud or scam that they had. You know, when you talk about people with scam, that I was on that name on that insurance still, my name was still on the insurance, and that all my brothers and sisters were on the name of the insurance. That basically what happened to my mother was dealing with an insurance scam fraud. So that night that everything happened with my mother, that we were all supposed to be dead. So what I did while I was in the army, I moved all my brothers and sisters to Central Texas to get them out of the Rio Grande Valley because of the fake insurance fraud. So I know how it feels, brother, to be targeted. I've been there, but we're supposed to always have no fear and play Jesus Christ first. But I know when somebody's talking about weapons, they're going to do use their weapons and all this. Dirty Larry Fisher, you can say whatever the hell you want to say about your weapon. I've been in combat, bro. I'll just you come at me in a threatful manner. You threaten me indirectly. You threaten me directly, man. I'll have to do what I have to do. That's a God honest truth. I'll treat you. If you want to be my enemy, I'll treat you like the enemy.
You're not
Like
afraid of the
guard.
guy who claims he was in the Justice Department, but he also claims that he was 18 years as a salesman. The guy's lived more lives than anybody I know. Claimed he was a Dallas Cowboy. He told Matt Imsh that. Like he told some real whoppers, dude. What's weird is here's something weird. Me and Matt looked this up, and it turns out that there was a guy who died back in 2022 named Larry Joe Fisher, who briefly played for the Dallas Cowboys and went to A&M. So he has the same exact name as Larry. I think he's like a year younger than Larry, but he died, I think, of cancer or something like that in 2022. So that was a weird thing. And then there was a fake profile that Larry had created called Larry Joe Fincher, which I thought was weird. And so I got some weird notice. It was just, there was some bizarre things going on with that guy. So some of the guys from the UFO community, you probably know them. A couple of them were at my conference. Two of them in particular, and they live they live close to me here in Texas. They live. A lot of us are from Texas. It's funny how many of the people in this field are actually from Texas. And so they told me, they said, dude, this guy's a shill. Like, they really believe he is. They've seen this a million times in the UFO community. And, you know, one of them was a big Jim Mars guy. And of course, Jim had a lot of interesting things to say about the world around us and who and what we are. You know, and I had a lot of information that I needed to relay and to tell the people. And I think that a big part of that was, before Brenton had passed away, one of the things that Brenton had told me, he wanted to work with me, and he had said, look, you know, you're going to, and Kerry Arnold said the same thing. I mean, you have these people, you know, these people are deceased. Scott Marsh is another one who's deceased. J.C. Johnson has said this to people. I never spoke to J.C. Johnson, but I did speak to the others, and they had said, look out, because, you know, you are going into a sea full of sharks. These people, I mean, they are like, there's gangs, you know, basically. And there are, you know, and of course I thought, you know, I'm going to work with everybody. But Vic himself, you know, the guy that I worked with in the beginning, he had told me that, you know, there's certain people to stay away from, but he had a very long list of people that he did not associate with. And for my money, though, there were only a couple of people on that list that I understood. One of them being DW, of course. You know, I'm not trying to reopen up anything with him. As of late, they've been promoting him, in particular, Sherry, the person I said earlier, who is Barton's buddy. She was promoting him recently, and so I don't know what they're doing, if they're working with him or what. But and I don't care. But he was one of the only ones on that list, other than him. It was him and Lon that VC had told me about. The rest were just like Linda Godfrey. Me and Linda were very close, and so when he said all the things he said about these other people, like Jody Cook, I got along good with Jody Cook. I haven't had problems with those people, but apparently he had. And there was a long list of people that he had fought with. And so I thought it was very odd, too, the connection between him and Roger, because Roger, this is interesting, folks. Roger had actually told me, the late Johnny Henderson, and Barton Nunley, and Barton knows this if he's being honest, which we've seen as of late. He doesn't seem to be able to be honest, in my opinion. But we were told by Roger some of the tactics that were being employed against him, and he was claiming that it was Vic. Well, those are some of the same things that multiple people that had in issues with VC had been going through. So it gave some validity to that. What was interesting, though, is that if Roger was being dishonest, and we know he is quite a bit, how did he know all those things about VC and his tactics and all of the multiple people who had problems with VC? How did that happen? You start to sit there and go, how did he know these things? Unless he actually was targeted by VC. Now, I don't know what his connection is, but Roger's voice sounds similar to his, if you stop and you think about it. I'm not saying they're the same person. I'm just saying that their voices sound similar. I'm pretty sure I know who VC is. I worked with him off and on for several years. But I know that Roger, when he was telling me, in particular, Johnny Henderson, some of the tactics that have been employed against him. What's up, Joe? Joe's back. So I thought that was interesting, and I had talked to yes, and he said black SUVs following him around. That's exactly what I would say 6 different people had told us about VC. Now I noticed now that I've been gone, there's some other snakes from the old days popping their heads up and like, oh, it's safe to come out now, guys. We can start fleecing and committing fraud and hoaxing and doing what they do to the community, grifting basically. And there's a couple of them in particular, dude, that I've seen slithering around and in their camp. And I thought, yeah, they were from the original war, the first war, when I had to fight, because people don't even know this. The whole dogman community was geared toward, oh, it's a flesh and blood animal, right?
Yeah.
Bullshit, because what I saw was not no damn animal. I can tell you that. It was not no animal. Breezy, you'd be honored. Yesterday, I actually drank one beer. I drank a beer for the first time in over a year. I just was like, actually, it's been probably 2 years, and so I had an IPC. Or is it called?
IPA.
IPA.
Yeah.
I had an IPA, and all it did was make my body feel weird.
That's what they do, man. I'm not a fan of cooking in new beers, especially the IPAs, like the stashes and all those things. But what I wanted to get down on was the fact of the way that these cats wanted to pull me, and it was on the side, like because I was actually like talking shit, like talking shit back and forward about, and sorry to say the word S, but I was talking back and forth about these cats because they were like using God as a sword, and I don't believe in that at all. Like, God's not a sword. The person that I know as Christ is, he wasn't here to condemn the world. He was here to, understand it and make peace upon it. It's not the thing. And whenever those cats were coming at me and they were talking to me about, this kind of, I don't know how you call it, but this botulism upon the world and this we're right, you're wrong, this whole thing, it wasn't my gig, and I'll never condone to that fact. Like, me and you have talked, Josh, before, like on plenty of interviews and whatever you want to call it, but that's not my gig, dude. And for cats to actually come and be like, oh, I got Breezy on my side and yada yada yada. No, you effing don't. You don't have me on your side, because my side is telling people that if you really think that you have the side, like on that point, then you're not on the side. You're effing stupid. And I don't dig it. Like, I'm just not I'm not a fan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that's the thing, especially with Larry. Like he'll talk to someone like he did with Brandon and with Shane and James, a million people. He talked to a million people, and then he would run out and post it that they were his friends and that he had talked to all of them. And I'm like,
yeah.
And so he created the illusion that everyone he spoke to was like on his side against me, and he calls me JT because he thinks that that's going to excuse him from some sort of legal issue, but it's not, because those are my initials. The thing is, he's got nothing like in his name that's worth taking.
Right.
So the only thing you're going to get is a judgment against him. So if you can sue the guy and pay $3,000 and you can get a judgment against him. So if he ever does have anything or puts anything in his name. And then from what I understand, from his company doesn't even have an LLC. He might have went out and got one now, who knows? But it wasn't even insured. And from what I was told, and
Right.
so he's got pretty much nothing to take, which is odd because somebody who's been working and living as long as he has and claims to be so put together, for you to have no assets, no non-exempt assets.
Right. Right.
Kind of going like, wow, you're 60 years old and you're older than me quite a bit, and you have not been able to get your shit together. It's kind of it's kind of telling. I'm like going like, wow, that's he
Right.
claims to be a former law enforcement officer. I have found no proof of that either, and these people just follow blindly what this imbecile says. And to me, in my opinion, he's an imbecile. So I really just cannot.
Well, yeah, like like
Yeah,
in my gig, it's it was hardcore for me to be how could I say it, put into a level that, like, me, I don't have like left or rights. I don't have, I don't care about any of the BS on. But if you're really gonna call me and be like, Breezy's on my side, no, I'm not. And if you're really gonna pull it in, now you've almost cost yourself an enemy, because I'm not on your side, and I don't care about one way or the other. But if you really want to pull me in and say, do you see how Breezy's on my side? Well, now you just made yourself more of an enemy than you made a friend, because I'm not that dude. And
well, even the exchange you had on Facebook, like a lot of people had said something about it, but when you explain it and you go back and you read it, you're sort of calling him out about Pharisaic behavior.
yeah,
and he tried to make it out like, oh, we're friends, and he's like, amen, brother. Like, I'm sitting there reading that, and when you go back, you read it the first time, you're just kind of like, oh, well, I guess whatever. But then when you go back and you reread it, you see what you're trying to tell him.
Yeah.
And he's trying to play it off like y'all are buddies or something, but that's the salesman in him. He is a good salesman, and so he told me one time, that I would have made a good salesman or whatever. And I said, well, I do sell for my company some, but that's not my forte, because I don't want to have to sit there and convince people of whatever. I'm just going to lay out the facts. And he, in his exact words, and like I said, I don't bear false witness. He actually said this to me and Anthony, and we were driving one time to a site, and he said, in his words, he says, well, being a salesman isn't always about facts. That always stuck with me, because I was like, holy crap. And to a degree, he's right. He didn't. Now, in that conversation, he did not say that he lies or that he goes out of his way. Now, we've seen him lie a billion times now, but he didn't say to lie in that conversation. What he just said was, I think what he was trying to say was, you can omit facts and just kind of leave them out and leave it up to interpretation, but that's still
but it's
lying. That's not.
Yeah, it's so shady. It's shady.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I mean, if I'm going to sell a product, and if I work at a smoke shop, that. If I'm going to actually sell something, then I'm either going to be 100% honest with an individual, or I will be kind of shady just to get the product sold. But what we're talking about and what we're doing, and I don't compare myself. Let me get this 100%. I don't compare myself with like what you and Abe do. Y'all are actually 100% for the community. I I just BS. I hang around and I make people laugh. I'm not, putting testimony to fact and all that. But it's the same thing. Like if you're gonna BS people, then BS people. If you're gonna try to sell your your aspect or your fact, then go ahead. But you know, if you're really putting yourself behind the game and you're putting yourself behind the product that you're really trying to sell and you're really trying to put in truth out to people, then be 100 and don't be, a salesman. Same with Abe. Abe's got the brew house. That's like real deal. He went through that when he was a kid. Josh, you went through the Dogman, your experience with it when you were a kid.
Mm-hmm.
That's real ass stuff. You know what I mean? And continue to carry out with the integrity and everything in the realism that you do. I mean, I can be on my show and kicking with Monica and talking about 80s horror films, which have no validity. You know what I mean? But that's entertainment. There's a difference between entertainment and there's a difference between people having their integrity and their experiences. Huge difference.
Yeah, and the thing too, like there have been so many things that have been happening, and I've wanted to come on and say something, and then I've sat there and debated it, and then I'm just like, you know what, I'm just not going to do it. And when you get to that point where it's like people ask me to come on their shows, somebody had said Paul Sinclair earlier. I was set to try to get Paul. Well, not try. I was going to have Paul Wallace back on and try to get a coordinated time. I was supposed to interview several other people in this field that were big names, and was going to go on other people's shows and do some cross collaborations, and I just gave it all up. I gave up my syndication too to Blondes and Booze. I gave it to them.
Yeah.
And so if people want to point the finger and say that we were doing this for the money, then why would I give up my TV slot to them? I mean, if I'm doing this because I want to get paid, I could have accepted the $500,000. Well, now it's up to 600 and I don't want to say, I think it's $630,000 that I was offered last. And Anthony would know more because he fielded the email a couple of weeks ago. And so I would have to basically be an employee and work, 2 days a week, which is nothing. I mean, but there again, they still have that clause in there. And I said, get rid of that clause. And of course, I get it. They want to protect themselves. They were down from 5 years to 3 years. But what that 3 years is that if I were to leave or get terminated for any reason at all, that I would not be able to do anything that competes with them, which would basically be not be an internet presence for 3 years. So I'm willing to negotiate maybe down to 2, because I could just take a 2-year hiatus, take my money and go and just do whatever it is I'm going to do. But I told them that it would cost a lot more than $630,000. The show, with the doubling pace that the show was going, and we do not buy subs. We don't use AI fake stories. We don't buy comments.
Yeah.
We don't buy, all that other, what is
crazy, dude.
You can buy not just subs, you can buy views and all that.
Dude, you can buy, it's nuts, man. I was looking at it and you can buy like subs, views, likes, like okay, it turned into the same system that we always tried to get away from for God knows how long. It's like, oh, we can do the fake Paula Abdul BS. You know what I mean? Like, or you can be actually real. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I personally, like me myself, I'm disenchanted by it because of the fact that, you know, it's like, oh well, if you want to, because I got a thing. I hit my like 250 subs or whatever, and then YouTube hit me up and it was like, hey, well, if you want to, you can pay money to get more subs. And I was like, no, I'm like, no, that's not what I'm trying to do here. Like, I don't really care about it, you know. Like, I'm just having fun, being fun on my thing and doing my thing. I'm not trying to like fake the funk. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Yeah.
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 Because, you know, that's one thing that Barton kept saying, that he kept telling me that I was going to need um, to buy subs. And I was like, I'm not going to do that. He says, well, they're trying to make us buy subs. And I'm like, who's trying to make you buy subs? And he kept saying that YouTube was taking away subs from him. Being completely honest, and this is not me taking a shot at Barton at all. I'm not, you know, I'm not up here to attack him or whatever. Do I dislike the guy? Absolutely, I dislike his whole everything about him. The way that he sided with the enemy and did what he did, which was a real
Infiltrated.
yeah,
The infiltration.
and the slap in
No.
the face, you know. But I think personally his show is boring. That's my opinion, and I think that that people were just not staying. I think people were probably unsubscribing. Now, I will say this: it's not really typical for people to go out of their way to unsubscribe, but it does happen. Like, people unsubscribe to me today because that person says that I'm a piece of shit because of what I did to Barton and Mike from AI. I didn't do anything to Barton and Mike from AI. They did it to me. If they were paying attention, they would have saw the myriad of just crap. Like, they would have seen all of the posts that they were making, attacking me, attacking my wife, attacking everyone. Barton called my wife a bitch, you know, and he called her and Krista Tweedy called both of them bitches. And he had actually called ranting and raving and freaking out and screaming at Krista and saying a bunch of crazy stuff, and wanted to her to denounce me publicly, or he was going to sit back and watch us go to federal prison because we kidnapped Mike's child, which is absolutely insane. I am not going to go to federal prison for something that Mike did to his own children. They were taken away for a reason, had nothing to do with me, absolutely nothing to do with me. And the fact that this crazy Okie could actually get people to believe that mess and go along with it, and you know, people were like, oh, you know, there was this child involved and he was 10 years old, and the way Barton worded it made it sound like I had molested a kid or abused a kid or kidnapped a kid or something.
Right.
I had people coming at me, and I was like, what in the hell? So when I saw these people hidden below the belt, it was in a way that I would never dream of doing. Like, even in all the war that we were in, I had not done and stooped that low, especially Barton doing it that quickly. I'm of the opinion with you, Abe. I think that he had it planned. I think he had infiltrated and he was ready to make his move. And then when he lost, I believe it was around 400 and between 450 to 500 subs in like a week. And then all of a sudden now he's right back up, which, you know, who's buying subs, dude? Come on. I'm not going to say he is because I don't know that he is. But in my opinion, yeah, somebody's buying subs and it's not us. Okay.
Yeah.
And so I have people that I cut for in this community that have been my friends and have stuck by me. You two, of course, and Monica, she's great. Blondes and Booze, Tex, and BMR. Those are the people who've been there for me, who stuck by me, who did not jump ship. I'm good friends with Chris Garitano, Eric Palacios, Helbin Holler, Paul Sinclair, Paul Wallace. Those people, Jason Bland, Ken Gerhardt, awesome Ken Gerhardt, and Lyle did not buy into the bullshit.
Lyle.
They got sent the same messages as everybody else, and they were cool enough to tell me, "Hey, man, you know, these people are trying to pull us into this shit. We're not going to fall for it," you know, and you know,
That's
so
where I am.
well, yeah, they're just like, no way, dude, because I've never done anything to any of them or to y'all to make you see some sort of sickness in me that I would do that and actually turn against my true friends and my constituents. That's not true. And I'm the first person that'll go out of their way to help people. Like, you know, we moved all of this stuff here, you know, and we couldn't even get family members to come help, you know. And I was like, that's fine, you know, but if the shoe's on the other foot, most people are going to be like, well, I'm not going to help them. I'm the kind of person, though, I would still help just because that's me. It's on them to not do those things.
Right.
If you're not a person that wants to do right, then it's on you. It's not on me.
Yeah, that's your gig, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So
No,
I just,
yeah, absolutely, man. Like Lyle, me and him were playing the Cult Classic conventions.
That's what I heard.
And, yeah, we're gonna have a blast, dude. And we're gonna, dude. It has nothing to do with none of these other cats or the people trying to drag us down or any bullshit like that. Sorry, I apologize.
That's
But you know, it's you know, we're gonna do it to have fun, and we're gonna do it to bring in people to have a blast. You know, other than that, you know, like, you know, what is it? What is it really? Like, are you drawing in people to I think of what's that old school movie with the sharks and the jets?
West Side Story.
Yeah, West Side Story. Yeah. Like, dude, like none of that has anything to do with any of that. You know, like if you're really trying to cause drama and you're really trying to pull game on backseated drama, people see it. People will absolutely see it 100% of the time. And they know what it is. You know, like cats like Abe and, you know, Josh, we're just doing our freaking thing. We're not like harboring people into our, you're not trying to get on our side so we can.
Yeah, I'm not recruiting people. Dude.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think it's ridiculous, man. I and when they pull me into it and they say, "Oh, look, you know, Wolf, you know, Breezy's talking to blah blah blah," that's when I'm triggered. I guess you could say triggered, you know, in the new world. But back in our day, it wasn't triggered. It was
just handle business with those kind of people.
Yeah. Now you're talking shit.
Just handle them, man. You know.
Yeah. I'm not playing
old school from the 80s, 70s. You know, handle business. My orders were like, don't start a fight, but if somebody starts a fight, finish the fight. And make sure you don't get whooped, because you get whooped, then you're gonna get whooped when you get home. So I made sure I finished the fight. You know, that's all.
My dad would always, but my dad would be. He was like, if I got my ass beat, that was okay. But if I just let someone whoop my ass, he would whoop my ass worse. My dad was like, if they hit you, you hit them back harder, and you keep them.
Yep.
Like my dad was from the old school, and I watched my dad. We had some rednecks across the road from, we lived way out in the country, man, out near Rockdale. And their dog had attacked my border collie, and my dad killed their pit bull in our yard and hung it up on the fence. And I was like, oh boy. Like they tried to like start static with my dad. My dad jumped out, like pistol in each hand, like literally just like went at these dudes, man, and was in their face. They had those little S10 trucks, you know. My dad was like all up in their face, dude. And they were two big, burly hillbilly dudes, man. And he didn't take no shit, man. I remember one time we were at Randy's Ice House in Taylor, and there was this one Mexicano who my dad got around, dude. Like my dad messed around with a lot of women, dude. And
I know Randy's Ice House.
Yeah, Randy's Ice House. There's a fight club there, but my dad would go in there, and most of his friends were Mexicanos. Like he hung out with them. He dated Mexican women. That's how I came to be. And of course, he was always banging some Mexican woman. Like he banged one of my mom's friends, dude. It was like my mom's friend. Then he banged like one of my friend's mothers. Like, I mean, my dad did stuff, you know what I mean? Like he was not a good guy. And right. So this dude came in there and was all like, hey, Vato, you know, what's up? You want to mess around, all this stuff? Because even though that guy, it was like his ex or something, and my dad was like, I thought y'all weren't together. I didn't see you in the bed on Thursday when I was. So the guy took a swing at my dad, and my dad like caught his arm. He's a pretty big dude, laid him on the bar, and was just like, bam, bam, bam. And then we just got up and walked out. And my dad knew the owners and the managers and everything. And they were just like, oh, okay, well, you know, it's just, you know, he's just pissed off. He had a fight, whatever. So then I would run into these mostly Hispanic and black dudes, man, like around my town. And they'd be like, how's your dad, man? And they're like, I was like, how do you know my dad? Because my dad was friends with all these people. And on the Hispanic and black side of town, which was in South Taylor, the blacks lived on the west or on the east side of South Taylor, and the Mexicans lived predominantly on the west side of South Taylor. But my dad, like, he was like the only white guy that I ever saw that could like go in and out of those hoods, and like everybody knew him and everybody was okay with it, because when I was born, my dad was in jail for dealing drugs. And my Uncle Jaime, my mom, bless his heart, he's still alive to this day. He's still kicking. He's got congestive heart failure. I love him to death. But he literally was like the one that introduced my mom and my dad. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. And it was because they were selling weed and mollies and acid together. And so if it wasn't for drugs, you know, right. I probably wouldn't be alive. Like I wouldn't even be here, you know. So my mom, one day she was bitching me out about selling drugs or whatever. She thought I was, because she found some stuff in my pocket, and it was some marijuana, you know. And she was like, what is this? And it was like that commercial, you know, I got it from seeing you, you know. I tried to pull that shit with my mom. I was like, she goes, I only smoked weed a couple times, and that was because your dad made me. She slapped the shit out of me, dude. So the whole blaming her thing didn't work out like I thought it would on the after school special, you know. And my mom was like, shut the hell up. So I didn't do that. She's like, your dad. And she's like, you come by it. Like, honestly, I guess your dad's just a piece of shit like that. And then, you know, I look at my dad now, and he's like, you know, Mr. Conservative white guy playing golf and shit, which just up until a few years ago, he was a fucking Democrat. And I'm sitting there going like, now he's all like, oh yeah, I'm about Trump now. All of a sudden, you know, he wasn't about Trump, you know, when he first started running, because my dad was still had the retardation and was thinking that
the retardation.
Now the retardation. Now he's figured it out. So now he wants to be like, you know, whatever. And I'm like, bullshit, man. I'm not
right.
Dude. Like he lies to my stepmom and tells her that he never did drugs or sold drugs. Bullshit.
I remember back in the Gap, yeah, because so Taylor, where you're talking about, it was like there was the East Coast, or I mean not the East Coast, but the east side of the tracks. So it, like the tracks went up through they went up through Hutto and Taylor, and almost all the way to like Temple Belton area. So it was, I remember, is the east side versus the west side of the tracks. And that's kind of how it was in Bastrop and those areas.
Smithville.
They called it the line.
Yeah,
the line. If you went into South Taylor, you were in the line.
Right.
We got a lot of Fort Hood soldiers that would come down there and party and be fighting all the time and stuff. And so when I started running the club on 6th Street, it was the same thing, man. I see them soldiers come in with them dog tags. They get into fights and stuff, and I tell them, look, man, because I knew some of the sergeants too. And I would tell them, I said, man, I'm going to get your ass in trouble, man. You keep coming in here and fucking around. Because they'd be in there fighting and stuff. But as long as they were if they kept it clean and they weren't pulling out no filettos or trying to go outside and do something stupid.
Right, right.
Be like, hey, man, a fist fight's a fist fight. We'd pat people down. So when you came into the Roxy, you better know how to throw chingazos, because if you don't,
the Roxy,
you get your ass beat real bad, real quick. Because we had these, and people would come in there, and there would be guys that would come in there trying to check nuts, be like, oh, I'm looking for Wolf. And they wouldn't just come in there and fight me immediately. They just kind of look me up and down and be like, I'm so-and-so. I don't know you. I don't give a shit about you. I don't care what outfit you're running. I don't care what kind of guns, drugs, or whatever it is.
Right.
I don't care about your vomitous talk. I'm just going to be over here. Leave me alone. And they wanted to let people know that they were there, like, I'm with this group, I'm with that group, I'm this, whatever. And sure enough, at some point, they wanted to throw down. They wanted to see if the stories were true, if you could really handle yourself the way you stories, your legends, your persona, your reputation, And other than getting jumped one time by the triads, there was about 60 of them, and I'm not joking, there was about 7 of us. I had my ass handed to me that day. Other than that, I never lost a fight, and I never lost a fight inside the club. That was outside the club. And so I was pretty much undefeated in that club. And I would go to other clubs and work, and sometimes people would try to mess with me or say things and do things. And there was some wild stuff that went on. I had a guy try to fight me at the gym. And this is a true story. Scorpio was there. It was him and my friend Pug. There was this big black dude we hung out with. And this dude, Charm. Charm is an interesting fellow. He's in prison now. He's a Puerto Rican guy who was Fort Hood soldier, and had chosen to get with a girl and lived in Austin. And he ran a nightclub. And he was a tough dude. He was a really tough guy, and he was building a reputation for himself. He was a roid head. He was roided up. And I would see him at the gym, and he would be cordial, but I'd be in there by myself working out. He'd have a couple of his guys there, and they'd be staring at me and kind of laughing, making little private jokes, whatever. Right. And a couple times they came over to me and tried to pull some shit, like I was going to grab some dumbbells, and one of them grabbed them in front of me. It was all like, I'm using these. And I guess I'm supposed to be like, oh my gosh, you're scaring me. Or I'm supposed to take the bait and try to fight 3 of them, and then they jump me, And I said, well, go ahead, brother, take the weights. I don't give a fuck. I'll go work out. I'll use these. That's why they have more of the same ones, And so it was at a place called Fitness Connection. Now they're back with the same owners, but they were gone for 20 years. But this was on Ben White. And so I worked out there for a while because I got in for free because my friend ran the place. And so I was in there, and I didn't want to start any trouble. So I just said, all right, man. And so one day I was walking out, and Charm and his friends were walking outside. It's a stupid nickname. Who the fuck calls himself Charm? But anyway, I'm out there, and so I'm walking out, and he tells me, he says, when me you gonna dance? And I'm looking over at him, and I said, how much am I getting paid to dance with you? Because I don't fight for free. I was just trying to get out of it because he had 3 guys with him, and I'm by myself. And I had just did an upper body workout. And I was like, I don't want to fight these guys. Plus, these guys are probably armed. They're dangerous people. And I said, dude, there's no money in fighting with you. What good is it going to do me? And I got in my truck and drove away. And they followed me for a little bit down Menchaca, and then they turned off, And so we're downtown, and he's walking with the flyer girls, all those clubs, they had flyer girls, And he sees me, so he stands out in front of my club, and I know how this goes. I did this to another guy years ago before that. That's one of the reasons why I was where I was at. and he was trying to goad me into a fight. And I wasn't going to stand in the club and listen to him. And I walked out there and I was like, why do you want to fight me? What are you getting out of this? And what am I getting out of this? And he said, well, I heard you were talking shit. Well, I had never said word about this guy. And I said, I don't know you.
I don't even know you.
I don't know you, fucker. Why would I talk about somebody that I don't know? I said, if you go and get a bigger body count, then I'll pay attention to you. And so, sure enough, some shit popped off, and they were pretty much. I'm pretty sure they broke into our club. We couldn't prove it. You know, the cameras just showed ski masks. So, not me, but the man, the boss, the big boss. He owned 3 clubs. He had some guys go over there and fight and tune his guys up. So I went back and forth, right? And so when that fight went down, he knocked down. He didn't knock him out, but he knocked the shit out of one of my guys, big tough Italian dude I've known for years. And this guy came back with a message and said he wants to fight you. I said, well, then he needs to come and actually take a swing or do something, not just talk shit and walk away. So I go to the gym, and it's like 2 or 3 in the morning, about like probably this time, you know, in the middle of the night. And I'm in there working out. I'm almost done with an entire upper body workout, which is brutal. I have a really brutal upper body workout. And here this guy comes in fresh. He sees me. He's by himself this time. And he sees me, and he walks over there to me. And Marcus, the guy that was the guy that was the overnight guy, is my friend. He's a black dude. He comes up and says, come on, guys. We don't want any trouble in here tonight, whatever. And he says, man, you stay the fuck out of it, bro. Stay out of it, bro. Why you all up? Get out of here. Of course, Marcus is like 5'9", 5'10". This dude is 6'7". He's a big fucking guy. At that time, I weighed in about 325. This guy probably weighed 100 pounds more than me. He was huge. He was not fat. He was a big guy. And he told me, he says, what? He goes, what do you think you can do to me? And I said, nothing, man. I just finished working out. I just want to leave. And he goes, you know what I think? I think you're a punk bitch. That's what I think. I think you are a punk bitch. That's why you keep running, ducking, and dodging me. And I told him, I said, you know why? Because there's nothing to be gained. I said, if you whoop my ass, then you're the big dog, right? If I whoop your ass, well, it's just supposed to happen because you're just another notch in my fucking gun belt. What the hell does it do for me? Yeah. So it does nothing for me. This is just, you're just going to, I'm putting my reputation on the line. I said, you are literally an upstart. That's what you are. You got a reputation for beating up a couple guys. He goes, a couple. I'm like, well, just keep beating up cab drivers and patrons at your bar. I don't give a shit. I said, you're not a fighter. You're not in the gym training and fighting. You're not kickboxing. You're not anything. You're just a brawler. You know, you're not a jiu-jitsu guy. You're not a wrestler. What are you?
Right. Yeah.
He said, my heart don't pump Kool-Aid. And I made a joke. I said, of course it doesn't. You'd be dead, silly. If your heart was pumping Kool-Aid, you'd be the Kool-Aid man. You'd be dead. I mean, you would not be living. You have to have blood. And he goes, you want to see it? Like he's talking about my blood or whatever. And I said, no, dude, I don't want to see your blood, man. He goes, I'm talking about your blood. And I said, well, get your story straight because you're talking crazy. So I walked around him. He didn't touch me. So what he did, he got up in Scorpion's face, and Scorpion's like 5'11", 220 pounds, a big dude too, but he's not like this guy. And then he just shoved him over the weight bench. And he said, if he won't fight, maybe you will. And this guy was all roided out, dude. And he had been smoking some who the hell knows what, Sherm or some shit. But he shoved him. You can see that glazed look in his eyes, and he's
I know that.
And this dude was a piece of shit, And so he shoves Scorpion. I turned and I just lost it. And I was just like, bam, 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 bam. I just came in and just started like just bam, bam, just hitting him, as fast as I could. And I nailed this motherfucker about 10, 20 times. I punched him all over the place, man, because I know how to fight, like box.
Yeah.
And I had him on the ground. And when he went on the ground, I was just like laying into him. And at some point, he took a 10-pound plate and tried to hit me with. Well, he did. He caught me kind of flush on the face, and my head kind of turned. And it was like a glancing blow, but it felt like a punch. And then when I went down, I hit the plate, and it broke my hand, which to this day, that knuckle is depressed. So even with a broken hand, I kept punching him with my left, and then He was unconscious. It was over. And then, if you punch somebody enough, they'll wake back up.
Yeah, they will.
I walk his ass back up, and then eventually, everybody was there, pulled me off of him. And so he staggered out of there, and he was bleeding. Blood was coming from his ear. He walks outside, and he pulls a gap. And I'm outside with 3 of my friends. And for some reason, I'll never forget this, and Scorpion can attest to this, him and Pug and Marcus were all standing there. And I said, don't move. He's going to miss to the left. To this day, I have no idea, how I knew that was going to happen. But when he shot, it did. The bullet went to the left, and he was like not in control of his faculties. He was kind of like, and he was standing there by his SUV, and I closed the distance on him, and I got the gun from him, and basically just pulled it away from him and handed it to my friend. And then he kind of threw a half-ass couple punches at me, and I just backed off, and I just said, get the F out of here. He got in his SUV. He pulled out. He was driving all erratic, and then right down the road, because the police had already been called 10, 15 minutes before, he runs right into a police car.
Oh, shit.
Well, thank God, because he got sent to the South Austin Medical, and they had to open up his head because he had a cerebral hematoma. He would have died if he hadn't.
Oh, man.
And then I told the police, I said, look, man, this dude shot at us. There were 5, 6 witnesses there. My friend David, who I'm still friends with to this day, he was there. My friend Marcus, I'm still friends with to this day, Scorpion and Pug. And they all saw this happen. They saw this go down. And so this story became like legend downtown, of what happened. And so people were asking me what happened. I heard you put him in the hospital, whatever. And I said, look, dude, I didn't want to fight this guy. I had just finished an entire upper body workout. Hell no, I want to fight this guy. He'd been trying to fight me forever. He was a fucking monster. But what motivated me to actually kick his ass, the moral to the story was he could say whatever the fuck he wanted about me. He ran up and down the street talking tons of trash, telling me he punked me out, and everybody that would come to me, I'd say, do I look like I'm being punked out? Do I look scared? I still walk to my car by myself. I don't need bodyguards. I tell them, don't worry about it. I don't let somebody attack me. I don't give a shit. It's their life to lose.
Yeah.
But this dude, when he attacked my best friend, that's when I beat the fuck out of that dude. It was when he attacked somebody I cared about.
Yeah.
I went fucking smooth off, excuse my language, but I beat that dude. I beat his soul out of his body. Right. Years later, his girlfriend, very, very, very pretty girl. She looked like Ava, what's her name? Longoria? What's her name? Yeah. She was a really pretty girl, and I'm sitting there and I'm eating dinner at a Mexican restaurant with a bunch of my friends, and she comes up to me and I feel somebody tap me on the shoulder, and I'm kind of jumpy, and I'm like, whoa, what's up? And I see her, and I recognized her as his girlfriend from before, and I was like looking around. She's like, I just wanted you to know. She's like, you doing what you did to him, this was 2 years later. She's like, was the best thing that ever happened to me. I got away from him, and I went back home to El Paso, and I got my shit together. I got off drugs. I got away from this dude. He had been ruining her life. He had been running her life like she was a hostage, a prisoner of this dude. And we had no idea to the extent of what all he had been doing to people. This guy was a very, very, very bad guy.
He was a toxic guy.
Very toxic, man.
Yeah. I was talking to Big Jim, when he came by the shop, and
I know Big Jim.
Yeah, and he was talking about you about that, and he's like, man, dude, I just saw this young. He was like, when I first started effing with this cat, he was like a young little white dude. He was big, but he's just like some little, because he's he's like Hawaiian or
Jim
or whatever. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's just some little white dude, man, and he pieced this dude up so fast. I've never seen anything like it. And I was like, yeah, dude, like, because I buy it. Like, I completely buy it. Because, like us, and Abe too, like, we're not those cats that
No,
were.
we're not a group of punks. I can tell you that.
Yeah, we're not the punks.
Like knows like. I've met y'all both in person, and I can say this: if you're a regular ass dude, you don't need to be fucking with Joe or Abe. I can say that with all sincerity, like I'm me, you know, and I can handle myself, and I love you guys. You know, what I mean, we're boys. You know, we're not gonna punch each other or whatever. But if you're a regular ass dude, you need to STFU, like seriously, because Breezy and Abe are not no bitch. I can tell y'all motherfuckers have been around the block 100 times.
Yeah.
Like
Dude,
like recognizes like. And I'm like, I wouldn't go up to people and be like, oh, what's up? You know, like you think you're hard because you're gonna get your ass beat, you know. I mean, like, you know,
it's real deal Holyfield, man. Like, you know, like, dude, I grew up in St. John's and Rutland and Runbury.
That's a bad area, bro.
Like, yeah, in the 90s.
Killeen, where Abe is at, it's like a fucking war zone over there. Hell, one of my friends owns a jewelry store there, and I told him to Jacob, he's a really nice guy. He's from India, and but he barely has an accent. Like he's been here for 40 years. Really cool dude, man. Came here with his parents when he was young. He's about my age, and I told Jacob, I said, man, it's all good until one of them, you know, fools tries to rob you. It's all good in the hood, but Aline is a rough ass bitch. Like that place, I had to go get my friend packed up there in the middle of the night one time, and these fools drove up, and they didn't point a gun at me. They just showed it to me, and there was like 4 of them, and I talked my way out of it. I was like, look, guys, I'm packing them up. The relationship is over, man. She's cool. And they're like, well, yeah. Let's keep it that way. And then one of them started asking me some dumb shit like, you respect me or you respect my gat? And I wanted to tell this little motherfucker, like, I don't respect you at all, but I respect you to pull the trigger and shoot me. I said, I respect you and the gun. How about that? He goes, yeah, that's what I thought. And I'm like, okay, well, you're completely correct. And I'm sitting there telling my friend, hurry up and pack your shit because there's more where that came from. These are straight up Crips. And I said, dude, these motherfuckers were probably from the military base because they have gangs on that base. And I shit you not, man. They are thugging for real up in there, man. And I'm not bullshit, man. So I dealt with a lot of soldiers from Fort Hood back in the day. And you don't want that smoke, man. It's
Fort Hood, when it was an open base, there used to be drive-bys. In front of my of the billets, and right in front of the Cav division, they're freaking spraying the wall, like trying to shoot me. Somebody drive-by. They used to have gang fights in the back of the mess halls. People with chains, knives, pipes. I mean, there were like 50 people going at it, fighting. Gangs.
For Texas, bad. Yeah, for Texas cats, that was the original. I guess you could say Columbine. I remember when Fort Hood, when that dude let off at the. What was it, the Denny's or what? Or yeah, that was the original one. Like that was the first one I ever.
He was a veteran, a military vet, and went postal, man.
Yeah, and that was when it was called going postal. Like a lot of cats don't recognize that descent into madness when it was going postal to when it went into what we experience today. Dude, those were
battalions fighting battalions in the army.
Yeah,
that's
I knew a couple of them worked for me. They were from up New York, up in the Northeast, and they were from Fort Hood. I made a lot of friends from Fort Hood, man, and that base is the largest base in North America.
Yeah,
and people don't realize like how many people come and go through there. And they had all kinds of stuff going on. There was illegal selling of weapons. They were selling them to Mexican cartels. They were trading drugs for this shit. I mean, there was a lot of shit going on. I would hear about it all the time. And working downtown, you had your ear to the street. There is a lot of stuff that I saw. Bad people come and go.
Yeah.
And
CID was always getting involved with just undercovers
And
They had sting operations all throughout Killeen, Harker Heights, Copper's Cove,
Oh
right.
yeah, Copper
where
Cove is
people
another.
were willing and dealing with drugs for weapons and grenades, and for the
Right.
military, there were just a lot of
But
crazy
see,
stuff happening.
But see, like I personally like, you know, because how we do our paranormal and cryptid, those things follow that underground cavern. So like you got those underground caverns that go from, you know, South San Antonio, and they go up through Killeen, and then they end up like into the I don't know what you call it, but the big underground
Yes,
loopholes that go into it. You know what I'm talking about? So I think that, like, really personally, 100%, you know, it goes into all of that. You know,
you ever been to the one right there that's right by Georgetown?
what
Caverns, inner space caverns.
inner space?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I get a weird feeling. You know, I can sense spiritually when I was down there, man. There's a certain location where there's like a little bridge. I swear I felt something right there, man, like staring at me. And it's that area was blocked off that you can go in there, but it's like I had this creepy feeling like something was looking at me. So it's like I just did the sign of the cross, man. You know, you don't know what's up there in the darkness in the caverns.
Yeah, I personally, I think inner space and Josh, you could help me out with this one. The one that's in New Braunfels, right? Yeah, I think that's like the beginning of that, and it all goes up to the Kentucky BS. You know what I'm saying?
I think it goes all the way from further up. I think outside of Temple, there's a cave that I explored years ago when I was a kid. I was about 14, and it was somewhere outside of Temple. It was near Lawrence. It was Florence. There's a cave out there, and I think that one goes all the way to Georgetown. And one of the people that worked at the one in Georgetown about 20 years ago, a friend of ours named Mark, he told us that one stretches all the way to Shirts, to the one in Shirts.
Oh, to Shirts. That's
all the way underneath Austin, because Austin is built on a bunch of caves. That's why there's so many weird stuff. I had this long conversation with Linda Godfrey years ago.
Well, you got those bats that live underneath that bridge.
Yeah, it's like South Congress. Yeah, and they'll be there until October. Yeah. And so Linda and I had talked extensively because she had gotten several stories from this area. And she asked me if I would be, you know, okay to go and check them out, look at them, whatever. And I did. And one of them was literally, now this is weird. I worked in a haunted house. The episode, Anthony named it The Restless Widow. And she was a spirit. I say she because I'm convinced it was a female, but I think there was a male spirit there too. I think it was the husband. I think that he had died and then she had died. And she had died a year and a half to 2 years after he died. I think it was she was like broken heart, you know what I mean? Like she just didn't have the will to live anymore. And literally right down the road from there, Linda Godfrey had gotten a story she put in one of her books, and it was of a dog man that was walking in that the creek bed right there by the hike and bike trail. If you guys ever want to get together, I'd love to go down in there and do a little investigation down in there and get maybe a parabolic mic. People claim that they hear growls. I've had some people that I talked to that I had told that were sort of amateur investigators from San Antonio, and I told them about it, and they picked up some weird stuff. That was another show that I was planning on doing, was having them come on and talk, you know. We had planned a lot of things, but then of course, you know, these idiots that attacked us just caused so many problems. We just said to hell with it, you know. But I tell you right now, there has literally, I can count on one hand, 2 times that I have gotten the itch to come back and jump on the show. One, I was listening to a friend of mine talk on the show on one of the episodes on another person's show, and I thought I could add so much to this. I could, and so then I thought about it, and I thought, man, I had to get on there and just do, an hour. And then I got invited by another podcaster, YouTuber, and he said, you could be my co-host and you could, and I'd pay you. And I said, I don't need to get paid. It's cool. And then he goes, I just need you to be a co-host and I'll bounce ideas off of you. And I was like, nah, I was like, you're crazy. Like, you're crazy, man. I'm not going to do this. So his idea was like, call in and correcting people and telling them like what we talk about, Joe, Abe, about the real translations and things like that. I said, I would basically be arguing with people. And he goes, yeah, but you'd be correcting them. And I was just like, nah, man, you're crazy, dude. I don't want to do that. I don't want to sit there and make more people angry. You know what I mean? He's like, well, you already have people that don't like you anyway. At least give them a chance to come on and argue with you. And I'm like, nah, I'm good, man. Yeah. But I did kind of to kind of kick it around. I thought about it because, people are so wrong about the translations of the Bible, and of which, we are supposed to tell people the truth. And then, you get these people who get so angry and so worked up because you don't believe like them. But it's not that I don't believe like you. It's that I know the true translations. And
that's the weird part about it. You can actually break it down to a literal translation and the literal phonemics of it, and tell them, no, this is actually how it's, this is how it's actually pronounced, jackass, and and they lose their shit about it. They're like, no, it's not really. And I'm like, no, dude, it's not English full. Like it's kind of like that half-ass bullshit where they're like, name one thing about the Old Testament that doesn't exist. And it's like white people.
Oh, there you go. Planes, trains, automobiles, and white people. Yeah,
I'm sorry and shit, but there were no white people in the Old Testament.
Oh man.
But but no, I get that, man, and I, because I respect both of y'all's shows. And Abe's, he's still doing it. Josh, man, you've been doing it since been doing it. And I really respect both of y'all's insights into it. And there's nothing that I've found out about into y'all's shows that I completely disagree with. Y'all are great content creators, but not only that, but great people as far as presenting the truth as y'all know it. You know what I mean? And to me, that makes the world to me, because I hate these fuckers that they're just making shit up out of their own nuggets, and they have no
tigers.
They have no basis to which it was. I mean, I'm just not a fan, and I never will be.
That's the one that got me, the saber-tooth tiger one, man. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Yeah. No, like I love that the cat Mr. Mythos. He does. He got some more views than the Hawk Tua chick. Because he does like investigative stuff, and he goes deeper than John Holmes. You know what I mean? Hardcore. You know,
Who's John Holmes?
straight up. You know, we're but but he really does, and he'll be like in 1862 or blah blah blah, and that's what y'all cats, drew to me, and that's the reason why I, followed y'all, in y'all's YouTubes and stuff, because it's not just about like, oh, I heard this one guy, this one cat who heard about a Bigfoot or heard about a dog man or whatever. It becomes, in 1980 friggin' 6, I was there with my homeboy, blah blah blah. We're kicking it. We're rolling up the road. Dog man showed up, seen it, did it, and actually know about it. It's not just I don't know. It's not just as fake as the funk, I guess I could say, and that's my homage to y'all. Like, and that's why I respect y'all the way.
Just gotta to keep it real, man. I still haven't talked about all the missing soldiers from Fort Hood that wind up getting the disappear during the LANAF course. There's been almost every rotation. There's soldiers that get lost, and when they're found, they're dead. There's several locations in Central Texas, like by Colleen, out in the ranches where they found bodies that are mutilated, where it's just they found the carcass of the body, but it's in different parts. That's been happening through the years. I keep a track of all these things that have been happening throughout the years. I remember a story of this young girl that got taken from school, and it was like African American that took the girl, and they had been trying to find this girl for days. She was missing. I remember one day I was pulling guard CQ, and I'll tell you, I could sense spiritually. I was driving home, and I hear a girl's voice say, "Help me," So I go with my spiritual instincts. It's nighttime. I'll go down some roads, just following my spiritual instinct. And I'm going down this road. There's nothing but trees around me. I'm going down the road, and then I say, you know what? Let me just go back before I get in trouble, because I still had to post CQ. So I went back home, get something to eat real quick, and I drove back to the billets where I was pulling CQ. Well, the following day when I got off of CQ, I'm driving home, and I heard that they had found the body of the girl. So I wanted to see if that road was taking me to where the body of this girl was. And I went back on the road and I traveled it. And sure enough, it was one of the side roads that went into near where to Florence, to where the Florence creek or river is, where, just put it this way, God rest her soul, body parts, just pieces of the girl were found. The body part, like pieces, where she got cut up into little pieces.
Oh my gosh.
And this story nobody talks about, man. I remember when it happened, and ever since then, man, I believe it was cult related. Through my understanding, I heard that the people, the parents of the girl, were affiliated with drugs and deal people money. So that's what happened to the girl, and that's sad. They found just body parts of her, traces of her.
You know what's weird? That was not too long ago. There was a guy that got in touch with me. I was about to say his name. It's not important. I probably shouldn't say his name, but he was at Fort Hood back in the early 90s, and he was talking about Dogman. Well, he didn't call it Dogman. He called it a wolf man or werewolf. But he said that there was a guy from Haiti that was there on the base, and that he had told him some stories about these people who were doing black magic, and their whole objective was to become shapeshifters. But for each one of them to perform what they were supposed to be doing, there were 4 of them. They had to kill someone. And I told him, I said, that's a skinwalker. That basically they were trying to become skinwalkers. And he said he wasn't involved. He heard about it, and there was one friend of his that they tried to recruit to help them do that. And I'm thinking, wow, dude, this is a military base. This is the kind of weird stuff that they're doing on these bases. And I know Fort Benning, because my brother was stationed there, and he was telling me about it. And that's where you go to do jump school. And one of my friends who was a Navy SEAL, they train at Coronado for dive school, and then they go to jump school over there. And then he's still one of my really good friends to this day. He's a SEAL. And I worked with him for years. He was our roommate at one point. But he was telling me some weird stuff at these different bases too, where some of the stuff that goes on there. I mean, people have this misconception that they're just all the time being monitored by some higher ups and that everything is structured and you're in charge. No, there's a lot of downtime. There's a lot of downtime, and you have a job that you do because they assign you a job. But there's a lot of time that you spend not doing that job. And when you're not doing that job, you have your own, whatever, your life. And you have to basically be around people who are probably not always the most savory type of people. And you don't have a choice. You're forced to be around people from all walks of life, from all over the freaking country, sometimes all over the world. And if you were to do a Westpac, in the Navy, or as a Marine, you do a Westpac, you are on a ship with all kinds of different people. And then there's like Filipinos and Taiwanese that they work on those ships. And they're not even part of the military. They're just like, employees, government employees. And so you're on there on that ship. And if you're a Marine, I know that you are subjected to multiple different types of gangs and things that the Navy themselves, the Navy guys are in. And you might have 2 or 3 gangs that are on that ship, and they'll fight each other. They'll stab each other. They'll do all kinds of things. And you have a small garrison of Marines that are supposed to be like the police. Yeah. You can control everything that's going on that ship. And I've talked to a lot of guys, from the military, from multiple militaries, from everything from the South African military to the Taiwanese military. I've talked to people from all over. I know a guy now, he's a good friend of mine. He's from China. He used to be in the military. I have friends that are in the Bundeswehr in Germany that did the Schutzsnare and all this other stuff. People from Russia, people from all walks of life. One of my friends is a Croatian guy, former military. And they'll tell you some just crazy, outlandish, crazy thing.
Yeah.
One of my friends who was a Russian military officer years ago, he's older now, he's like my age, but he watched a bear. Now get this. This is a crazy story. He told me this was just like a few weeks ago. We were just talking. I hadn't talked to him in a long time. He's been a citizen here for 25 years. But he had told me that at one time, him and his unit got attacked by a bear. Now, we had talked before about the God bear. This is a bear that's not like a normal being. It's a humongous animal, and people talk about this animal with reverence, like it is a short-faced. I believe, in my opinion, it's a short-faced cave bear. That's what I believe. I believe it's a throwback. I think it's a natural living animal that still exists. Now, supposedly it went extinct during the Pleistocene. I don't agree. And I've actually kicked this idea around with Ken Gerhard at dinner, because he's real into the prehistoric animals and stuff. And he's kind of my friend that I go to talk about that. Him and Ryan Edwards, those two know a lot about this kind of stuff. And it used to be them two and Scott Martis. Scott Martis, God rest his soul, man, he was a great guy. He could talk about the prehistoric animals forever. And that's always been kind of a sideline for me. Interesting stuff. But this animal attacked their unit, and it went directly for one particular guy, tore that guy up. Another guy tried to help, and this thing turned and swiped him, and it didn't kill him, but it basically tore part of his face off. And so whenever this guy tells this story, he said it was horrific, and it grabbed the dude and then took off. And he goes, nobody fired a shot at first. He goes, it was like everybody was stunned. And then finally everybody opened up, and this thing was up over the ridge and gone. It might have got hit a couple times. But I asked him the question. I said, it took one of your soldiers, right? And it disappeared it was in the Taiga region, right? I said, it took your soldier and it disappeared, right? He was a captain. And it would have been the equivalent of the captain rank in the Russian army. And he said, it took him and it was gone. He's like, and imagine you have to go back and you have to tell your higher ups, you have to tell, whoever, the colonel or whatever, usually a colonel at the base is kind of in charge. You got to go back and say, hey, talk to the major, and then the major takes you to the colonel, and the colonel has, what happened? Well, a bear came out of nowhere and just grabbed Yasili, that's the guy's name that he took, and then was gone. And he says, and then you have to type up all this report, and you have to give it to the family and tell them that this bear attacked the guy.
Yeah.
He did what he was supposed to do. He did his due diligence. He typed up the report. He sent it in, and he says, I get a reply about a month later. And he says, this woman, the guy who was attacked was half gypsy. He didn't know that.
Ooh.
And so the woman that was his mother was a full-blooded Roma. She was a gypsy, and she messaged him back, and she says, oh, so this is what it's come to. She says that my son was targeted because of his father's sins, and a rival to her husband's affections basically did this. This was another gypsy. Man, I guess it was a man that was, I guess, how do you word it? He was jealous of her husband. She was supposed to marry this other guy who was a gypsy, and she ended up marrying this other guy who was a Russian. And so he was bitter and angry, and jealousy kicked in. And so he went to his, I guess, his aunt or his sister or somebody, and put a curse on her offspring. So one of her daughters was abducted by a madman, and was murdered. Okay, after he held her hostage in Russia, and then by the time that the Russian special forces had come, he killed her. And so that happened. It was a Chechnyan or something that had taken. There was a madman that took her, and it was crazy. And then another one of her sons had drowned in the river, and then that he was the last one left alive. And out of nowhere, a giant bear comes out and grabs him, and just him, and takes off. So she was left with no children. All of her children were killed. Her husband, who was a farmer by trade, had fallen and been killed by losing his arm and then bleeding to death in a farm accident. So all of this took place in a matter of like a few years. So this poor woman was left all alone. And it was all because of a jealous person who didn't get her affections, basically. And so that was a very sad story. But he asked me, he says, dude, in my whole life, he's like, I've only had a couple weird things happen. The other weird thing, he said, when his sister died, he saw her in a dream, but when he woke up, she was there. So he asked me about that. And I said, that's pretty common. That happens. Somebody passes away and they'll
on the same day when he
no, it wasn't the same day. He said it was the day of the funeral, which was a few days afterward. Yeah. And so when you have this kind of stuff that goes on, so he asked me my opinion. He says, you have the weird show, and what do you think of this? And I told him point blank, I said, dude, I think that it was real. I think that was a curse. He did not dispel it correctly. And maybe she was doing something to get rid of it, but it wasn't what needed to be done.
Right.
And what I mean by that is there are ways to get rid of these things, to stop them, to defeat them, whatever. But she was probably trying to fight fire with fire, and that doesn't work. All it
Yeah.
does is make a bigger inferno.
Make it worse. Yeah.
Makes it worse. And so but anyway, she ended up losing her whole family. When she messaged him back and told him this story, and then of course he got on the phone with her and she told him everything. And she said, I expected this, but I didn't expect it like that. So yeah, that's crazy. We're talking about the military, but can you imagine this giant prehistoric bear that's supposed to be extinct, and it just this humongous animal comes out of nowhere and just grabs a dude and then takes off.
Right.
And he said it was late spring, and so it wasn't real cold or anything. The cold had kind of dissipated and everything was unfrozen, and this bear should have been hibernating, or it should have been hibernated up until a certain point, but he thought, they had not seen any bears in that area. Now I told him this. I said, mid to late spring, probably the bear is already going to be out. The fact that he didn't see any other bears like grizzlies or anything else in that area was probably because that animal there was the reason that they were not around, because if it catches any other type of predator in its area, it's going to kill it.
Right.
Those animals were very much opportunistic, and a lot of times what those particular bears did, they would kill. They would take the kills from more efficient predators like saber-tooth tigers and bears, and the prehistoric lion and the cave hyena, which all existed in that region. But they were efficient hunters, and this god bear did not have to hunt. A lot of science says now that they really weren't hunters. They were really just super scavengers. And so they would just come out and just run off. Yeah, they would run off the wolves and the cats and just take their kill. But this dude, he came straight up and went for a human. Now, you could say it was a coincidence. You could say that this thing had an easy shot, an easy meal, and they just saw soldiers walking single file, so it just came out and grabbed him. But why him? When his siblings had all been killed and his family was under a familial curse. I think there was more to it than that. And so
he was being spiritually targeted.
Absolutely. Right. And was that bear, now that brings the other question. There's all kinds of questions that come up with these stories. The question for me was that bear really a bear, or was it something else?
Like a shapeshifter skinwalker, or something that manifested to look like that to go after him.
Yeah, that would be the question.
Which would be the man that sent the curse.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. No, not to drive off of that, because you're doing a bomb ass job on it. But I was looking at the chat and so if you look into this cat was talking about Yahuwah and Yeshua HaMashiach, right? So he's basically talking about in the chat that Yeshua is the name of Christ, but Yahuwah is the real. But that to me, that I'm not trying to just interrupt, but that just kind of my goat. Like the Yahuwah is the blanket of names. It's kind of like the Yahweh, right? So it's the absence of consonants, and it's strictly the Yahuwah, the Yahweh, but Yeshua HaMashiach, right, is the original Christ name. That's the Joshua, the Messiah, the Yeshua HaMashiach. And I personally subscribe to that. It's I don't think that, and yeah, just in case you said God name is Yahweh. I hate me for it. Go ahead. I don't care. You can hate me all you want. I just don't find that the creator's name, like Jehovah, Yahweh, any of that was put into the original translation of what God was in the Old Testament. That's not the God that I know. That's not Christ's God that I know. Christ's God that I know is not a warmonger. He didn't want 2/3 of the gold. He didn't want 2/3 of the virgins. He has no human elements about himself. That's just me personally. But I think the Yeshua HaMashiach is not necessarily a title, but a representation of what Christ in flesh, or God in flesh, would be.
Well, I saw them talking about Baal, and I can tell you Baal or Baal, that's actually, that translation it means like Lord. When you look at the translation, Baal to me is Marduk. And a lot of people will argue
Marduk,
that's Marduk. And Marduk was of course the son of Tiamat, and who killed her husband, his father. And of course she went ballistic, and she created an army of what we would call cryptids, I guess, to destroy. If there was a war, and so Baal, which people don't realize, and they'll also say things like, well, Baal was actually Moloch, and that's not true either. Those are two different. In fact, they did two totally different things, and they would have been rivals. Now, what I believe is that Tiamat could have been the mother of both of those beings. And I think they were half brothers in a way. Enki would have been the father of Baal, or Marduk. Yeah.
Marduk, yeah.
And I think that when you look at those names and those translations, what you're dealing with there in the land of Canaan, which was where Israel resided, what you're looking at is a familial kingdom, a ruling class that dominated and controlled that region for centuries. And so the title ends up becoming the man. Like, okay, so for instance, Anthony, my nephew, his name is Mario. Well, his dad's name is Mario. We call his dad Marty. And then, he himself is Anthony, even though his name is Mario too. But you're looking at, he has the same name as his dad. Now, a lot of times, look at Louis the 16th. Okay, there were 16 of these guys. They were all Louis. King Louis was 16 of them. When you look at these people who have these long lineages of the same name, look at King Darius. By the time Alexander had fought the Persians, it was King Darius III. He was the third one. Right. And then there was Xerxes. And then he had a son, but he didn't name him Xerxes, but then his grandson was named Xerxes.
Right. Yeah.
So you had all these translations. There were dynastic families Well, Baal, Moloch were either cousins or brothers, and they were actual people. And Remphan, who came later, was one of their descendants who built the temple of Remphan. Now, I saw somebody post something on Facebook the other day, and it almost got me going. And I said, this isn't correct. They tried to say that they showed some little goofy symbol. They said, this is the Star of Remphan. And I'm like, bullshit. The Star of Remphan is a 6-pointed star. I don't give a shit what you say. They tried to say it was the 8-pointed star. And I didn't argue. I just saw it. And I just said, yeah, I'm not going to step in that shit and start fighting with these people. Because then they'll be like, no, because I saw it on Facebook. So it must be true. And you're dealing with those kind of people. So I didn't start anything. I didn't say anything. I just bit my tongue, and I just, you know what you do? You use your thumbs to scroll on and do whatever.
You see a lot of that on TikTok, man. I just put my short reels and get out of there, man, because there's some crazy people in there.
It's crazy, when you look at like these names. I could sit here and go through the entire lineage of all of these beings and tell you who they are and what they are. Now, there is a confusion. Some people believe that Baal is also Beelzebub.
Yeah.
Now, that would be, with the added Hebrew would be the unclean Lord,
right,
or the Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Flies.
Right. Yeah. But that may not necessarily be true. And of course, Beelzebub also has talked. He was talking to Solomon in the Song of Solomon, and he says, "I have a son who haunts the Black Sea." The translation literally means like he hangs around the Black Sea and causes mischief. That's his job. And so Solomon, it's an interesting part of that. He says, bring him to me. And he says, I have no control over him. I am not his Lord. He is his own consort, basically saying that he has his own kingdom. Solomon's aggravated, and he says, look, I don't give a damn, okay? I told you to do it. I have this ring, Now, there is a confusion there. They said, oh, well, he must have had the 6-pointed star on his finger. That's what that was. And it had control over these beings. Therefore, it couldn't have been the symbol of Remphan. I'm going to tell you right now, it was the 5-pointed star pentagram.
It was. It was the pentagram before the circle around the pentagram.
The circle around the pentagram, because the unbroken line.
That's the pentathos or whatever it is. It's not actually a pentagram.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but there's these stupid people that literally believe that you can create that out of salt. And I had some smart witch tell me, oh, well, you know what? I made this. I summoned this and that, and I did some bullshit, and I put salt on that. And I told her, I said, I'm going to give you an assignment. Why don't you do that and do it outside in the dirt?
Yeah.
And a couple days later, she messages me back, and she's like, why did you tell me to do that? I know what you're up to. I said, why did it take you 2 days to figure it out, dumbass?
Yeah.
She says, well, because then the demon can kick the dirt over the salt. No shit. And the wind can blow it and whatever.
Jackhole.
And I told her, I said, you shouldn't be messing with this stuff in the first place.
Yeah.
And if you're such a powerful witch, how come you didn't realize that I was being deceitful? She goes, being deceitful. I'm like, that's rich. I'm over here telling you, you're such a badass at what you do, the arcane, as you call it.
Yeah.
I said, or how about this? How about you just don't mess with the shit?
Yeah.
Right?
Don't start with nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And then she started saying, well, I've heard you talk about reading magic books and this, and that. And I said, it's actually the mark of an intelligent person to read and study something and not accept it as what your truth is.
Right.
I mean, you should be able to read an entire book about communism and go, I don't want to do that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, why would I read that and then go, oh, that sounds like something I want to do, Or read a book about law and then say, you know what? I think we should do that shit. That sounds great. Let's go do that. Let's make our women wear trash bags and it's a mark of intelligence, of an intelligent person to read something and then not go, you know what? I read a book about Jeffrey Dahmer. I think I'm going to go try a man's biceps. How about that?
Yeah. I'm going to go eat some, big meats. It's going to be great. No, but yeah, you nailed it on the head, bro. It's dude, the way they actually compile it and put it into perspective is, sorry, I don't mean to cuss, but it's ridiculous. Like, it's ridiculous, dude. The way they have these things in, earlier we were talking about, someone was talking about Jehovah's Witness, because I was a Jehovah's Witness for probably about 4 to 5 years, and I was all about the Watchtower. I was about the 144,000. You know, I was all in it to win it. But I just don't. I see nowadays. I see the Jehovah thing as a lesser god.
Well, if you look at Jehovah, you also can look at it Yahweh, because in Spanish or in Latin, the J is often pronounced as like ha, you know.
Yeah.
So people don't realize that. And then you have different types of Latin. You have ecclesiastical Latin. You have classical Latin.
Right.
I've talked about that on my show too. And yes, Lawrence, you're very intelligent. Lawrence says Jehovah is a translation and non-translated properly. Exactly.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah. When you know, those are some things that got me into the fights with these fundamentalists. And I honestly think that Mr. Fisher used that as an end. I don't know that he really believes any of it. I think he was using it as a way to attack. And I stand by that, because after all the horrible, nasty things that he's done and said, I don't think he had any God-fearing bone in his body. If you did, you wouldn't say the things that you do and say. You wouldn't come out and say those horrible things at all. But anyway, that being said, the whole, you know, me not believing that their belief and the way that they believe in God is not the way I believe in God, but who would have more understanding of it? Somebody who's read hundreds of books that to translate this, or some people that have a book this big. Well, here, right here, I have the Bible right here. You have a book that big, and it tells you the whole mysteries of the universe. I mean, there's 146 books that aren't in there. I mean,
yeah, and not just that. It's not just that, but it's like, it's the fact that, so if you expand your mind and you expand your consciousness into, you know, outside of your realm and outside of your body, and you really start to understand what God is, it's not marked down into a freaking book. You know, it's marked down into, you can see, you know, your world growing. You can see the grass breathing. You can see your trees breathing. You can see life emanating from the world that you created. You know, like, you can see your children evolving. You can see all of that. And it's not just like, it's if you were to really peer it down into a book, and especially a slim book, you know, you understand that it's bigger than us. It's bigger than any kind of literature that you could ever experience. And if you were to actually try to consolidate God, the creator of everything in the world, into a minuscule amount of literature, you're fooling yourself.
You couldn't write 1,000 books and comprehend God, because we're in a 3-dimensional world. That's the key too, is being able to come out of the 3 dimension and seeing the other side. Now, the trick is, how do you do that without opening yourself up to something?
Right.
Of course, Abe, you know, has talked about that before. The opening is, you open yourself up to something. And so that's why I tell these people, I was like, it's really not for us to be doing that, because to me, messing around with any type of magic at all is
Yeah.
like going deep sea fishing. You're looking for a marlin. You don't know that you're going to catch. You might catch a
Yeah.
blue shark or a dogfish or any type of animal out there, or a squid. When you're
Yeah.
really trying to catch a particular animal, you don't know what you're messing with. It is very, very dangerous. Liz Delgado had a good point here. She says there is no right or wrong in religion or politics. No one wins this topic. I would say that's correct in religion and politics. I would normally say that's correct, but I say right now this election is probably the most important election that's happened in the history, in our known history of this country, and probably in the whole world, because we being one of the leaders of the entire world, it's going to make a profound difference in a lot of people's lives all around the world who we vote in place. I would say listen to RFK. I mean, he would have been my preferred choice. He was a very level-headed guy. They murdered his dad and his uncle and probably his cousin too, to keep the truth suppressed. And then they went after him and they hamstrung him in every way they could to keep him quiet because they don't want another Kennedy in there. And they're doing the same thing to him that they did to Trump. They're like, Trump's a felon. Well, if they had their way, they would make everyone that's against them felons. This is what the Communist Party has done. And I'm saying communist because these people, they are communist. This is not an opinion. This is what they are. I have seen this play out again and again and again. If you don't think that this is what's happening, take a look at Canada right now. Take a look at what they did in Cuba and in Venezuela. This isn't socialism, man. They just completely bypass that shit. They're going straight into communism.
Yeah.
Socialism was like, oh, they're socialist. Bullshit. We didn't even see that. We're just seeing, straight up communism. I mean, and then you look at Trudeau. I mean, up in Canada, he's Castro's son. I mean,
dude. Yeah,
he looks just like the guy. I mean, how could you not look at the guy and say that's who he is? That's what he is. I mean,
yeah, I don't understand why people don't see that connection. It's freaking weird, I want to pet that dog. Pet that dog.
Yeah, and what's crazy is I had somebody email me the other day and they said, enjoy. This is what I don't know who this maniac was. This is a millionaire. And they said, enjoy your time as a free man, Mr. Turner, because when the election is over, you and your ilk, which I applaud them for being able to say that word and knowing what it means, because everything else just sounded like the ramblings of a lunatic on the left. And they were like, but you're all going to pay for your crimes and you're going to go to jail. That sounds just like the communists. And I'm like, how long have you been a member of the Red Party here in Austin? Because they were talking about, you know what I mean? And I said, I know, I've seen your training videos. I saw them walking around. The guy couldn't even put the clip in correctly in the gun. And I was like, what is that? Are you kidding me, dude? Like, I mean, so maybe he would be better suited having like a handgun. I told him, I said, maybe get one that doesn't even, like, I have one here. I'll show you. Like here, this is a 38 and it doesn't even have the action on it,
Yeah, the action.
This would probably be better for somebody like that idiot. It's small, it's compact, although when you shoot it, you're going to go like, ah, and then they'll get the PTSD from it but this is what I would use. It's just a small, and so I told him, I said, look into a 38 without the action. He goes, what is action? I'm like, this is the kind of retardation I'm talking about.
Right.
He said the preferred weapon of the communists is the AK-47, the Kalashnikov. And I told him, I said, it's a 7.62 round. It's a very universal round, and it's a very powerful weapon. You can't use it to snipe, but at a closer range of up to 50 yards, you're good. And I was explaining it to him, and he goes, you're talking about guns. You're trying to bait me. I'm like, no, I'm telling you, I've seen your training videos of the Red Army faction here in Austin. And I've seen y'all walking around with guns that you don't even have the slightest clue of what you're doing. You want to start a war with people who do understand guns and do know what they do. You know what I mean? Like, these people they have the retardation, dude. I'm like, these people are crazy.
that are type
Yeah,
day.
but down here, it's a HK. I mean, like, I'm like, dude, that thing has, it's a very powerful weapon. I was like, I don't play around with these guns. I don't look at them as like anything other than a tool. It is a tool. That's what they are.
Exactly what it is.
Some of these people worship guns. I don't worship guns, but I have a lot of weapons. I tell people, I said, look, and I don't own a weapon that I'm not going to be proficient with at all. These people, they do. And like I said, go look at their training videos. It's hilarious that they think that they're going to be able to start a war with people like me. I said, you're out of your fucking mind. And I said, you think these people are going to come and arrest me and I'm just going to be like, I'm not going to prison. I'll die, but I'm not going to go to prison. I told him, I said,
Right.
because I told the truth about what the hell you are. And he says, you're trying to stop people from, and he started getting into all these political issues and stuff. And I said, you're trying to stop people from having abortions, and you're trying to, he was claiming all this crazy stuff. I said, my main thing is protecting our children from the left, from the brainwashing of the politics to the abducting and to the horrible, horrific things that they are going to subject us to. There is nothing at all that these people won't do. And they love it that we can sit here and fight with one another because, most of these people that are doing the attacking on me and on Abe and all of us, they believe like we do politically, unfortunately, but they are absolutely insane. At least they espouse that. And I don't know.
Yeah,
If they really do, because they're not even really Christians. So I don't know what they are really.
nah, it's fucking nut bars, and that's the reason why I jumped on it on tonight's shows, because if they're gonna try to like use me to fucking be, sorry to cuss on your show, but if they're
fine,
gonna
man. Go
use
ahead.
me,
Let
if
it
they're
out,
gonna
man.
use,
That's what this show is there for. It's called being there, done that, spiritually and physically.
yeah,
So you can say
but no,
whatever
but
you want to say,
literally,
guys.
if they're gonna be like, oh, we got Breezy on our side and blah blah blah, like literally, I get the fuck out of here with that shit, because I do not, and Josh knows this, Abe knows this, I've told y'all multiple times, I do not care about any. To me, it's the same as when I did freaking music. I did underground music for 20 years, and everyone's like, oh, they think they're hot on this one spot and blah blah blah. I don't give a shit. I personally don't. I will stand up for what I believe in, and I will not monarch that back. Like, I will not facade on what I actually believe in. But if you're really going to think that, like I'm on your side when I don't care about the sides that are given, then you're pulling me into a trump card that I don't care about, and I will be the first one to tell you that I don't give a shit about your cause or your meaning, but I will stand up for what I do believe. And
they want this holy war, which is just it's asinine, because I'm not going door to door and recruiting people to be against them. They have done that to me.
yeah.
And it's gotten to the point where it's like it's an obsession with these people. They are obsessed with me. And for what? I don't really know. I don't think they can really tell you themselves why they're obsessed. I think Anthony's correct,
Yeah, but you'll see it happen like right in front of your face. Like, okay, so even if I'm idle, right, and I'm not leaning left or right, and I start getting posts about, hey, you should blah 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 blah. Well, then I see that you're acting a fucking fool. And if I'm not hearing anything from this side, then it's very obvious as to what side is trying to pull or create a demographic that I have no point in, and that they obviously should know that I have no point in. And that's what pisses me off when you start pulling my name into a group, and you're going, well, we got this cat or this kitten on our side, but they're not. Then now, yeah, now you gotta be pissed off on the cruelties about it, because it's not about that, and especially if I'm neutral and you really want to like try to pull me on the side and use me as leverage on your side, then nah, I'm not playing that effing game,
And that's what they've done to a lot of people, and those people, they have started telling people, hey, you need to be on this side, you need to do this, you need to do that. And I haven't gone to anybody and done that. I haven't told people, hey, you have to support me in this defense. And it's not a war for me, it's a defense of the war against me, and against my friends and family. And I haven't told any of y'all, hey, you got to join my team. Just if somebody goes onto that side, I just don't talk to them, because that's it.
Yeah, I've been knowing they were up to something a long time ago, man. When I smile, I just smile because I know if they come at me in a threatful manner, I'm going to do what I got to do. Plain and simple. I'm not going to be playing around with them or nothing. I just got to do what I got to do. Sergeant Major was afraid of me. Sergeant Major was getting on me one time, and he got close to touch me. When he was fixing to touch me, I was just smiling at him. Sergeant Major got scared, ran around his desk, and he says, "Get the fuck out of my office." I was just waiting for him to touch me so I can handle business with him, But in that way, when like certain people say they got this weapons, they're going to do this or that, or they're emphasizing that they're going to use a weapon against you in the form of a threat, I just laugh at that,
Yeah.
It's people playing mind games. That's what I call it.
That's what it is. That's what it is. And like 100%, like
scare tactics.
That's
what I try to do.
No, like literally 100% on Wolf's side of the whole thing, and also same thing with you, Abe. I can honestly say, 100% no bullshit, that y'all have never came at me and been like, choose a side and you're either this or that. It's never been like that. Y'all have 100%, given me my grace to be logically sound the way I feel about it. And if I'm friends, quote unquote, like on Facebook or whatever, I'm cool with that. Like it's not, but I've seen those cats drive me away from the same shit, because they're like, oh, well, you're either on our team or their team. And I'm like, straight up, fuck y'all's team, dude. I don't give a shit. Like I enjoy, I'm not a moderator or a podcaster by any means. I do my thing. Me and Monica have fun. We do our thing, but I don't, they're like, okay, that's it. We're, unsaluting you and defriending you. You mean like I gotta go home and watch, Netflix? Or dude, you mean like I gotta not do it anymore? But anyway, so it's like 5 for me in the morning. So tomorrow, Abe, you're invited Wolf, you are too. At about 3:00, I'm gonna do a 80s horror movie.
Oh.
Yeah, like a review, trivia. Let's like get into it and talk Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street and all the good stuff. And y'all are all invited. Everybody is. Come hang out. Let's do it. Let's kick it and just do the damn thing. But if you're down, Abe, man, I'm gonna do so I'll probably kick y'all cats off like 30 minutes at a spot. So we'll do like 30 minutes of if Wolf wants to get on, we'll do 30 minutes of Wolf, 30 minutes of Abe. I got some cats who do filmmaking and production and horror movies. We're gonna have those cats on, but no one's more important than any other body. So yeah, we'll jam out with a clam out, man.
Alrighty, brother. Sounds good.
But I'm gonna get off. I appreciate you for having me.
No problem,
First
brother.
and foremost, yeah. And to everybody out there, God bless, one love, and keep looking for the truth, man, because it's out there, and we're gonna find it eventually. Wolf,
Yeah.
I was telling you, I was telling you earlier. Please come on, man, both of y'all. Tomorrow, we're gonna do. I'm gonna get some Mad Dog 2020s, and we're gonna
Mad Dog 2020, bro.
Yeah, we're gonna kick it old school, bro. But yeah,
Alrighty,
peace,
brother.
man.
Thank you
I
for
love y'all, man.
joining, brother.
What I had to run and grab a drink real quick. What was his show? What was Joe talking about?
Tomorrow at 3:00, he's gonna have a show about the 80s
Uh-huh.
of horror movies, and he want us to be on there, come out on there, like every 30 minutes. He's gonna have somebody on the show.
Oh.
He's dealing with the 80s, Friday the 13th and stuff like that. Tomorrow afternoon at 3:00.
Well, I don't know what I'm doing if I'm not doing anything.
He just invited us if we want to join. I know he's been planning it for a while. He's been wanting to do that. But yeah, this is people. That's one thing, man. All my life that I can, as far as I can remember, there's always been somebody trying to come against me spiritually or physically. Where when I was a kid, brujas, witches coming trying to give me an apple or a banana or a piece of candy or a drink. My mom would warn me about the brujas. She would say, if a stranger comes up to you, do not get what they're trying to give you. So I'd be standing in line. Imagine I'm in pre-K and I'm standing in line waiting to go to the cafeteria with my hands behind my back. And there'll be a woman outside the gate, and then they start walking real slow past every kid and come straight up to me and is offering me something, and I don't take it. And she's like, take it. And I don't get it. I don't receive it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like she would tell me that was most likely, a bruja trying to wish a maldad on me. So the numerous times that will happen to me, it will happen all the time, dealing with that. Then, as I grew up, of course, you get in fights when you're in school because sometimes it's unseen spirits get into, could be somebody and then they just come at you and punching at you. So, you have to block the shots to defend yourself, right? But you get attacked spiritually. It's always about the spiritual thing, about the openings that they might have. That's what I've learned throughout the years. Then, of course, as you get older, well, there's other forces dealing with a balance between good and evil, and it's still dealing with the same thing. You're going to run into people that, like Brother Jester said, people that might be dealing drugs, that to them there's some kind of power in their minds, what they're doing, or they're gathered with a group. They think that they're powerful because they're within the group, that they're untouchable. But everybody can be touchable. Not all these people that might be around you are not always going to be with you. So you get those kind of people, just like the people that we've been facing that were infiltrating PRT for a while. I would tell Brother Josh Turner, try my best to tell him that I know he's his own person and he gives people chances. And I could see the infiltration, what they were trying to do to PRT. And I knew that if they were going to that extreme, they're going to go to the full extreme. Not saying that they're going to do something. Scare tactics. One of the persons that they used for scare tactics was the Voltonator. That didn't faze me one bit. He said he was a dangerous man, though I was laughing about it.
Yeah,
The guy looked like Yosemite Sam, I knew he was full of it.
Yeah, let me tell you, I got this here gun. It's
He's cleaning his weapon.
Revolver.
He was cleaning his weapon in front of us.
Yeah,
Get out of here. That gun's so old that you shoot it to go far right or far left. Probably goes like this and it rattles. That's how old that gun was.
Yeah, there was the whole. Everybody was scared of these people, man. I was like, "What are y'all scared of, dude?" Like,
So I've seen the tactics. The tactics they try to play. That don't faze me. That's why I laugh and they get pissed off. When they're talking to me, they're talking to a guy that's been in combat. When they're talking about AK-47s, the enemy had AK-47s. Do they do anything to the tank?
yeah, I know. 7.62 is not going to pierce that armor. I can tell you that. It's
like just bounce
realize
off the tank. They're trying to shoot it with a tank, but it's not going to do nothing to a tank.
I look at it
It's
like
shooting a BB gun at a tank.
It's about as effective. If you're going to have an interest in something, whether it's religion or politics or guns or knives or anything at all, then be a student of it and learn about it and understand how it works. I had somebody years ago, I had said that I told people plastics. I told them that I believe that they created cancer. I told them that 20 years ago. And they laughed in my face. They thought I was cuckoo bananas. They said, really? This is what? And I said, yes, plastics are causing cancer. And then a few years later, they started talking about how it was leaking into the petroleum was leaking into the water, And I said microplastics will eventually be so prevalent that it'll be in our body. And everybody thought I was crazy. But, when the housing bubble burst, everybody thought I was out of my damn mind. I told a real estate developer, I said, that you realize, yes, BPAs, I said, do you realize that we're in a bubble and it's going to burst? He laughed at me. And I warned my sisters both not to buy houses and when they did, I looked at the contracts and I said, oh boy. I said, in the middle of your contract here is a balloon payment of, one of them was $26,000, the other one was $32,000. And I told them, I said, do you have the money to pay for this? And they said, no. And I said, then what are you going to do? I said, because then one of them's mortgage quadrupled, the other one tripled. Both of them 2-income houses that you were not going to be, and then you had that big balloon. And so all the money that I had made in the stock market that I had put, I made $78,000 by investing in Halliburton, which was, at the time, my friends were like, why are you putting $13,000 into the stock market? I said, because it was Cheney's company, and I believe that they're going to go to war with Iraq. Everything they did, I predicted every bit of it. Now, the housing bubble was very, Anunnaki Bros says, nice. Yeah, Anunnaki, we've actually eaten dinner. We've talked. He knows. So what I told people, I said, Clinton did something which was very, it didn't make any sense. He repealed the Glass-Steagall Act, which was in place to prevent the exact type of situation, just to put it in layman terms and not get all out there. Yes, Lawrence, we are in another bubble. That's very astute of you to see that. But what's crazy is I told everybody, I said, do you realize that this is a Democrat president that has nothing to gain, or does he, by repealing the Glass-Steagall Act, which did not make sense because with Cheney and Bush coming in there, who supposedly are their rivals, why would you give them the keys to the kingdom and let them rob the house, which is what he did. They take the clamps off and they privatize everything and they give everybody that's rich the big contracts. This is what they did. The Democrats were the opposite. They put the clamps on, they tax the shit out of everybody, and everything is controlled by the government. And then of course the deregulation comes, and it was a seesaw, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I said, you realize the Bushes and the Clintons are the same entity. They are all controlled by BlackRock or Blackstone. That's their Vanguard. Those are, well, there's another one, but it's really those two, the main company, the corporations that control everything. But there are 6 families that are in charge of all those corporations, and they do what they do. So when Halliburton, the stock went like through the roof, and everybody was like, oh, you're a genius. But yet before that, they were calling me a moron and a crazy person. And I told them in 2002, I began to take a lot of my money out and started putting everything into cash. People asked me why. I said, because we're heading toward a recession. 2003, of course, boom, everything hit. And then it took a few years for my money to make the money, but it happened. It did. Now, you figure you make that much money back in the early 2000s, that's a lot of money. But then I had to bail out like a dozen people from the bad decisions that they made, some of them, not all of them, against my financial advice. And I said, do you understand? I told you so. And they're like, yeah, I'm in trouble. And so I had to pull out the checkbook and write checks to get people out of trouble. Now, I couldn't do everything, but I did what I could. And so pretty much all the money that I made went toward rescuing people that I cared about. And I told them, oh, yeah, we'll pay you back. We'll pay you back. I didn't ask. I just said, don't worry about it. It's not a loan, because I know they're not going to pay it back. And I said, don't worry about it. It's just remember, do the right thing in the future. Well, one of my sisters, when my mother died, she absolutely did not do the right thing. I bailed her out when she needed me. And she said, when I get back on my feet, I'll help you out. Well, she owns like an 8-acre property, beautiful, has this nice everything, when the ends are met, and of course she never paid me back a dime, never gave me anything. And then when my mother died, she managed to take the lion's share of my mother's life insurance, which was a shame that she did that. Not so much because of the money, because I didn't need it, but the fact that she was greedy and she cut us all out like that. It showed me a black heart that really hurt me in a way that it was like, it's not about the money that she took. Like I said, it wasn't, it's just the fact that she did that. And I told her, I said, this is the last conversation we're ever going to have. I'm never speaking to you again. I said, and I hope it was worth it, because one of these days, because I said, you're not good with money. You're not good with life, period. And I told her, I said, one of these days you're going to need me, and I'm not going to be there for you. I've been there for you my whole life. And you wait until my mother dies to pull this shenanigan. And her words were basically that I didn't need it. And I said, yeah, but you should have done the right thing, because she cut out the other sister, and I thought it was wrong what she did. And I told her, I said, you should take what you got and divide it up equally. That's what's right. She didn't want to do the right thing. So therefore, and she used God. She said she prayed to God, and God told her to give me some of it. And I said, I don't believe that God told you to give me any exact amount. I don't think God does math like that. I said, you should have done what was right. I said, you had all that time to be with my mother when she was dying, and you made sure that I wasn't able to because of the COVID restrictions, St. Luke's and Houston. And I said, that's fine. You did what you did. And then I finally got to see my mother when she was barely coherent. I could barely talk, could barely speak. And I sat there by her bedside and I cried because I could not see her before that. And I know my mother had told my wife that my sister was going to do that she had signed it over before, and she said she was going to do the right thing, but she had misgivings and she knew that she wouldn't. And it's one of those things where you hope they do the right thing because then you can still have hope for them in their life. But then when she did what she did, and the sad thing is she works at a church. And when you stop and you look at this situation and you're going like, wow, this is the person that I grew up with. I got in trouble for over and over again. I took the blame. I took ass beatings for her and her shenanigans. She never took one for me. I always took it for her. And then this is what she does. And so it hurts you because you have to turn your back on them. And then, most recently in the last couple of years, I had to disassociate myself from my other sister just because she would take things from me and then turn around and say nasty things behind my back and mock me and stuff. And so I there again, I didn't confront her and be ugly or whatever. I just told her I'm still close with my nieces and nephews, but I told them, I said, look, I'm nothing against you. I just don't want anything to do with your mother because I don't think she's a nice person. I just don't. I don't think that she's a good person. I think that she's not as bad as the other one, but there again, I mean, you have to get these people out of your life.
Yeah.
Because all they do is take, and that's not even the problem. If I have it to give, I give. I don't have a problem with that. But then when you take from me, and this is something that my nephews were telling me that she was doing, and then turning around and bad-mouthing me and even mocking me. I did nothing to this person. I defended her over and over again, and I helped her. And then she went around and told people that I'm very wealthy and that I don't help her and all this other stuff. And I'm like, look, I think I've bailed them out more times than I can count. And it was always like, oh, I'm going to get you back. I'm going to get you back. And they never do, never have, never will. They never do. And so I always, when I give them money, I don't tell them it's a loan because they won't pay it back. I just say, just take it, whatever. And I think that also, you're not really helping people that way. They start to expect it and it breeds resentment. And whenever you don't give it to them, because at one point I didn't have it, I said, look, I'll have it later, but I do invest. I have investments. And I said, I had to put money into these investments. What do you think money comes from? Because they don't really understand it. You know what I mean? And so she went around telling everybody that I wouldn't help her. And that's not the case at all. I just told her to wait. And just being told to wait was enough for them to go and say things against me and behind my back. And, and that is the sad thing that people don't get. You're going to be persecuted for doing good. You're going to be persecuted for doing the right thing. And that's the hard part about life. You have to and when you look at like my situation, I'm the youngest. And my parents were not in love with one another. They didn't really even like each other. Like they kind of disliked each other. They got divorced when I was like 12. They separated when I was 11 for the last time. Finally, that was like finally it. Whatever. When my mother looked at me, she saw my dad, and when my dad looked at me, he saw my mother, and they hated me. I was the product of something that neither one of them wanted. And so I was not given that the youngest. I wasn't given that leg up. And my dad got with a very not nice woman when I was 13, and she never let him help me. She would never let him help me. And I do think that at times he wanted to help me, or he would a little bit, but if he did too much, she would know. And I think a lot, even though he made decent money, I think that a lot of his finances was tied to her, so he couldn't do anything. And so he just didn't. He just didn't help me. And he just kind of would watch. He's the kind of guy that would just stand there and watch you burn. And he did. He really did. He watched me struggle. He watched me need help, and was just like, "Oh well." And then later on, had the nerve to tell me, "Well, that built your the character that you are. You're strong because nobody helped you and whatever." And you're sitting there going like, "Well,
Yeah.
that was your plan all along, huh? Thanks for watching me burn and being homeless, living in my car when he had money." And then I found out later on that if my sisters asked for anything, then he helped them, but not me.
That's
And
crazy.
my stepmother despised me. And it was because of my mother. I guess she hated my mother. And so the war was fought between them. I was the pawn, and so it was one move here, one move there. And what ultimately ended up happening was that I was poor. And so I went to school wearing the same clothes. I had maybe 3 shirts and 2 pairs of pants or whatever. I had some crappy shoes, and I wasn't. I mean, you could physically look and see that I didn't have anything. And my mother would take the child support and would not buy me clothes with it. She would not, So, and it was like a sort of an attack on my dad. I guess she thought that it was hurting my dad somehow by hurting me, no matter how much I pointed it out that he didn't give a shit. It was just her way of attacking me. And then I had to hear this all the time, like, "Oh, you look like your dad, you act like your dad," or and I got so sick of it that by the time I was 15, I went to go live with some friends of my family. And that's how I saw the Dog Man, because after that particular incident, I was always over there hanging out with them, because at least over there I got to eat and live. And my mother, that was it. She was like, "Well, you should have been home with this and that." And then after that incident, I ended up going and living with them. And my dad was okay with me living with another family. I know it's a weird situation when you live with another family at the age of 15, but my parents didn't. They were not. I get, this. They said that they love me. They said that they would say it, but I don't know if they really did. And to this day, I don't really know if they did. Like my
Just
dad
because
does.
you got stuck in the middle from their animosity
Yeah,
towards each other.
yeah, that was it. I mean, and it was like somebody can tell you, "Oh, I love you," but they don't really care about you.
When they
And
show you something else, something different, that's
yeah,
not showing the love. I know my mom would be there for me when I was a little league. She'd be at the bleachers supporting me. I was a pitcher. I would always look for my dad, but I could never find him. I would look at the bleachers, never see him. He wouldn't even sit with my mother. He would sit. He was like, he was always cheating on her. So I would look for him, and the only one I could hear cheering me on with my mother. And then when the game finishes, I'm seeing Park like 3 blocks away from the little league field in the station wagon, and he said he was looking from a distance. And to me, that was like bullshit. I knew that you love me would be up there sitting with my mother supporting me, and it wouldn't. he always like never wanted to be seen with anybody in public. I remember going to the bars when I was like 5 years old. My mom would send us looking for him. The bars were at the end of all the way, like, you can see 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 blocks away in the very end of the street, down our street. All the bars were there, and I go over there and I find them, you know, and I go in there and tell them that my mom, was waiting for him, and he'll say that I was just a kid. He would never say this is my son or nothing. He would just say, you know what he would say? He would say to the females over there that I was just the neighbor's child. You never acknowledged me as a child, as his son.
Freaking.
So we start walking home. He's got lipstick on his face when the women were kissing him, and he would ask me if he had anything on his face. And he wasn't accepting me and introduced me as his son. And he had lipstick on his face, and I would tell him, "No, you don't have nothing on your face." And he'd be drunk. He'd get home, and my mom would see the lipstick on his face, and he'd be like, "Hey, what's up, babe?" And I would just wait because I knew what would happen. I would wait. He'd go to sleep, and my mom start beating the crap out of him while he's passed out because he's drunk. I mean, solo bolos in the face were knocked out. And in a sense of a way, when she would do that, I was like happy about it for him not acknowledging me as his son in front of those women as like disrespecting me. So it's like I don't have a relationship with a man, He had never acknowledged me as a son. The only person that acknowledged me as a son was my mother, and he took her life.
You told us that story.
Yeah, he's in a nursing home right now somewhere in Harlingen, Texas. I just leave it up to God, but he's not living at the house anymore or anything like that. But yeah, that's what he would do. Never acknowledged me as a son. So it's like I don't see him as a father, because he never acknowledged me. So I just I do my own thing, do my own life. I try to give him words of advice like he would tell me. Like when he lost his leg. First he lost his toe, then he lost his leg to gangrene. And it's like, don't give
diabetes?
up. Yeah, diabetes. I tell him, don't give up. Say, don't be a hoard. Don't give up. Fight.
It has to be hard for you, having your dad take your mother's life, and then there has to be a lot of emotions that go through.
Oh yeah, that was a time when he was telling me some bad things about my mother. He's already in the wheelchair, missing a leg, where easily I could have done something, but the way I see it, I just leave it up to God. He's the one that's what we're supposed to leave it up to, and we're supposed to forgive because that's what He wants us to do. So that's what I've done. Supposedly he's doing better at this nursing home he's at. He's gained a lot of weight. He looks different. He had given up in life for a long time, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. He wasn't eating right. He wasn't taking his medicines or whatever, but he would always say, God, please take me now. But guess what? He's still here suffering. Like it says, you're not going to live this earth till you pay your dues of what you've done on this earth.
Yeah.
So in that sense of a way, I just leave it up to God. I know none of my family really talks to him. Because what he did, he took our mother, and I don't blame my brothers and sisters for not wanting to talk to him. I don't have a relationship with him, but I leave it up to God as I'm a father with my son. I show him that I'm a son. I show him that I care about him. I'm there to support him for whatever he does.
I think
it's crazy.
What you told us when you had, and it was actually, it made sense when you talked about what happened to you as a child with that bruja, you know, and that's what opened the eye for you, and you saw and had lots of experiences. And I've had people reach out to me and they'll say things like, you believe Abe? Do you think he's being honest with us or this? And I tell people, I said, I tell you this, 100% only Abe knows for sure. But I told him, I said, if you are subjected to that as a child, you will absolutely have the eye. And when you have the eye, you see and hear things that others do not see. And it's not schizophrenia, it is the ability to see into the other side. Now, subconsciously, at times, you can block it out. You can
I can go to your house, where your old house, and if there's something there, I can get it out of your house.
Oh, yeah. I believe it.
I have that ability. I have people that would hear about me and that would contact me. They're in Killeen area, and I go get rid of whatever is in their house. It will show itself to me, because I can see it. They have to identify themselves through spiritual law. So I get rid. Like some of the people will get attacked. Like their children were getting attacked, where their ankles were being grabbed, their wrists were being grabbed, and they wake up with bruises and stuff like that. So it was dark spirits or dark shadow figures or unclean spirits that were infesting their home. And normally when you have an entity like that in your house, what I've witnessed is always the room that's the darkest. It could be your living room that's dark. It could be your kitchen that's dark. Wherever is the darkest in your household, that's where the entity is, or should I say the unclean spirit. But the way I can see it is because I see things spiritually, so I know where it's at. But when I go into a home, so I'm able to see what the darkest place is. I had a friend of mine that was telling me that her daughters were being attacked, so I went and I found it real quick because it showed itself to me. It moved. It was in her living room. When I cleansed the home and did everything I had to do, we stepped outside of the home, like 5-10 minutes passed by, went back inside the house. And this will happen to unclean spirits sometimes. These are the spirits that are tortured by the tormentors, that sometimes they get cast to go do missions, spiritual missions, right? To go against people. So these spirits, it's the ones that their flesh grows on and takes ripped off. So when they're injured, they leave traces of blood on the wall. Sometimes they leave traces of blood behind picture frames, on the light fixtures. That's when you know that the unclean spirit is still in the house. So you go, you get the person that's the owner of the house to wipe up the blood that you see on the walls and stuff like that. Then you go into prayer again and tell it again to leave the house. I remember when I did that, her daughter had come out from the bus. When she walked in her house, her daughter said, "Oh my God!" It said, "It feels." She said, "It feels peace in here. It feels peaceful." So when we go look in the living room that was pitch dark, you could see the light coming out from the outside and everything inside the house. The room was lighted up because the unclean spirit, we got rid of it. I got rid of it out of the household. So yeah, I've been doing this. Works. It's a gift. And I see his ad, and just like I see him in homes, I see it. It could be in a person at a restaurant. It could be with a homeless person. There's unclean spirits. When I go to the woods, they identify themselves. They show themselves sometimes, or they talk different languages. They make animal sounds. Like sometimes they like making snout sounds, pig sounds. I was hearing how hyenas laugh the other day. I went out there, and I was like, "There's no hyenas in Texas." But it sounded like a hyena's laughing, and then
yeah, I've heard that before too, out in the woods.
I did a short reel where something said something right beside me, and it sounded like many disembodied voices saying something, they're identifying themselves to me, it's like a indirect way of identifying themselves to me. So what I do, I just maintain my love foundation and be ready just in case I have to fight spiritually. Yeah, it's. And for the people's the naysayers, hey, you're more than welcome to go to Elm Grove. If you don't believe what I'm saying, go there at nighttime, because That's when as soon as it goes 6 o'clock or start getting dark, that's when the activity picks up. But in Elms Grove, there's activity 24/7, 24 hours, even during the day. You could hear disembodied voices. You could hear something running around you. And the location of the path in Elms Grove, the one thing you don't hear in there is birds. There's no noise of any birds, nothing. When you step out of the path in the park, you can hear the birds chirping, but you go into the path, you don't hear no birds chirping. It seems like it's a different dimension or a different how should I say, yeah, like a dimension, because you don't hear no birds chirping. But when you step out of the path, you can hear all the birds chirping in the park. You go into the area, you don't hear no noise of no animals, no crickets. You step into the park, you're hearing the birds and you're hearing the crickets. So that's the activity there in Elms Grove. And of course, the dark spirits, dark shadows, they're there. They surface up during the day and during the night, you know. But the gift, I've been having it all my life. You know, it's just, I guess, whatever is in that territory of Elms Grove knows that I had the spiritual abilities, which is most likely a skinwalker and shapeshifter. So they targeted me because they know I have that ability to be able to see them. So they came at me in numbers. But, you know, my sister, being she was here earlier, she's spiritually gifted also. It's like, because we were open up to all that since we were all kids, you know. When she got open up to it, it's when the witches, the brujas and lechuzas started coming to our house after I came back from Mexico, and they came to attack. That's when she started opening up to all that too. So it's like my mother was spiritually gifted. She could see things of the future before it even happened. So I'm more than sure she knew things that were going to come. The curandera from Mexico, I told my mother that somewhere later on in the future that something bad was going to happen. If something bad was going to happen, that it could affect the lives of all of us. So that's how spiritually gifted the curandera was from Mexico. That she knew things that were to come. She gave us little cantaritos. You know, cantaritos are little jars that are made out of clay, and it had a name. She had name for all my brothers and sisters on all the jars. I guess you could say I was kind of like her. I'm not going to say price pupil, but all I know is she said that I was very spiritually blessed. So yeah, imagine living a life like that, going to school when you can go to school to study because you're seeing dark shadow spirits jumping into your friends and they start acting crazy like that's not them, and then you have to use your love foundation to get the dark spirits out of them. Or you see the witches and warlocks, some that could be teachers, you know, that are there, and you could see, or you can see the people with the negative attachments. You know, it's
and there's
crazy.
a lot of fake Christians that actually do practice.
Yeah, I know. It's the old boys over there. I believe that they belong to a cult. All the things that they're saying is a form of witchcraft, especially when you wish bad upon somebody. I mean, I'm not saying nothing bad about anybody here about those individuals, but they've sure said a lot of bad things about me, a lot of bad things about Brother Josh Turner, Sister Nellie Turner, and they come the things that they say is they take the Bible out of context just for their advantage, because that's what they do. That's a form of witchcraft when you're wishing bad upon somebody, talking about no mercy, 7 times fold, saying all verses out of the Bible because they pick certain verses to use to practice their indirect form of witchcraft and necromancy. Sister Dana Ortega is primary example of that. Well, I didn't call her sister. I'll just say Dana Ortega. She tried to target me and the other lady dealing with my mother. You know, what they don't understand is what happened with my mother. That was a long time ago. You know, she's got her own spirit, right? Her spirit still continues to live. All I can say is they try to bring her to try to see if they could hurt me, but no, because I know that she's amongst me in spirit. So her spirit our spirits are going to continue to live, especially if we have a love foundation, you know. But yeah, it's crazy, man. There's some crazy people, especially the peoples that have targeted your brother Josh Turner. You brought them into your home. They infiltrated your home, and only God knows what the hell they did there. If they did some brujeria in there, and I'm talking about all the people that you invited to your house that you've had there, which was Bart, Farton, Larry, and Covington. You know, the buddy probably did something there. That's why you were having a lot of activity.
Yeah, because I wonder about that because Larry had tried to bring us some towels that he claims were blessed by some guy named Pastor Rudy. And this guy, Pastor Rudy, he refers to as a lion seeking those that he can devour. And I'm like, that's what the Bible tells us about Satan.
Yeah.
He's a lion. So I'm like, how can you sit there and call somebody a lion seeking those who he will devour? And you're sitting there going like, how the hell? Because he posted that. He literally posted that about this Pastor Rudy guy. And he's claimed that those towels he gave me were blessed by that guy. Well, after we had those towels in the house, we all had bad dreams. And of course, you know, this thing with him, everybody always says the same thing. Oh, well, I thought he was a nice guy, you know, because he does that aw shucks, whatever. My brother and Scorpion weren't buying it. They had seen this kind of behavior before. And
yes,
I think I was too busy with the businesses and with the show and everything. And I just didn't see the danger there. Now, I did feel weird when I talked to him, especially in person. Whenever I had to deal with him in person, I always felt some weirdness off of him.
Yeah, he never. When I spoke to him, he never looked me in the eyes. He was always
he won't look you in the eye. That's the weird thing. Yeah, you're right.
Fidgety, real fidgety. Like he never make direct contact to him because I would be able to see through him. So every time he spoke downwards, looking downwards, and or looking away from me. But he never looked me in the eyes.
Always found a way to distract.
Yeah. So that's when I knew that he was up to no good, man.
Yeah, and it didn't take long after the conference for the mask to come off, because after the conference he reached out to me. I guess it was like February or something. No, I mean, well, no, it was before that. And he had said something to me really weird, like right after the like, and he lied. He said that he had come over and Clough had given him in late January or something that our freezer was full of meat that was from the food drive. Well, he didn't, you know, first of all, we bought thousands of dollars worth of meat. And he said that we collected all this money from people. The money that people donated for that was minuscule compared to what we paid. And we did give food to over I think 50, 60 people. And so we had some meat that was left over. But he claims that Clough had him come over in late January and that he gave it to him. Clough wasn't here in late January. So he lied about that. He lied and said that he came over to my house and that we had all this freezer full of meat. We had our own meat that we had bought with our own money, had nothing to do with the food drive. And so there was meat there. There was a little bit that was left over from the food drive. And so I don't know who gave him the meat. It was probably Anthony. And I guess he went into my garage or whatever. He says I live in a mansion, or I guess that's a mansion to him. I don't know. Very, very bitter, though, very angry, very short with me, you know, after the first time he came over, because I think that he's one of those people that feels like he should have what you have. Barton was the same way. After coming and visiting and us being hospitable and doing everything, the fact that somebody could message me and tell me after what we did to Barton, I'm like, man, oh my gosh, these people, they have no idea, like what we did to him, no, what we did for him. I brought him out of retirement, but let's go back to this other guy. He came in my house without being invited. He showed up at least twice, and I went to the back and told him, tell him I'm asleep, which wasn't true. I know that wasn't, but I just didn't want to deal with the guy. And then he went around telling everybody that I'm lazy and that I sleep all the time. Bullshit. That's because I didn't want to deal with him. Everybody that knows me knows that I don't sleep a whole lot. But this dude went out to the garage, and I don't know who gave him the meat or whatever, but he claims that there were steaks in there, that we had basically ran a scam. And we've been doing that food drive, and I believe it started in 2012. So I think it's been 12 years or something like that, because we were trying to remember exactly when it started. And it may have been even before that, because I'm pretty sure this past year was our 12th year. I think Tony said it was like, he remembers it from when he was a kid. So it may have been even before that. But I told him, I said, no, I think he says he thinks it was 2010, but who knows? I know that it's been 12, 14 years, something like that. And these two turds, Clough and Larry, come into our lives, turn our lives upside down. We give them jobs, we help them, we do everything we can. And then they make up their minds that they want to destroy us, basically. And a lot of it, I think, had to do with just jealousy. Like we had things and they didn't, is what they looked at it like. But what they don't understand is I came from nothing. I had nothing. And I built everything with my own two hands. And for you to come along and just act like you're supposed to have what I have when you have not done the work that I have, it's like the little red hen. You didn't help me make the bread. You didn't help me get the ingredients. You didn't help me do any of it. And now you want to eat the bread. And that's how I look at him and Barton and Clough. They're all little bastards who come along and they think that what you have, they should have, without the work, without the effort, without anything at all. And then for him to go and spread lies and say that we didn't give the food to who we said we gave it to, that we gave it to people in mansions. Why in the hell would people in mansions need us to give them steak?
That's crazy.
That is ridiculous, dude. And so he claims that Clough told him that. And for all I know, he could be right. Clough could have said that, because Clough was a nasty, evil person, a very mean-spirited person.
One thing that I know they all have in common that they like calling their women the B word.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Covington called his mother the B word.
Mm-hmm.
That he hated his mother, So I'm like, how can a guy say that he hates his mother and calls her the B word, the mother that brought him to this world, all of a sudden wants to be a person that is caring about other women that are being victims? To me, I seen that he was infiltrating, and that's exactly what he was doing. He was trying to see, to be somebody's hero of some kind of sort, some kind of way in his mind. But
he wanted to be somebody, that's what it was. And he had a thing for Maddie. I don't care what.
And you were supporting him. You were supporting, I was there. I had joined his little thing, listened to some of the things. But when they were coming up to me, telling me this and this and this and that, it's like, nah, I know. It's like I already knew something wasn't right when he came up to me at the conference and he tells me that he wanted to apologize to me. And I said, why are you trying to apologize to me? So he said, because I had a big part of what happened between you and Josh, blah, 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 and all this stuff.
It going.
And I didn't even know him.
Mm-hmm.
I said, who are you? I don't even know who you are.
He liked to perpetuate things. And when I was trying to end the first war that we had, since the conference started, he got with all these women who were angry at Dark Waters and DDoS, and they wanted all this hate to keep going.
Yeah.
And I said, look, I don't like those guys any more than anybody else, but I got to get back to the business of my life. What these people didn't understand was that I run businesses and I have a job to do. I have 24 people that work for me, I don't have time to sit around and deal with this shit. Okay. I said, you want to keep fighting, keep fighting. If they don't say anything about me, I'm done. Let it go. And it was really not about me. It was the people that they were talking about. And once they let go of it, they let go of it. These women that he was white knighting for, that were giving him all this energy, he was doing these character assassination videos. And I had a talk with Tony about it, and Tony's like, I don't want any part of that. I don't either. We both talked about it. I didn't discuss it with Anthony at that time. But Anthony told me that he thought way back then that Clough had a thing for Maddie. And I just said, Dan, I could see a problem with this crap. I knew it was coming, and that somehow or another I would get drug into it. And I told everybody, and I told even my wife, I said, Clough is not somebody that I like. He's not somebody that I want to be around. When he came to visit and when he stayed here, he was very condescending at times, and he had a very bad attitude. Another thing he did, and I don't care what he says, he was very passive aggressive. He would say snarky, smart ass things, and I was supposed to sit there and take it like a joke. And I would go, ha 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 ha, yeah, keep it up, dude. Like I wanted to smack this guy. I didn't. I resisted really getting on his ass the way I wanted to. And then I think he was trying to get a reaction out of me. I don't know what he was trying to do, but one day he told me, and there were 3 other people that were there, some crazy stuff. Like he told us that he was accused of raping his sister.
Oh, wow.
And that he didn't do it. Now, this is what he said. He goes, I was accused of this, but I didn't do it. Now, he says I was arrested, but he said that this happened when he was a young man, when he was a youth. So I'm not going to lie and say that that's just what he said. I'm just telling you the absolute truth. This is what he told me. He also, if I understood it correctly, because it was like a couple days before Christmas, and it was in the morning, and they were like cooking breakfast. The guys were all cooking breakfast, and he was sitting here in the sitting room, and he was telling me that he had gotten a tattoo for some dude.
What the hell?
Yeah, dude. And they were supposed to go ride around on motorcycles around the country or some shit. And I'm like, so I asked him the question. I said, so are you homosexual, or what are you trying to tell me? He's like, well, no. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not understanding. Why are you? And I was even confused. I said, why are you telling me this? I did not understand what the point was. And then he tells me, some other stuff. He said he smoked crack. He used to smoke crack, and he got evicted from some apartment because he was smoking crack and or meth. The whole, I don't know. It was weird. And then when I talked to Doss, he had told me that he thought that this guy had relations with his ex, who was Batmom.
Oh, wow.
And I had refuted that because I said, I don't believe that, whatever. But then right after that, he comes out and tells me all this crap, like right after that. And so I was like, what am I supposed to believe at that point, And then he kept pushing me to fight this war against DDoS. And I was like, I don't know. I started backing out. I was like, I don't know what this is between Batmom and him. And DOS is telling me one thing, and now Clough is telling me all this other stuff. So you got to understand from my perspective, I'm sitting going like, I don't know who's trustworthy and who's not. I can't, I don't know what's going on.
He was as bad as D.
Yeah. He's over here claiming this guy's doing all this. He's a bad guy doing all this bad stuff. But what he was doing seemed to me to be
even worse.
Like, this would have been nice to know when we first became friends or whatever, that you were this person. And then he says, well, everybody's got a past. I'm like, well, damn, my past doesn't involve smoking crack and meth and getting tattoos for some biker dude and, possibly sleeping with some man's wife, which is what this dude was being accused of. And then I was not accused of raping my own sister. And now he said all these things about his mother. what am I supposed to believe? What are we supposed to believe? So we were like, is this why he doesn't like his mother? Like, I don't know. I don't know what that the truth is. You know, the truth is somewhere in the middle, I guess. If you look at both sides of the coin, you know, between him and his war with DDoS, but that thing with DDoS was predominantly him.
Yeah.
And so I'm sitting there going like, what in the hell did I get myself into with this guy? And so I had already pulled away. I didn't like the character assassination videos. Interestingly enough, he didn't do one on Dark Waters. And then later on, he promoted Dark Waters. When Dark Waters made that horrible video about me pretending like it was some fictional guy, but it was really me. And so I always wondered why that was, like why nobody ever says anything about that guy, you know, but they'll go after DDoS and all these other people. And so he wanted me to continue fighting with DDoS. And when I told him no, me and Bettina had both pulled away and said, nah, we're not in this. And me and Bettina had a long talk. And she said, I don't want to be in this anymore. And I don't either. I said, I'm good. This dude, he's, you know, I told her, I said, he's off the rails, man. I don't know what the hell this guy is.
Then with his fake profiles, he come and ask questions. You know,
Yeah, he was always trying to. And then you were one of the people who had told me you didn't trust him way back then, and you said you didn't trust him. And I was like, I told Bettina, I said, you don't trust him. I don't trust him. Anthony doesn't trust him. Neither does Tony. Now, unfortunately, Maddie still did, and so you know the thing is, he wanted to talk to me. So Larry Fisher reaches out and tells me, hey, talk to this guy. And so I did. And then he tells me all this like horrible stuff about Maddie. And I'm like, really? Because I thought that they were really good friends. And so he was telling me, yeah, dude, she just wants to be down there so she can mess things up and do this and do it. He was telling me like he was agreeing with everything negative about her, you know, and saying that this is the you know, you have to do something about her. She's not a good
all because of rejection. That she wasn't seeing them a certain way. You know, believe her earlier. I'll probably put some screenshots tomorrow where he was saying that she was just another hoe and all this kind of stuff. You know, which I know that's him.
Yeah, you know, and
it's crazy.
You know what we can kind of piece together at this point, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but I think that what he was up to was he told me about them and their situation because he wanted me to be upset with Maddie so that she wouldn't move down here and that him and Laura could move up here. And then once he was up here and established, then he was going to have Maddie come down here and hopefully maybe I don't know, have something romantic with her. I don't give a damn what he says, dude. Until the day I die, I will believe that he had some sort of romantic inclinations towards her, because why else would you be so invested in this girl? I don't understand it unless you have some sort of feelings.
Maybe she reminded him of his little sister.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, and that's the thing.
Sick, man. He's got mental issues.
Mental issues, yeah, because he can sit up here and throw a fit and talk shit and make more videos and try to deny it and twist and turn every damn way he wants. There were 3 other people who heard him say this shit. Okay. He also told my wife and Maddie separately from us about this situation he had. And I told him, I said, you know, it would have been nice to know all this before, you know, because I would have never allowed this man anywhere near me or around my life. And, you know, and then all I know is what was told to me by 4 different guards that were out there the night that he claimed he would hit me with a pipe. Now, I personally did not hear him say that. I personally do not know 100,000% other than I believe what my friends told me. Then Maddie and him had a conversation where he reiterated that he would hit me with a pipe. Now, what his inclination is to crack me upside the head with a pipe or hit me in the leg with the pipe or whatever the F it is, it doesn't matter whatever. Why? That I don't know. Now, could it be a series of unfortunate events where a bunch of different people are telling me bad things about the guy, and he's really not a bad guy. Yeah, the chances are this, okay? Yeah. But
we know the truth now. We know the truth now because he done crossed the boundaries in many ways.
Mm-hmm. I think too. Like I was supposed to like in his mind, he's or his not mind. What do you call it? His narrative he's spun is that I'm this evil bad guy who's made all this up about him, and that I am literally. All I know, Clough, and if you're listening, is what people have told me about you and what I've seen. And what I saw and what I've seen is that you're a jealous, nasty, mean little fucker. I'm going to tell you that right now, dude, who wormed his way into our inner circle, okay? And you, with the help of your buddy Phil and with Larry Fisher, have done everything you could to undermine and eat out the foundation of our channel. You and then y'all got in Barton's mind, or I don't know what you did with Barton, or he was in on it from the beginning. I don't know what the fuck you did, but he turned on me. And I know the day that it happened, he had already been doing it. He was already in their camp.
Doing things on the side.
Yeah, he was already on their side. He was saying things to a lot of different people in private.
Yeah, I remember when he went off on me and I told him something back, and you told me that you talked to him, that just to erase it. But I saved the screenshot because I felt that he was part of them, that he was there to defend them. But with Cuffington, I felt that he was trying to cause division within your own family, trying to get you to go against your own family because of Maddie.
Yeah.
So if you went against Maddie, Sister Natalie Turner went against Maddie, and everybody in your family went against Maddie, then he's going to be the knight in shining armor.
Cry on, yeah.
Come cry on my shoulder. I'm here for you. You know I'm a good friend. I'm here for you.
That's what he did. That's what he did.
And then that's the kind of guy he is, the piece of shit.
He's a piece of shit. And then he got her to call Phil, and Phil's like, hey, let's call Larry, because they had it all planned out. And then Larry goes, hey, let's call Barton. And so they all got it out. And so each one of them sat on the phone with her and talked mad shit about me. Barton even saying some of the most ridiculous things that like, what the hell has he done to unite the community? What the hell? What did I do to unite the community, you beady-eyed little fucker? What do you think I did? I had 2 conferences where I involved and brought all people. Oh, okay. Inhumanoids, you turned on me, big shit. Why don't you get on here? Throw him a link. Get your ass on here, Barton. Come on, bitch. Let's talk.
Yeah.
Bring him on.
Let's see you get man up, Barton.
Let's throw you a link, Barton, and let's talk about how you attacked me in your group, calling me the Hammer. Let's talk about it. You turned on me. No, you turned on me, you little bastard. It wasn't the other way around. You did it. You turned on me. Biggest lies on the internet. Yeah. You and your pack of punk-ass thugs, dude. That's why I don't have a show anymore, because I don't want to get mad and get upset like this. Barton, you're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. Come on, big boy. Get on here. Let's talk. I have all the screenshots where you called my wife a bitch, all the crap you talked. I wish you were in my face. I wish I could see you. Bring your sword, you little prick, you little thug. You're nothing. You were nothing without me. I brought you out of retirement. You hack, boilerplate, book writing motherfucker. Yeah. How did it say is beyond me, Bear? Yeah, you're the one that made that up too. Now you and Roger are going at it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you took a picture of a gay club down there. Why would you take a picture of that anyway? Weirdo. This is the guy I'm talking about right here, folks. This dude right here. Get on here and say something. Look at him laughing. Folks, take screenshots. Here it is right here. He comes on to our channel. I don't go to your channel and say anything. You stupid ass little punk walking around cosplaying, talking about I'm abusing my wife. Look who abuses wife. You raised your hand to your own wife. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a punk ass bitch.
Don't be Barton. Get on. Don't be
Barton is he's a meth head, a coke addict. That's why he does a podcast for the drugs. That's what he does it for the drugs. He's a drug addict.
Yep, him and his wife.
Wouldn't doubt it.
Come on, throw him a link.
Yeah, calling me the hammer for 2 days, trying to convince this idiot that I'm not this person that he says I am. You knew damn well I was. And look at him laughing. Yeah, you beady-eyed little psycho. The worst thing that's going to happen, Barton, is you're going to piss me off and I'm going to come back. How about that? I come back just to spite you. And you're friends with Mike.
I just say, brother Judge Turner, I say screw Barton Nunley and just come back, man. Screw them people. Do your works, brother. I enjoy your shows, man. I was getting into it too. You had me thinking, me, I would just focus in my.
Who gives a shit? You obviously give a shit, you humanoids, with Barton Nunley. That's why you got on here and said something.
Saber-tooth tigers. I see saber-tooth tigers.
Are you going to kill another lion, the saber-tooth lion?
I see saber-tooth tigers.
This man in 2 weeks saw more cryptids than anybody in this entire field. You're a laughing stock now, dude. I sat back and didn't even join in. I was like, whatever, man. This dude, I was encouraged to say all kinds of stuff, dude. I didn't say shit.
I see saber-tooth tigers.
He's working, folks. He's
high
on
grass.
his way to
All there
work.
was high grass and then 2 trees. I was like, where's the saber? He said it's a 240-pound cat. There was a shit on the damn photo, man.
Dude,
What were you on, man? Were you freaking,
the fact that he comes on to Abe's channel just to get on there and say something.
He's been watching.
You are such a loser, dude. I believe that, Valerie. Yeah, he did. In fact, there were 2 people that accused him of that, of getting everybody drunk. You got everybody drunk. That's what you do, Barton.
He's trying to get people drunk to rob their money, steal their money from their wallets.
Exactly. Anthony hit the nail on the head. You don't have a job. You quit to do YouTube and got pissed when you weren't making enough money. Now you got to go to work. Go to work, losers. You and your echo chamber over there, dude. Wait, you know what? To hell with it. You want me to come back, Barton? Weren't you enjoying the 130 people you were having in your chat? Let's see what happens when I come back. Maybe I'll do Wednesdays. Oh, there you go. Yeah, cosplayer with a flea market sword. What are you killing out there? You going to kill demons? Is that what you're going to kill with your sword? You stupid idiot. No, read the room, brother. Nobody wants you here.
I'm Barton Nunley.
Called me all kinds of names, all kinds of crap. You wouldn't say it to my face, you beady-eyed little scrawny ass with your pot belly. You wouldn't say nothing to my face, dude. I guarantee. I promise you. You wouldn't say anything to my face.
Man. He disappeared. He's probably getting up the high, man. He's probably doing meth with his buddies.
Yeah. So what ended up happening, they get on the phone and they all start talking a bunch of shit, like I was saying. Yeah. And Maddie heard every word of the things that they were saying. He's like, what did you do to bring the community together? Of course, because he was jealous. He was jealous because he's done nothing but be a freaking weirdo. That's all he's done. And then defend his ass to multiple established people who did not like this guy. When I quit being friends with him, that's when I realized like how many people did not like this dude. Like it was crazy. People were talking about how crazy he was.
I left. The only reason I was supporting him because of you, brother Josh. I left.
Yeah, that's what people were telling me left and right. Yeah, truth and bad.
And he just sits there with his shape like this.
Yeah,
boring as hell.
Yeah, then he's over there buddying up with Mike, and then after he finds out that Mike needs a psychosexual evaluation, I have nothing to do with this guy. Yet you quoted the dude, you and your buddy Roger and Larry. Larry, that's how stupid this guy is. Then Larry brags about how he got Barton on his side. He brags about it, tells everybody about it, right? And Barton's just okay with it, eating it up. You know why, Barton? Because you were never my friend. You were never, ever, ever my friend. You were always, always against me. Always. You were jealous. You called up at all hours of the day and night and bitched and complained and moaned. They're taking my subs. Oh my gosh, what am I gonna do?
They're a Brokeback Mountain Brotherhood of the LBL.
Good God,
That's
dude.
probably why you're seeing saber-tooth tigers. Only God knows what the hell's happening somewhere over there.
Yeah.
Saber-tooth tigers, and it was just
Flips
grass.
out and starts screaming and yelling at people about Mike's accusations about how we're going to federal prison. For what? For what? Because Mike did what he did? That's his situation. Why would you get involved and start screaming? We have all the screenshots, man. We have them all of your silly, crazy antics, Barton. You think you can excuse yourself, and you think you come on here and jumping on here and saying a bunch of shit helps your cause? No, it doesn't. Take screenshots, folks. Put them everywhere. Barton came on to Abe's channel. I don't go to his half-ass channel, his half-ass bitch-made channel that nobody goes to except for the echo chamber people. Nobody goes to his
You're gonna
channel.
make Brother Josh Turner come out of retirement, and you're really not going to have a show.
Exactly. That's what he wants. You want me to come out of retirement? Then that's what I'm going to do. I've been happy to just sit back and not be a part of it. And then you talk about liars. Yeah, whatever. I'm going to show you.
Jesus.
There's a whole bunch of people that want to work with me.
Hell yeah.
Whole bunch of people. I don't know anybody that's beating down the door to go work with Barton Nunley.
Only the saber-tooth tiger.
Goofy ass. And if I was him, even if I saw a damn saber-tooth cat, I would probably be quiet about it after all the other bullshit. He's like,
Brother Josh, if you want to send you a picture of the picture that he said it was a saber-tooth tiger, would you have him in your show just by showing that picture?
Wow,
that's crazy, right? Where's Farton at?
Yeah, where'd he go?
He's calling upon the thunder gods with his hammer.
Maybe he's getting his buddies to come say something. You know what, folks? Maybe this coming September, I just need to start coming on and doing a show, at least sporadically at first, because I got a lot to talk about. There's a lot of stuff we could talk about, and Barton's not going to be the subject. I can tell you that. Yeah.
What an ass clown! He did it to himself.
Comes on the show.
You see, man, that's what we do here. Rowdied up, man.
Mm-hmm.
You brought it to yourself. Now you're really not going to have a show. You're going to have a shit show. Yeah. The only supporter is going to be Mikey with all his profiles.
Yeah, 15 profiles on there. You know what? A lot of those people that are in his chat are the same people with multiple accounts. I've seen them. Yeah. He's too stupid to realize that a lot of those people are the same. It's just an echo chamber of lunacy over there.
Brother Philip Barr says he's swinging his sword around in anger.
See, the thing about Barton is he doesn't
slapping his old lady, man, knowing him
all the time, and it's like whatever. When he talks bad about, he likes to talk bad about people's families, like my wife and everybody. He talks bad about. That's what you guys do. Y'all go after people's families and people that people care about, right? All I got to do is say something about Barton, and he'll run around flipping out and taking whatever he takes, crazy pills or whatever.
Oh man, it was funny, man. He's an idiot, bro. At least at least you get to see his true self, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, see, my wife is here. At least we found her she was running around trying to commit suicide. Thank God she showed back up. Thank God that she didn't run around for 5 days trying to commit suicide. No, we didn't look for her for 5 days, but what we did do was try to get Letitia to stop eating Xanax like Tic Tacs that she took without permission. Another thing too, Barton, if you want to get down to brass tacks, you're talking about you're going to work. When did that start? Because last I heard, you had decided that you weren't going to work, that you were just going to do YouTube. I guess YouTube's not paying the bills. Are your people running out of money over there? Are they not giving you big enough donations? Is Jitesh not taking care of you? Is that what's happening? You need to,
He's going to start selling duckies.
I mean, there were people that gave him stories. And he goes, "Well, I can't retell them. I'll have to get them to come on," because he's too stupid to memorize anything. You're too stupid to know how to even memorize something. You don't know. You don't know how to do anything. You're not a smart guy. I mean, sometimes people have to work, like for real work, and they can't always be on your show at Wednesday night, whatever. So he's having all kinds of problems not getting people on. And I'm like, dude, that's, you need to learn to be able to retell encounters.
I got a good title there. Been there, done it, spiritually and physically. And you came in there for the right time. Brother Josh can say whatever the hell he want to say here. Especially when it's talking about you, farting on you.
Farting Crumley.
That's his new name, farting.
Hold on 1 second, man. I got one for you. Hang on. Folks, you know what? I think I got Barton here in the studio with me. This is the studio, but my house. I think Barton.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
I think he's actually here. I think he just showed up.
He's friendly man up.
He's been driving all night, on his pills so he can stay up. He's been driving all night to get over here. So let's see if he'll show up in the studio here. I'm gonna wait, see if he shows up.
He's come to apologize.
And then, folks in the audience, you can ask Barton any questions you want, and he'll answer them to the best of his knowledge. Okay?
There we go.
Let's see if we got him here. Hang on 1 second.
It's going to be a good one. Somebody finally manning up. Somebody finally manning up from the Brokeback Mountain LBL. Ooh, man, what a show. We've been going down for 6 hours and 46 minutes. It's a Labor Day. What a way to go into a Labor Day. With
hold on 1 second, folks. We're getting the master LBL here.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Valerie, he rode his sword. No, I'm good. I'm a night owl. I'm awake all night.
So what we have here is a guy who is chosen to stalk me to your channel. Literally, that's what this guy's doing. Somebody. What happened was somebody saw that I had said I was going to be over on your show, so then he ran over here so that he could
says his little 2 cents.
Yeah,
1 cent.
Smart mouth.
1 cent. Here we go. We're gonna have a special guest tonight. We're gonna have a special guest all the way from Kentucky, or he's a great explorer from the LBL. He ran into a Bigfoot, a dogman, and a saber-tooth tiger all within the same day. It's gonna be a good one. Don't go nowhere. the Dogman Slayer. He's got them pythons. The jackalopes. Here we go. Oh shit. We got Barton Unley here. Barton,
Right.
it's about time you manned up. You have all the floors. Say what you got to say.
What do you mean? I'm already a man. I don't understand why you and Mr. Turner got to talk about me like that. You don't understand what I could do with Daymare. You see this sword right here? This is an extension of me. With this sword, I can kill every demon, monster in the entire world. I've killed 2 Krakens, 3 Gorgons, 15 Dogmen, 26 Bigfoot, and 150 Wraiths with this sword. What do you want to say now, Abe? Huh? What do you want to say now?
And this all happened in the LBL, eh?
Some of it happened in the LBL. The rest of it happened in various places around Kentucky. The dark and terrible, bloody place.
Does that sword belong to the Brotherhood?
This is the sword of the Brotherhood of the Fox. Or the Coyote. Or the Wolf. Whatever name sounds really cool and sort of native-y like you want to put on it. I've had many brotherhoods. I have started collecting brotherhoods from when I was just a little boy. The first life I took, I was only 11 years old. So if anybody has any questions for me, go ahead and ask them.
There's a viewer here that wants to know does that sword is a conduit to lightning? We hear you say you call
Yes,
upon
when the lightning strikes my sword, that is the power of Thor. Okay? Yes, I know earlier, Abe, you were mocking me and you were talking about the power of the hammer. Okay? There is a power in the hammer, but there is more of a power in the sword of omens, this particular sword right here. This is a very heavy sword. My arms are not very big, so it is hard to wield. However, I did work out one time with Josh Turner, who's a pussy, by the way, and a liar. And I learned how to work out, and then I went back to Kentucky and I perfected his workout. And with only 2 more workouts, I am now the strongest man in Kentucky. That, along with a very rigid supplementation regimen that I use to grow my muscles spiritually, has made it to where I can kill anything. Most recently, as you know, a saber-tooth lion cat came out of the woods, and I had to dispatch it with my sword, Daymare. Y'all think it's a joke. You think this is cosplaying. You think I'm trying to be a super villain, superhero, super something. No. God has given me all of these abilities because he sees that I am the only one worthy on YouTube. That is it. There is no one else. Mr. Abe Sias here can say what he wants, but I think that my blade speaks for itself.
I heard you got real good fast reflexes.
Superhuman fast.
With the old lady.
Superhuman fast. Look at that. I'll pick them up. I'll be like, bitch, you better shut up. I did that to her. And guess what? She stops. Any other questions, Mr. Sias? Since you were a non-believer, you doubt me. I had to beat up Josh Turner and put him in the closet over there where he belongs. I beat him up and told his wife to get out of the damn way. And I threatened Anthony, told him you better move on.
So what's up with the word you calling everybody the B word? What's up with that? Because you know here in Texas, you come to disrespect somebody.
I don't respect Texas. I
national
don't like Texas. I only respect Kentucky. I don't respect you. I don't respect Josh Turner or anyone in this chat or anyone who mocks me or Daymare.
Is it because we're Hispanic?
Well, that's part of it. I don't like Mexicans. I can say that for sure, 100%. Like they're just, you know,
Do you like chorizo?
trying to take our jobs. No, I do not. I do not eat sausage.
Well,
That
then that's
word, I know.
that's what Larry said. That you like the sausage.
Well, maybe his, maybe him and me. You know that's none of your business. So don't change the subject. Okay, we're not here to talk about frijoles and sausage. We're here to talk about the kills. Now, anyone that doubts, my friend Roger, who was attacked by many years ago, he was attacked by a pack of devil, monkey, Aleutian dogmen. Feral people, demon.
The Roger, the one that's got the sweet and low in his tank. That's what you're
Yes.
talking about.
But no, I don't know about that. I just know that he's, you know,
The
he's
Roger from the
survivor.
Iron Bar. Is it the Iron Bar or something like that? The Hammer Bar or
He's
something?
a survivor. I can tell you that. He's the true one and only survivor of the LBL. And with this sword, I'm going to go out and I'm going to kill every last single dog man on earth. Look, the blood on the sword. Yeah. Yep, that's me. That's what I'm going to do.
I just want to know when you.
I wish the name said farting on there so people would know exactly who I am.
When are you going to come to Texas?
I'm here in Texas. Where are you at? I know you won't come to me with your tank because I have a sword that can kill your tank. When the lightning strikes this sword, it will blow up your balls.
Let's see, destroy it. Destroy the tank.
This is something that cannot be taken lightly. Folks, you heard it here from Fartin Crumley. Okay? No man or beast can stand against me and my mighty sword.
I just want to know why you keep on trolling me, man. Why you come troll me? You troll Josh Turner. You want to come say your 2 cents? Let's talk about that. Why
you guys are lucky that I'm not actually just beating you up, because with my hands, I have beat up more men than Muhammad Ali. All bullies. I defeated them all because I am the one that was chosen, ordained by the Thunder God.
The Thunder God.
Yes.
The Thunder Saber-tooth tiger.
The Thunder Cat.
Thundercat. Oh.
The Thunder God.
Is this the one that goes thunder? How do you say it to your sword? Do you have to have a certain verse like?
I say hit. I say I have the power. That's what I say.
Okay. Well, but is there another one that you say thunder, Thundercats?
I know what you're doing. You're trying to mock me with cartoons. No, sir, you are not going to mock me with cartoons because I have the power. You know why you don't see Skeletor in the LBL? Because I killed him. Folks, I killed Skeletor. Just now, my next target is Darth Vader. I'm going to kill the Dark Lord of the Sith with this sword. It's on and popping. I'm coming for you, Darth Vader. It's on.
Hey, I thought that was your buddy, the one that's got the little green hoodie that looks like Kermit the Frog.
He is. That's one of my friends, too. Yeah, he's a sorcerer. Actually, I hang out with him and many people who are satanic. There's another one that's on my page. Go look at him. He wears the true necklace of Leviathan. I'm going to come right out and say it. I don't care. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with them and minorities now. I am okay with minorities. I started that new policy last week. Pagans and minorities are now allowed on Inhumansies with Fartin Crumley.
Hey, if I give you the number to my psychiatrist, would you? It's free consult.
I'll bitch slap them. I'll slap the hell out of them with my powerful right hand.
What if they help you not stop seeing saber-tooth tigers?
Okay, you're trying to mock me. See, here's the thing. When I saw that saber-tooth tiger that particular day, I was not on pills.
Okay, wait. Let me get a pencil and a pen.
Now, did I smoke a few things here and there? Yeah, maybe I smoked a few things. Maybe there was a little bit of herbage that I had smoked. But
what kind of stuff were you smoking?
Those things typically, but I'm not afraid. I'm going to come out and tell you. Yeah. But I don't do drugs. I don't do drugs.
You don't do drugs, but the drugs do you.
I just smoke a little here and there. That's about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Any more questions?
Well,
Mr.
what's your affiliation with Corn on the Cob?
I have never spoken to that man. Now, yes, I did quote him. Yes, I did say some things to and about Josh Turner and accuse him of being Hammer Man. Yes, I did start something with him, but that's because I was told to do this by a man of God, my priest, my high priest, Mr. Larry, told me that he had talked to Brother Rudy, who is a direct descendant of the Apostle Paul. And he said, you must go against this evil man and taketh his subs. Take his subs away from him and lead them to the promised land and down the path of righteousness and away from the road of perdition.
I thought you accusing Brother Josh Turner of taking his kids away from him.
Now, that is what was told to us by an angel of the Lord. He told Brother Larry that, and Brother Larry told me, and I still believe. I believe that this is what's going to happen because Brother Larry don't lie. Just like he uncovered the truth about the evil one, Josh Turner's wife, and how she was the leader of a biker gang that committed sex magic crimes against humanity. He exposed that to us. Brother Larry exposed your misdeeds to us. He exposed it all. And you and Mr. Turner are angry because Brother Larry has the second sight. I know this because with the sword of omens, this powerful sword, I can take you all down. And yes, I did slay a saber-tooth lion. If I'm lying, I'm dying. I killed it in the LBL near the Circle K. The Circle K was about 30 yards away from there. I don't go too far into the woods there, as people know. I just kind of hit the trails, and then we do kind of. Yes, it is true. We sit around and eat beanie weenies out of cans, and sit around on picnic tables, and we call that researching. Yeah, that is true. We do that.
I got a question.
We have picnics here.
How come you just hang around with hillbillies and rednecks?
Because I am one, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud to be a redneck, racist hillbilly.
How does Puffington fall into all this?
Well, he's only half, so I like half of him. Unlike that turd, Josh Turner, who I hate all of him. But if you look at Puffington, as you call him, he is the one that helped lead this revolution to rid the community of the Dark Lord. And I will destroy him just as I'm going to destroy Darth Vader. You watch. I'm going to destroy them all with this powerful sword of omens. You watch what happens. It's coming. It's coming, folks. I'm telling you right
for the
now.
record, how much do you weigh? Like $140, $120?
Okay, now we're going to talk turkey here. As we know, Josh Turner is a fat, obese slug, and so are you. And I am in super great shape. I have humongous shoulders, powerfully built arms, washboard abs, and legs. And none of this thinness was the product of using meth. None of it.
How come you never smile?
Because I'm a badass. That's why. I am a badass dude.
Or is it because you don't got no teeth?
To put him in the closet over there.
Is it from all the teeth, all the smoking of meth and crack that you don't smile? You don't want to show your teeth?
I'm not going to answer that. You're just being rude now. Ask me some real questions and I'll answer them, brother.
How's your old lady?
Why do you
Why
care about my old lady? Don't worry about her. She's doing what she's supposed to be doing.
Or is she with Larry right now?
See, now you're crossing the line, boy. Are you crossing the line? She hangs out with Larry. Yes, they do. They do have they hang out. We have functions together. Yes, we do. Larry's wife comes and they bring party favors. We all hang out. Any more questions?
So what do y'all do when you go camping over there at the LBR?
Why don't we take some questions from your audience that wants to mock
some
me and
questions
make
from the
fun of me?
audience.
Go ahead, audience. Ask me anything.
Somebody, anybody.
I see Maddie, aka Yolanda, broke back brotherhood of the
Wussies.
of the wussies. Awesome. Keep mocking me. Keep mocking me, Jezebel. Mm-hmm.
Watch out, he's gonna call up online.
Who else we got here talking trash? I see Ivy laughing. Y'all think this is funny? You think this is funny? No, Barry, this ain't Highlander. You know what this is? This is the sword of truth. That's what this is.
I think people are kind of scared of you trying to ask a question. They don't wanna receive the fury or the lightning of your.
They know what's up.
Sword.
They know what's up. That's what it is.
Oh, somebody apologized. Said, "Sorry, sir." LOL. Is that an apology if they're laughing?
Yeah, you better call me sir.
Somebody says here, why are Christian people being so negative?
Crumley. Because sometimes God orders you to be negative toward negativity. Duh. Have you read the Bible? Jeez.
Is it true you have a Davy Crockett style hat made of a saber-tooth squash 8-man dingo?
What the hell is that supposed to even mean? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. I don't even know what he's talking. What are you talking about, man? Dingo hat from the Davy Crockett squash. What in the hell?
I think they're making fun of you, man.
Jules says, Barton, why are you so disgusting? I don't know. You tell me. I did you a favor. I'm wearing sleeves, aren't I? So you don't got to smell me. I know Wolf calls me old stinky because my underarms are always kicking without the sleeves, but that's just his opinion.
We got Tyler says, Farden, how long have you had a crush on Josh for?
Well, being as now I am not a homosexual, I have never had a crush on a man. That is all just rumors. People say things about me and Larry, but if there is a crush there, it's a one-way street. It ain't me.
Well, I don't know. I heard that y'all did have a saber-tooth tiger captured over there during one of your campings. But the saber-tooth tiger was actually Cuffington pretending to be a saber-tooth tiger. They said you were stabbing it all night long. Can you?
Well, I will say this: he does like to dress up.
Intel about that.
He does. That is his. That's what he does. That's his thing. He likes to dress up as a saber-tooth cat. But I assure you that I did not stab him.
Was it Larry that stabbed him?
That may be. I don't know. That may be. But he was not what I saw that night. That day that I saw the saber-tooth lion, that was not Clough dressed up as a cat. I promise you that. That was not.
Somebody said tell us a story of they want to know what exactly happened the day you seen the saber-tooth tiger.
All right, well, I'll tell you the story. Let me put Daymare down. It's a very dangerous weapon, folks. Got to handle it with care. What happened, folks, and I'll tell you right now, I was walking along and I was snapping into a Slim Jim. I was eating a Slim Jim because I use those to lure squatch. So I'm walking along and I hear this rustling in the woods, in the brush. It sounded like meow. And I was like, well, that sounds like a cat. Sounds like a cat. And I thought maybe somebody had lost their house cat. So I walked over there to where it was at and I drew my sword and I was ready to kill it. And then I look, and out of the brush, coming out of the marsh, was the biggest damn saber-tooth lion mountain cat that I'd ever seen in my life. And this is the fourth one I've seen, folks. I've seen 4 of these. You don't know the terror that overcomes these cats when they feast their eyes on me. This thing was so scared it began to urinate. It just sat there like this and it urinated all over
So
itself.
you're saying that it purred instead of growling at you?
No, it didn't growl. It was too scared to growl. It was terrified. When it saw me, it was scared. It began and it bolted like the little.
So because he knows you're the master, the wielder of the sword.
Absolutely.
What is your sword called again? Something of the fox?
That's the sword of thunder. It's the
Thunder.
lightning master. It's Daymare. It has many names.
Do you have a brother named Loki?
No, but I smoked weed with one.
How about a father named Odin? I just want to know.
In fact, one of my dad's pet names was Odin or Odor. I can't remember. Something like that. But they called him, and then he passed it on to me. Now they call me Odor. But like I said, I'm doing you a favor. I'm not wearing a sleeveless shirt today. I'm just wearing a regular shirt. In fact, I beat up Josh Turner and took this shirt and I just put it on.
Somebody saying, Barton, you lie. You don't even like pussycats. Oh.
What's that supposed to mean?
I think what they're trying to say is you don't like pussy.
That is disgusting. That's exactly what I would expect an infidel non-Christian to say. That is exactly the kind of horridness would come out of the mouth of someone who's associated with Josh Turner.
You can talk about anything here, Barton. I'm giving the platform. It's been there, done that. That spirit.
And I've been there and I've done everything, boy. How about that? When you said that day that I could not go to and slay.
Let's talk about the physical side. Have you done meth, cocaine? What kind of drugs have you been on?
I don't do any drugs, sir. I've said that. What I smoke is my business. I don't do drugs. I smoke multiple types of tobacco, some of which can cause a psychedelic effect if taken too much. The natives used to smoke it. They call it Indo. That's why it's called Indo.
Somebody says here, how early do you start drinking rum?
It's called Indican. And I did smoke it because it was from the earth.
We got a legit question here. It says, why did all your wives leave?
Well, maybe because they couldn't handle me. I'm too much of a man.
Oh, man.
You could ask the same thing of you or Josh Turner. How many times have you been married, sir? Well, okay, you got me there. I guess Josh Turner's been married once too. But so what? Move on. Next question.
It says, somebody said, when do you start drinking rum at 8 a.m.?
Pass. Next question.
Pass. I think that was a real question that everybody wants to know about the great saber-tooth tiger killer.
I didn't kill the saber-tooth tiger. It came up and jumped up onto my sword. Okay? I'm like Chuck Norris, all right? I don't go swimming. Water just wants to be around me. All right? You understand that?
So even Chuck Norris fears you.
He fears me. Yes, he does. Always has.
You know that hillbilly kung fu then.
When he lost Return of the Dragon, it was because I told him to. You know this stuff that's going on in the Middle East, these wars, they're happening because I allow it to happen. The day I snap my fingers and I pick up my sword of omens of lightning and thunder and truth, Daymare. When I pick it up, then the war ends. But until then, there's a lot of judgment that needs to happen. These gangs that are down there fighting Israel and Hamas or whatever, It's just like the Crips and the Bloods in my neighborhood. I made them all stop. I went outside one day. I was completely naked and covered in honey. It's nobody's business why I was doing this. Nobody's business, okay? And I walked out there with a gun in each hand like this, and I said, "Stop it right now."
So you were like Burt Reynolds in that movie where it's covered in oil. Your little cowboy hat and sunglasses and boots.
Nope. I was completely naked. There was nothing on me.
Oh, okay.
Not even glasses.
Okay.
Now, many people will say because I didn't have my glasses on that I was pointing my gun at children. That is not the truth. That is not the case. Those were not neighborhood kids. Those were gang members wearing blue and red. Now, the reason I got arrested, before anybody says anything stupid, they said they were playing soccer. Now, there was blue and there was red, okay? The only blue and red I've ever seen play against each other is the Cowboys and the 49ers. So these were not the Cowboys and the 49ers. This is in Kentucky.
In Kentucky?
Yes. And so, yes, these gangbangers did have a soccer ball to hide their misdoings. Was I naked and covered in honey? Yes, I was. Did I wave my guns around like so? Yes, I did. Did the police come? Yes, they did. Was I released eventually? Yes, I was. And now, guess what? Those gang members, they don't play or pretend to play soccer across the street from my house no more.
I got a serious question. Why do you dislike Josh Turner? Because of his success?
Oh my gosh. How many reasons do I have to dislike Josh Turner? First of all, he brutally attacked me. What was the story I made up again? He's the hammer.
He's the hammer.
He made a comment in my group that we were participating in homosexual activities out in the LBL. He has vehemently denied these accusations, but I have proof from my friend Larry and my other friend Roger that he did say this. Now, I don't need to show you this proof. It doesn't need to be produced. Like I've said before, you either take my word for it or get to stepping. Go on.
In Spanish, the games that I hear y'all play over there, we call it El Gato y el Ratón.
Oh, really? Well, you know what? I don't believe in speaking Mexican, okay?
Gato y Ratón means that the cat is chasing the mouse.
Well, I don't know what that means. We're not going to discuss it. We're going to speak English here. We're not speaking Iraqi. We're not speaking any of those other languages. Hamas. We're not speaking Mexican. We are not going to speak Al-Qaeda. We're not going to speak ISIS. We're going to speak American.
So does Roger Dodger like playing dodgeballs?
I would not know. I have never spoken to him in person, although many people believe he is related to me. That is an absolute lie. And I'm going to tell you right now, I don't really like where this questioning is going. You are actually starting to piss me off. Don't make me come to your house and do what I did to Josh Turner. He's tied up in the closet right now. I beat him senseless with my own fists.
You locked him up with a saber-tooth tiger?
I did not kill that saber-tooth tiger. I let him live. But then he chose to die by jumping onto my sword. Like I said before, I don't have to kill anything. It comes and dies on me, for me. That's how powerful I am. I'm like Vault times 10.
So you're like the Voltonator now.
I'm
don't tell me you was carrying the casket also.
I have all the powers. Okay, we're like the Power Rangers. You know, Larry, he's one of the lying rangers. Clough is the perverted ranger. You know, Phil is the behind-the-scenes cloaked ranger. You know, we have all these different. Roger, you know, he is the invisible ranger. He has the ability to disappear and never show his face and never show anybody. And when all these powers combine, and Mike, he is the molesting ranger. Whenever these powers combine, we become the Sinister Six. We put the power into this sword, and then I absorb that power. I'm already the most powerful being in the world. You know what I mean? Like if Macho Man Randy Savage had a baby with Vault, and then another baby with He-Man, and then another baby with Nancy Pelosi, it would be me.
We got a question here, Austin. Austin Hammer. Farton. It says Austin Hammer was Farton's coming out of the closet. Is that true?
Now everybody knows because I said it that Austin Hammer is Josh Turner. Everybody knows that because I said it. Who are you to question me? I'm the pillar of truth.
I just want to know
honor and integrity. That's why I call women bitches.
When you talk about a hammer, is it a little hammer, a big hammer, a sledgehammer?
These are the kind of questioning I would expect from a person that's associated with your camp. I don't talk about men's hammers.
I think everybody here wants to know how big the hammer really is.
That's a question you need to ask Josh Turner, because Josh Turner is an Austin Hammer. He tried to convince me with truth and proof and all this, whatever. I'm not into all that receipts and all that crap. That's all Nazi stuff. That's KGB Nazi stuff. He's a communist Nazi. Everybody knows he's a communist Nazi.
So when you're out there at the LBL camping with your buddies, do you like playing Star Wars with the swords?
No, we don't play Star Wars. We play Lord of the Rings. I'm a Lord of the Rings guy. You know that.
Oh, Lord of the Rings. Okay.
I'm the Lord of the Rings. It's me. I'm the one.
You're the Lord. You're the one. And what does?
And I'm tired of these lies about people saying that I created a club that nobody else participates in. I will tell you this right now. Letitia participates in all of my clubs. That's the truth.
Okay. Because somebody says here, Mr. Farden, is it true you raised your fist to your wife at the Mexican restaurant?
That is not true. 4 people are lying about that. Those 4 people are liars, all 4 of those people. My wife has come out and said she has refuted that ever happened. And my wife would not lie for me unless I told her to. And I did not tell her to. Yep.
Somebody said all four wives would lie for you.
Tune in this Wednesday as I have another boring show with a guest that comes on that's going to be about as fun as listening to these cheese rattle. Just do this for about 20 minutes and imagine that being my show. That is what it is, folks, right there. That's about
so how long are your shows? 20 minutes?
My shows are as long as I allow them to be. Time moves the way I want it to move. You understand that?
I heard you.
The Earth is also flat. Did you guys know that the Earth is flat? Barton Crumley, right now, 100%, the Earth is flat.
If you got a message to say to Brother Josh Turner, what is that message that you can say here on Spiritual Encrypted
You mess
Encounter?
with the tiger, you get the claws, brother. See, one of these days, everybody's going to understand that the Earth is flat and it's full of water up in the sky. I've seen a castle up in the sky, Abe. You understand that? You know what that means? That castle is mine. It's a prediction of the future. I'm going to be flying around the Earth in a castle, and I'm going to rule the world. And you and all the other people speaking Mexican and all that stuff, calling the moon La Luna or whatever the fuck you call it, that is an alien spacecraft up there. You think I'm joking? It's spitting out little aliens as we speak that are not really aliens. They are demons that are here to deceive you and take over the earth and keep you off of the path of worshiping me. I mean, God. Mm-hmm.
James Version. How come? One more question that I'm kind of like thinking that might be the problem with you and your posse.
Well, there's a problem, all right? It's called you and Josh Turner.
What's up with
Breezy and all you liars?
Sticking to the old revelations all the time and just saying certain verses out of the old revelations.
I'm going to say this. When you speak out against God, the God that I believe exists, you go to hell without questions. You die. You go to hell and you die. So I'm going to tell you right now, if all of y'all want to follow Josh Turner to hell, then you follow him to hell. If you want to go to heaven, you go watch my show, and then you go to heaven. Your choice.
What's up with your buddy Larry talking about reptilians all the time?
Well, that's because Josh Turner is a reptilian. The reason that he has told people that he is a werewolf and a reptilian is because Josh Turner is a werewolf reptilian demon and Satan and evil and gay. He's also gay. He's gay, everybody, and he's the racist. I'm not the racist. He's the racist, and he's gay. I'm not the gay. He's the gay. And he's going to go to hell and die. Any other questions, Mr. Abe?
I think that's all for right now.
All right,
thank
then.
you
I'm
for
going to go
tuning
untie
in,
Josh Turner
and,
before he cries and calls the police on me. But like I said before, I will deal with them because I have the ability through my shades to hypnotize people. I do this with my fingers. See that? And it hypnotizes people when they look into my shades. They do what I tell them. I don't even have to beat you down. I can just hypnotize you with my shades. You understand that?
hypnotize like you hypnotize a saber-tooth tiger. I get you.
DJ Tyler says, to think we were at a conference a year ago and this is what it's come to. Oh, so sad. Well, you know what? It's all good. Just come on to my channel where we call women bitches and make all kinds of crazy accusations. See, Tyler, I can call people anything I want, and people like you will still follow me, Tyler. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let me get rid of some of the trolls here.
Crip says Josh is one of them.
Let me get rid of some of these trolls here, so they're being disrespectful to my guest. I don't like trolls.
What do you think, Tyler? You think it's okay for a man to call another man's wife a bitch and to make stories and all that? What do you think? Because that's what I did, and I got away with it. And you're over there kissing my ass on my channel. Ain't that right, Tyler? Well, we'll see you folks on Wednesday where y'all give me money. Give me money. Go on now. Give me that money. I'll see you later.
All righty. There you go, folks. Ferdinand Nunley came in here with the sword asunder. You heard it from the source.
Whew. Thank God he let me go. He gave me my shirt back and he slapped me around a little bit, folks. I don't know why. I just kept looking into his glasses and he hypnotized me. I think he hypnotized me, man. I don't know.
I'm glad he let you go, brother. I was worried about you. He come in there with his big old sword and stuff.
Wow. Well, I'm glad he's gone now. That's all I can tell you. Something happened. Maybe I was possessed by the spirit of farting. I don't know.
No, Barton.
Yeah, that's real cute that they come running over here because Barton's like, he's attacking me, man. Come on now, brothers and sisters, defend me. Boys.
Oh man.
Especially Tyler, man. Give me a break, dude.
Yeah,
And Tyler knowing, like, being at the conference and knowing, yeah, he was at PRT News. He saw everything these people did and said, and he's going to go over there and yeah, it's too heavy. So I had to put that prop away there. Yeah, and then he's like, this is what it's come to. Well, here's the thing. I decided to do a show and come on tonight with Abe. And the sad thing is I get attacked. Like, I mean, they're the ones that came on to the channel tonight and started. I mean, like Barton came in and started talking shit. I mean, dude, they talk about me all the freaking time. I don't go run over there and say shit. I don't care. I mean,
That's why he got roasted here tonight.
yeah, exactly.
And whoever's affiliated with him will get roasted too.
Yep, that's right. So if you're with them, you're with them. Don't be my friend.
We had a good show. We went 7 hours, Brother Josh Turner.
Yeah.
Somebody said, "Hey, but you're gonna get some rest soon, maybe." But I really appreciate you coming on the show, brother.
Yeah,
I hope you feel better, letting some of the things out that you're feeling and stuff.
Huh?
And he got you hyped up. That you said that just for how he came at you, that you're gonna start it back up.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, if they want to keep on, they don't stop. They haven't stopped. They haven't let me rest. Like that's what
I would say. Go for it, bro. Go for it, and so they can really be pissed off.
I mean, it's
Screw them.
Gotten ridiculous.
You're not doing it for them.
I haven't been going and messing with them or saying anything.
You're not doing it for them. You're doing it for the PRT members, for the people that support you, man, that miss you and love you.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. It's aggravating. All I wanted to do tonight was just come on and.
Yeah. Man, that's when I try to go on YouTube just by itself, and they just come at me like in numbers. You should see all the state. They had Stephen Michael McGee with my face in it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like they put my face as Stephen Michael McGee. They were just making so many fake accounts on YouTube that it's like, man, I'm not gonna do it live on YouTube. I'm just gonna have to go through StreamYard, So, and they're still coming in here trolling.
Yeah.
I guess they don't like any competition at all, man.
Well, I mean, obviously coming up here and or jumping in and saying a bunch of crap, he could have kept his big mouth shut, but he had to say what he had to say. So
yeah, I've been knowing he's been trolling me on YouTube when I was there, that it was him and his little pansy crew that are affiliated with him, because sometimes Larry would come in there talking about what kind of weapon do you carry? I'm licensed and all this bullshit, So, yeah.
Like it's so hard to be licensed. You know what gets me is that if anybody goes and listens to his shitty show, okay, and you listen to him interview people, how can you listen to that bullshit and then go and compare it to any show that's worth a shit, including mine? There's no comparison, dude. I mean, and so yeah, people aren't going to want to hear your bullshit. He knows nothing about anything. The guy thinks that the world is a pancake. I mean, come on, dude. When you stop and you get into this, whatever. I mean, the guy is ignorant. In my opinion, he is an ignorant human being. He attacked me for days. And I tried to convince this guy until I realized people were telling me, hey, he already knows. He's just entering the war on Larry's side and Clough's side. This is not there's nothing you can do to convince this guy otherwise. That's all it was him throwing up his flag for them and attacking me. And it's I don't care. I mean, as far as what the earth is or what it isn't, he can believe what he wants. He's told me some wacky, crazy, outlandish shit, and I didn't judge him for it. I just said, okay, believe whatever you want, dude. I mean, I don't necessarily believe everything that is out there, but some of the stuff that he's told me is crazy. Like he's told me literally, this is what he said. He said that he believed that the earth could be 1,000,000 miles long. And I'm like, what the, okay, maybe multiple Earths or something. I don't know. But like some of the shit he says is just so ridiculous, dude. Like so out there, and like he has told me many, many things like that, like many things. And I didn't judge him for it. I didn't say, hey, you know what, you're crazy, you're out there, whatever. But he takes a theory that I proposed on my show and he takes it and runs with it with Larry. This is what they do, you know? And did I ever go to Barton's channel or any of these other channels and start talking shit while he was on there? No. He came to your channel and talked shit while I was on here.
Yeah. He always does that, man. He was coming on my YouTube when I was on YouTube. Then I started, and they still be popping up on here. That's what I was trying to tell you, man. Just do what you do. I mean, everybody. What I see misses a paranormal roundtable. I say bring it back out, man, and do your thing, bro. I mean, people really miss the paranormal. They don't want to be listening to no freaking farting Nunley, you know. They're interested in everything, you know. Of what I've seen, a lot of people are missing the paranormal roundtable.
Say hi.
Hello. Oh,
We're gonna hang out for
It's a good thing. It's a good thing that we found you before you ran into the, you know,
well, I'm glad you found her.
5 days, right? So it's okay for this guy to make up these lies and this bullshit, right? And then they're over there like, oh, what a shame. Like I'm making fun of him. Yeah, fuck him, dude. All right. Excuse my language. I'm sorry.
I say continue to do what you were doing, brother. I mean, everybody misses y'all's works, man. You always bring interesting topics, and you bring all the wisdom and knowledge that keeps the people just glued to the TV, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame because there's a lot of people who've told me that they miss me, you know, teaching and doing the show. But then you get
just speaking the truth, man, of what's happening right now. Yeah, it's opened my eyes, man. I'm seeing a lot of things.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't really have the passion for it like I did.
Morgan says Ike and Farden say they don't like Abe's channel, but they were both here in his chat this week.
Yeah, they come running over here like dogs.
All of them do. Even Roger was here one day, and Dirty Larry was here one day. They always come in, man. They're like, okay, let's go mess with Abe.
Yeah.
I ain't worried about them. They're all nothing but talk, man.
I'm gonna do a whole show like Barton, just sit there. So
you're gonna put on the wig, man, with some white hair.
Yeah, some nasty, some scraggly hair in the back. Is that when you shit yourself? When the gugwee came and tickled your balls? Is that what happened? Is that what happened? What do you think, Letitia? She goes, I think whatever you think, Barton. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, you think what I think. That's his show right there. And his show's terrible. It's garbage. Garbage, in my opinion.
And how many times do they ask for donations? Like, I don't watch the show, but do they ask for donations?
I don't know. I don't watch this stupid ass shit, dude. I don't watch this stupid stuff. I lied to him. I'll admit it. I'll admit it that I lied to him. He asked me if I watched the show one time. I said, yeah. I would turn it on and give him a view or whatever, but I couldn't look at it because it was garbage. It was horrible.
Yeah.
So
sometimes some of the shows, man, that one or the AI, it looks like they're missing their fix, and they just want a $20 donation to go get high and shit. Especially corn on the cob. It said your little ducky is gonna be chipped. $20 ducky is gonna be shipped. Thank you for buying. He's not even selling them. He's just making it seem like people are interested in the ducks just to make a sale.
He's autographing them. Oh my goodness. So when he goes to jail, is he going to keep autographing them from jail or what?
Yeah, man. So, Brother Josh Turner, what would you like to say to these fools? You said a lot of things about them.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you said
keep on messing around. I guess it's one of those F around and find out type things, dude.
Nikki says Abe is absolutely right. Wolf, you're more than a podcaster. You teach knowledge nobody else is brave enough to talk about, and they're jealous of you. Whatever you do, just want to thank you. That was Nikki McSporan.
Yeah, good supporter of the show. Yeah, I'm gonna jump off because I got some work I got to do. I apparently got to cover a site today that I did not know about, so I got to call this guy back and got to get some things done here. Because unlike Barton, I actually do work. He says he does, and he's on his way to work. Yeah, right, whatever. Which means he's going to go out to the LBL today, probably sit around a picnic table and eat unflavored green beans and beanie weenies out of cans and picnic.
Ah.
That's what they do. They don't actually do any research. They just go out there and they picnic. This is what I was told. I was told by some people who knew them very close, were good friends with them until they, pissed them off. And so they said that they went out there with them to go, hike and research and whatever. And they don't do that. They just sit around a picnic table and eat garbage food and basically make a campfire. They just go camping.
Camping.
And they call it boots on the ground researching.
Golly.
That's what they do. That's what I was told. I mean, this is not me saying. This is what I was told. I didn't know that until just a couple of weeks ago. But that's from people that went out there with them, and that's what they do. That's what they did.
Everybody saying thank you, Brother Josh Turner, Sister Ivy, Sister Amy Grill, Shavai King. Yeah, man. Now I guess assholes are going to be assholes. They're never going to change, especially the old assholes that are like in their 60s already. So I just suggest do your own thing, brother. Keep on doing what you're doing. So we can talk about all this vampire things that you were talking about. It makes a lot of sense to me because I witnessed a lot of things. Like when they had those POW camps from the German war down in South Texas. They had it was called labor camp. And when I met the thing out there that he said that he knew my grandfather said their names and all that, the only thing that would be able to do something like that would be like an Nosferatu or a vampire, something vampiric, that's from that kind of bloodline to know. How would it know somebody that passed away in the 70s and 80s, their full name and stuff?
Yeah.
It's crazy. Somebody said, yes, just tell us about your research on the Bill Witch. But I know you got to go
research on that, man. But that's also
yeah, man. Hey, whenever you feel you get the itch, man, if you start doing your shows again, shit, I'm gonna be tuning in.
Well, I honestly, to be honest, truthful, full transparency, I had no plans on coming back. Now I'm wondering now.
You should, brother.
I don't want to do something though, just out of spite.
I got your back, bro.
Right? I mean, you're like, why are you back? Well, I'm here because
I support PRT. More support, spiritual support. I back y'all up, man. That's why I continue to fight with y'all because I know y'all in the move and all that. But eventually, man, don't worry about those people. They're hopeless. There's nothing positive coming out of them. Just do you and do the positive works that you've been doing. I'm more sure a lot of people will be happy to see y'all back doing your thing, man. And you will have, if not a lot of support, more support than before. I believe that 100%.
Okay. Well, I'm going to run, Abe. It was good talking to you, man. And I'll probably jump on with you sporadically.
All right.
This like tonight, I'm not doing anything. I'm not going to do a show, but I might jump on with you or something, but I'm not really.
All right, that's fine. All right, brother.
All right.
Thank you, Brother Josh Turner, for being here.
I'll see you guys. All right. Good night.
Good night. There you go, brothers and sisters. Brother Josh Turner, Wolf, in the house. Thank you all for those that tuned in. We did a 7-hour show here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, almost going for 8 hours. So in saying that, Thank you all for tuning in. God bless you, and cross your fingers. Hopefully, brother Josh Turner comes and does his thing on Paranormal Roundtable and starts doing his thing. I know that everybody is waiting for him to rise up sooner or later, whenever he's ready. But as what I've seen tonight, brother Judge Turner is ready right now, you know. So I'm glad that he popped in here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters doing the live here. I hope y'all enjoyed it. God bless y'all. Y'all have a beautiful, blessed day. Let me finish this off with a prayer. Heavenly Father, at this time, I would like to pray for all my brothers and sisters, include the Turner family, brother Josh, sister Nellie, the whole family, for you to continue to protect them spiritually from any witchcraft or necromancy or anybody trying to do anything bad towards them. We tie bind rebuke any negative forces for whatever anybody's trying to do to them or to anybody here, for it to go back 7 times fold to the sender, because we don't accept any form of negativity. This I pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. Thank you all. Good night. God bless y'all. And peace out from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Thank you all for tuning in, brothers and sisters. And keep on supporting the Turners, man. They're good peoples. And I believe with the Love Foundation and Love Support, that they'll come back into doing what they do best, is doing the spiritual works and sharing the stories and bringing the stories to y'all. That's what we're hoping. All in due time. Oh, and by the way, indirectly, thank you, Farton, for hyping up brother Wolf. Thank you. Thank you for awakening brother Wolf. That's all I got to say to you. Good night, everybody. Good night, Sister Madeline, all the moderators. Thank you for doing awesome job. Sister Nelly Turner, Brother Josh Turner, Cousin Jesus Carbajal, Brother Joe Breezy, and everybody that's been in here tonight. Thank y'all. God bless y'all. Have a beautiful, blessed day. Peace out, everybody.